Himarmika Jenderal ACHMAD YANI, University Yogyakarta present the International Conference of Health Information Management 2020. How advanced in IT will improve health information management. The rules of this conduct are: the all participants please join to Zoom meeting at least 20 minutes before. Please log in to the Zoom meeting using your account and rename with the format full name underscore and your affiliation. Please not use a pseudonym or abbreviation. Participants who have access to Zoom must dress modestly and behave politely during the event. As long as the activity is in progress, participants are prohibited from turning on the speaker or loudspeaker to support this event running optimally and quietly. Participants can activate the speaker in discussion session or press the button Raise Hand. Participants are required to do attendance on attendance form. The link will be shared by the host when the event starts. Participants are also required to fill out an evaluation form by attaching evidence of attending the seminar. The links will be shared by the host at the end of the event. Due to time constraints, participants can ask questions to the resource person in the chat facility with format full name underscore institution underscore speaker name underscore question. Participants are expected to follow the activity until the end. Participants who do not attend the event until the end will not get a certificate, as well as participants who do not fill in the evaluation link at the end of the session. Participants can take part in activities in Zoom meetings or online via YouTube and Instagram with official accounts.
Jaminan Kesehatan Nasional itu adalah programnya, sedangkan BPJS itu adalah badan hukumnya. Jadi programnya itu Jaminan Kesehatan Nasional. Apa itu Jaminan Kesehatan Nasional? Yaitu program pelayanan kesehatan dari pemerintah yang berwujud BPJS Kesehatan dan BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. Dan sistem kedua-duanya menggunakan sistem asuransi. Sedangkan BPJS adalah badan hukum yang dibentuk untuk menyelenggarakan program jaminan
Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta merupakan lembaga pendidikan di bawah Yayasan KTK Kapasi TNI Angkatan Darat, terbentuk dari penggabungan Stikes dan Stinik Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta.
Dari sistem pembelajaran, metode yang digunakan yaitu student center learning, yang mana mahasiswa dituntut aktif dalam proses pembelajaran. Dosen-dosen yang ada di sini merupakan dosen pilihan dan lulusan-lulusan terbaik.
Sebuah kebanggaan bagi kami dapat mendidik dan mempersiapkan para Ahmad Yani muda sebagai generasi penerus kejayaan bangsa Indonesia.
Prodi PIK sendiri berdiri pada tanggal 13 Maret tahun 2014 dengan memiliki visi menjadi program studi yang unggul dan terdepan dalam bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik tingkat nasional serta mewarisi nilai-nilai perjuangan Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta, di mana kita sendiri memiliki misi akan berkembang secara nasional pada tahun 2037. Keunggulan prodi PIK itu sendiri, kami unggul di bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik. Untuk mendukung visi tersebut, Prodi PIK memiliki 6 misi. Yang pertama, misi kami adalah melakukan pendidikan dalam bidang rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan yang unggul dalam bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik. Yang kedua, kami berfokus memiliki misi untuk melakukan penelitian yang relevan dengan bidang ilmu rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan sesuai dengan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Yang ketiga, kami melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat sesuai bidang ilmu rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan. Yang keempat, kami melakukan kerjasama dengan stakeholder yang menggunakan kerjasama dengan kami serta lulusan kami. Yang kelima, kami melakukan peningkatan good university governance. Dan yang terakhir, kami memiliki misi yaitu dengan mengembangkan serta menerapkan nilai-nilai kejuangan Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta. Untuk mendukung proses pembelajaran, kami memiliki laboratorium pendukung dengan standar nasional, di mana laboratorium kami merupakan lab terbaik tingkat nasional dari 54 institusi pendidikan sejenis di Indonesia. Kami juga aktif dalam mengikuti kegiatan seminar-seminar nasional di bidang rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan, di mana anak didik kami aktif dalam mengikuti lomba coding, lomba debat, serta brain competition. Di mana dengan adanya kegiatan ini, harapan kami tidak hanya terkenal mengembangkan diri di tingkat daerah istimewa Yogyakarta, tapi kita melebarkan sayap hingga nasional sesuai dengan visi dan misi dari Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani. Demikianlah gambaran umum dari Prodi PIK Fakultas Kesehatan Unjani. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Jaminan Kesehatan Nasional. Ya, Jaminan Kesehatan Nasional itu adalah programnya, sedangkan BPJS itu adalah badan hukumnya. Jadi programnya itu Jaminan Kesehatan Nasional. Apa itu Jaminan Kesehatan Nasional? Yaitu program pelayanan kesehatan dari pemerintah yang berwujud BPJS Kesehatan dan BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. Dan sistem kedua-duanya menggunakan sistem asuransi. Sedangkan BPJS adalah badan hukum yang dibentuk untuk menyelenggarakan program jaminan.
Cek. Himarmika Jenderal Ahmad Yani, University Yogyakarta present the International Conference of Health Information Management 2020, How Advance in IT Will Improve Health Information Management. The rules of this conduct are: all participants please join to Zoom meeting at least 20 minutes before. Please log in to the Zoom meeting using your account and rename with the format full name _ and your affiliation. Please not use a pseudonym or abbreviation. Participants who have access to Zoom must dress modestly and behave politely during the event. As long as the activity is in progress, participants are prohibited from turning on the speaker or loudspeaker to support this event running optimally and quietly. Participants can activate the speaker in discussion session or press the button Raise Hand. Participants are required to do attendance on attendance form. The link will be shared by the host when the event starts. Participants are also required to fill out an evaluation form by attaching evidence of attending the seminar. The links will be shared by the host at the end of the event. Due to time constraints, participants can ask questions to the resource person in the chat facility with format full name _ institution _ speaker name _ question. Participants are expected to follow the activity until the end. Participants who do not attend the event until the end will not get a certificate, as well as participants who do not fill in the evaluation link at the end of the session. Participants can take part in activities in Zoom meetings or online via YouTube and Instagram with official accounts.
Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta merupakan lembaga pendidikan di bawah Yayasan KTK Paksi TNI Angkatan Darat, terbentuk dari penggabungan Stikes dan Stimik Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta.
Dari sistem pembelajaran, metode yang digunakan yaitu student center learning, yang mana mahasiswa dituntut aktif dalam proses pembelajaran. Dosen-dosen yang ada di sini merupakan dosen pilihan dan lulusan-lulusan terbaik.
sebuah kebanggaan bagi kami dapat mendidik dan mempersiapkan para Ahmad Yani muda sebagai generasi penerus kejayaan bangsa Indonesia.
Prodi PIK sendiri berdiri pada tanggal 13 Maret tahun 2014 dengan memiliki visi menjadi program studi yang unggul dan terdepan dalam bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik tingkat nasional serta mewarisi nilai-nilai kejuangan Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta, di mana kita sendiri memiliki misi akan berkembang secara nasional pada tahun 2037. Keunggulan Prodi PIK itu sendiri, kami unggul di bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik. Untuk mendukung visi tersebut, Prodi PIK memiliki 6 misi. Yang pertama, misi kami adalah melakukan pendidikan dalam bidang rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan yang unggul dalam bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik. Yang kedua, kami berfokus memiliki misi untuk melakukan penelitian yang relevan dengan bidang ilmu rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan sesuai dengan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Yang ketiga, kami melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat sesuai bidang ilmu rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan. Yang keempat, kami melakukan kerjasama dengan stakeholder yang menggunakan kerjasama dengan kami serta lulusan kami. Yang kelima, kami melakukan peningkatan good university governance. Dan yang terakhir, kami memiliki misi yaitu dengan mengembangkan serta menerapkan nilai-nilai kejuangan Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta. Untuk mendukung proses pembelajaran, kami memiliki laboratorium pendukung dengan standar nasional, di mana laboratorium kami merupakan lab terbaik tingkat nasional dari 54 institusi pendidikan sejenis di Indonesia. Kami juga aktif dalam mengikuti kegiatan seminar-seminar nasional di bidang rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan, di mana anak didik kami aktif dalam mengikuti lomba coding, lomba debat, serta brand competition. Di mana dengan adanya kegiatan ini, harapan kami tidak hanya terkenal mengembangkan diri di tingkat daerah istimewa Yogyakarta, tetapi kita melebarkan sayap hingga nasional sesuai dengan visi dan misi dari Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani. Demikianlah gambaran umum dari Prodi PIK Fakultas Kesehatan Unjani. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Internasional. Ya, jaminan kesehatan nasional itu adalah programnya, sedangkan BPJS itu adalah badan hukumnya. Jadi programnya itu jaminan kesehatan nasional. Apa itu jaminan kesehatan nasional? Yaitu program pelayanan kesehatan dari pemerintah yang berwujud BPJS Kesehatan dan BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. Dan sistem kedua-duanya menggunakan sistem asuransi. Sedangkan BPJS adalah badan hukum yang dibentuk untuk menyelenggarakan program jaminan.
Okay, the honorable speakers from within the country and abroad, and honorable all distinguished guests present, please welcome and join today's Zoom meeting.
Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, once again, may I have your attention? We will start the seminar in a few moments. We would like to remind you again to keep your microphone mute. Thank you.
Himarmika Jenderal Ahmad Yani, University Yogyakarta present the International Conference of Health Information Management 2020, How Advanced in IT Will Improve Health Information Management. The rules of this conduct are: the all participants please join to Zoom meeting at least 20 minutes before. Please log in to the Zoom meeting using your account and rename with the format full name underscore and your affiliation. Please not use a pseudonym or abbreviation. Participants who have access to Zoom must dress modestly and behave politely during the event. As long as the activity is in progress, participants are prohibited from turning on the speaker or loudspeaker to support this event running optimally and quietly. Participants can activate the speaker in discussion session or press the button Raise Hand. Participants are required to do attendance on attendance form. The link will be shared by the host when the event starts. Participants are also required to fill out an evaluation form by attaching evidence of attending the seminar. The links will be shared by the host at the end of the event. Due to time constraints, participants can ask questions to the resource person in the chat facility with format full name underscore institution underscore speaker name underscore question. Participants are expected to follow the activity until the end. Participants who do not attend the event until the end will not get a certificate, as well as participants who do not fill in the evaluation link at the end of the session. Participants can take part in activities in Zoom meetings or online via YouTube and Instagram with official accounts.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Greetings to all of us. I would like to extend my warm welcome to all the guests to the first international seminar organized by Himarmika, Stop Dreaming, Let's Doing. We are pleased as much as 14 delegates are in attendance, being from 14 countries, namely South Africa, Philippines, India, Malaysia, Nigeria, Oman, Saudi Arabia, USA, Japan, Australia, Qatar, Jamaica, United Arab Emirates, and Indonesia. The Honorable Mr. Wikan Sakarinto, ST, MSc, PhD, the Director of General Vocational Education, represented by Director of Vocational Education, Mr. Dr. Beni Bandana Jaya, ST, MT. The Honorable Mrs. Nuryati Esfar, MPH, Chairman of the Indonesian of Higher Education for Health Information Management Association. The Honorable Mr. Sugeng, SKM, MM, the Regional of Head of Indonesian Professional on Medical Record Health Information Organization of Yogyakarta. The Honorable Mr. Dr. Randes Joko Susilo, ST, MT, IPU, our Rector of Jenderal Ahmad Yani University, Yogyakarta. The Honorable Mr. Kuswanto Harjo, Dr. MKes, Dean of Jenderal Ahmad Yani University, Yogyakarta. The Honorable Mrs. Laili Rahmatul Ilmi, AMD, SKM, MPH, Head of Medical Record and Health Information Department of the Faculty of Health, Jenderal Ahmad Yani University, Yogyakarta. The Honorable Mr. Sugeng Santoso, AMD, Perkes, SKM, Advisor of Himarmika, Medical Record and Health Information Student Association of Jenderal Ahmad Yani University, Yogyakarta. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Here I am, Ristiana Eka Arining Tias, as Master of Ceremony, will guide this seminar. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our speaker today, the Honorable Mrs. Dr. Randa Gemala Rabia Hatta, MRA, MKes from Indonesia. Mr. Professor Dato Dr. Muhammad Gapar Muhammad Johar from Malaysia. Mrs. Heather Green from Australia. Mrs. Elisa Garmelia, AMD Perkes, SKM, MSE from Indonesia. Mr. Muhammad Rifki Ma'arif, ST, MN from Indonesia. And all blessed participants. The first international seminar with the theme, How Advance in Information Technology Will Improve Health Information Management, organized by Himarmika, the Medical Records and Health Information Students Association, Faculty of Health, Jenderal Ahmad Yani University, Yogyakarta. And now, I would like to invite Nindya Rifki Damayanti, Chairman of the committee, to deliver welcome speech. Time and place is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My praise from God be upon you all. Let me also extend a warm welcome to the International Seminar on Medical Record and Health Information Management, organized by Medical Record and Health Information Student Associations of Jenderal Ahmad Yani University, Yogyakarta. Honorable Mr. Wikan Sakarinto, STMT, PhD, Director General of Vocation School, Ministry of Education and Culture in Indonesia. Honorable Mrs. Nuryati Esfar, MPH, Chairman of the Indonesian of Higher Education for Health Information Management Associations. Honorable Mr. Sugeng SKM MM, the Regional Head of Indonesian Professional on Medical Record and Health Information Organization of Yogyakarta Special Region. Honorable Dr. Andes Joko Susilo, SDMC, Director of Jenderal Ahmad Yani University, Yogyakarta. Honorable Mr. Kuswanto Harsho, Dr. M.Kas Dian of Faculty of Health, Jenderal Ahmad Yani University, Yogyakarta. Honorable Mrs. Laili Rahmatul Ilmi, AMD SKM MPH, Head of Medical Record and Health Information Department of the Faculty of Health, Jenderal Ahmad Yani University, Yogyakarta. Honorable Mr. Sugeng Santoso, AMD Perkes SKM Advisor of Himarmika, Medical Record and Health Information Student Associations of Jenderal Ahmad Yani University, Yogyakarta. The honorable speakers from within the country and abroad, honorable all distinguished guests present and participants. We are glad and pleased to welcome you and beloved the entire committee of International Seminar Event 2020. First of all, let us say praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given grace to all of us so that today we can hold an International Seminar 2020. Please allow me as Chairman of Committee of International Seminar 2020 submit a report, Activities International Seminar with the theme, How Advance in Information Technology Will Improve Health Information Management. We took this theme as the background of the increasing information technology, including in the field of health. Therefore, we want to know how information technology improve information management in the health sector from various countries. The 2020 International Seminar was attended by as many as 521 participants, consisting of 423 participants from Indonesia. The details are as follows. 1. General category participant, as many 206 participants from 123 agencies. 2. From the student category, as much 217 participants from 268 institutions, as well as participants from about number 98. Participants consist of countries Indonesia, South Africa, Philippines, India, Malaysia, Nigeria, Oman, Saudi Arabia, USA, Japan, Australia, Qatar, Jamaica, UEA. Finally, I would like to thank the committee who took their time and energy to make the 2020 International Seminar run well. The speakers who have been willing to provide material to all of us and the participants we have participated in this event. Hopefully, the International Seminar will going well as we expected. So, many regrets from me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
In this special day, we have several agenda. Before we start, let me explain the agenda schedule of this seminar. The first agenda is opening, the second is praying, the third is singing Indonesian national anthem, the fourth is greetings, the sixth is presentation by the speakers and discussion divided into two sessions. The sixth is reading conclusion, and the last is closing. For your information, there is a door prize session at ISOMA and at the end of this event. Entering the next agenda, there is a recitation led by Hadi Prayoga.
Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let us bow our head for a moment, pray to God Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that our international seminar can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are placed to pay according to each of your belief. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'mahu wa yukafi muazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu, kama yambagi lil jala wajhikal karim wal azimi sultanik. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din, wa fihatan fil jasad, wa ziyatan fi ilmi, wa barakatan fi rizki, wa taubatan qoblal maut, wa rahmatan indal maut, wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma firlana wali walidina walil muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat alahya himin wan anwat innaka sami'un qaribun mujibu da'wat ya qadiyal hajat. Oh Allah, today Saturday December 12, 2020, in this beautiful place we gather here to bring about an international seminar medical record and health information. The theme is how advance in information technology will improve health information management. Make this the conference we organize today benefit to our life, broaden our knowledge, send our ideas, and lead to be successful productive person, which in turn will boost dignity of our nation. Oh Allah, protect us from bad things, show us the right path, and give us our knowledge and strength to perform good things equally, show us and make it clear the bad things, and give us knowledge and strength to avoid them. Oh Allah, you are the one who can fulfill our doa. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa wassalamu alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will invite you to sing Indonesian national anthem and followed by March of Jenderal Ahmad Yani University, Yogyakarta.
Indonesia, kebangsaan
and gentlemen, the next agenda is greeting. The first greeting is from Rector of Jenderal Ahmad Yani University Yogyakarta, Mr. Dr. Andes Joko Susilo, ST, MT, IPU. Time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable, the Vice Direktur Perguruan Tinggi Vokasi Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan Indonesia, Mr. The Honorable, the Vice Himarmika Indonesia, this is as far MPH. The Honorable, the Vice DPD Yogyakarta, Mr. Supen SKMMN. The Honorable, the Vice Dean and the Dean of the Faculty of Health and Unjaya Lecture. The Honorable, the keynote speaker, and all the speakers, the seminar participants, especially the students, study of medical record and health information faculty of Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta. These ambitious processes as or get usually on the question of limited code because for this great today we can meet online to participate in the seminar held by the medical record and student associated of faculty of health with the theme set information technology well health information management extend good health and full of progress. We already know that at this time the information technology the factor that influence success as well as a reason for the community in the world of health. That will of medical record and health information is supporting health service has a very large role, both seen as a source of health data, benefits determination, and speed in service to patients. And even the large role of medical record and health information technology is very acute. The University Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta Unjaya a seminar on medical record and health information with them. How advanced information technology will improve health information. On this opportunity, I am, as Rector of Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta, to welcome to participants of the international organized in the medical record and Southern Associate for Facultas Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta. We also express our gratitude to the speaker. One, Dr. JRA Camilla Rebik Hatta, MPes Indonesia, the subtema electronic and information regulation in to support electronic medical record. 2. Muhammad Arif, ST Magister Engineering from Indonesia, Unit of Medical Record in Big Data Analytics. 3. Gramilia, PhD, Opportunities and Strategy for Applying Electronic Medical Record. Profesor Dato Dr. M.B. Gafar, MPhil, Strategic Issue for the Development of Health Information Management in Southeast Asia. Mrs. Heather Green, Development of Health Information System. especially electronic music record. And also the seminar of Mr. Yakaria Tobiko MPH. This seminar is very important and therefore I hope that the participants maximize themselves and less in the material presented by all the speaker. The point of maximizing yourself here is mobilize and integrated and synergies all your strength and to be able to absorb seminar material. Ladies and gentlemen, the international seminar, how information technology will improve health information management is of officially open. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Joko Susilo. The second greetings is from the Regional Head of Indonesian Professional on Medical Record and Health Information Organization of Yogyakarta, Mr. Sugeng SKM MM. Time is yours.
Terima kasih. Mohon izin saya menyampaikan sambutan dalam bahasa Indonesia. Yang saya hormati Bapak Dr. Andes Joko Susilo STMT API, Rektor Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani, Bapak Wikan Sakarinta SDM SC PhD, Dirjen Pendidikan Vokasi, Bapak Dr. Koswanto Harjo MKes, Dekan Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani, Ibu Lili Yulaikah MKap, Wakil Dekan 1 Fakultas Kesehatan Masyarakat Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani, Ibu Nuryati Esvan MPH, Ketua Asosiasi Perguruan Tinggi Rekam Medis dan Informasi Kesehatan Indonesia, termiki. Kepada seluruh pembicara yang akan menyampaikan materi pada pagi hari ini, Ibu Dr. Kumara, Ibu Elsa dan juga pembicara yang lain, Ibu Laili Rahmatul Ilmi IMT SKM MPH, Kepala Prodi Rekam Medis dan Informasi Kesehatan Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani, panitia yang tergabung dalam wadah himpunan mahasiswa Rekam Medis dan Informasi Kesehatan Himarmika, dan seluruh peserta International Conference yang berbahagia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang pertama, marilah kita selalu mengucapkan syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa taala, Tuhan Yang Maha Esa yang telah melimpahkan rahmat serta hidayah-Nya, sehingga kita semua pada saat ini dapat mengikuti acara Internasional Conference 2020 dengan kondisi yang sehat. Dalam kondisi pandemi saat ini dan juga di era penerapan kebiasaan baru, kita semua wajib mengikuti protokol kesehatan dan juga tidak direkomendasikan untuk berkumpul dalam jumlah besar dan juga dalam waktu yang lama. Oleh karena itu, event-event ilmiah diselenggarakan dengan daring. Namun demikian, peserta kami harapkan dapat mengikuti acara ini dengan sepenuhnya, sehingga ilmu yang disampaikan oleh pembicara dapat terserap oleh seluruh peserta. Bapak Ibu peserta conference yang saya hormati, informasi yang cepat dan juga tepat adalah merupakan kebutuhan baik itu individu maupun institusi. Hal ini tersebut tentu saja tidak terlepas dari dukungan teknologi informasi yang handal, sehingga mampu memenuhi harapan pengguna teknologi tersebut. Kami dari Dewan Pimpinan Daerah Perhimpunan Profesional Rekam Medis dan Informasi Kesehatan Indonesia, Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, singkat DPD Pormiki DIY, memberikan apresiasi yang tinggi atas terselenggaranya International Conference 2020 yang diselenggarakan oleh Himarmika. Dalam Hal ini tentu saja seiring dengan visi Formiki yang ditetapkan dalam Kongres ke-9 di Medan tahun 2018, di mana Formiki sebagai organisasi profesi yang handal dalam bidang manajemen informasi kesehatan di tingkat internasional di tahun 2025. Maka acara yang terselenggara ini adalah merupakan langkah yang strategis untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut. Harapan kami event ini betul-betul mampu membuka serta meningkatkan semangat PMIK untuk mewujudkan visi yang telah dijalankan. Bapak dan Ibu peserta conference yang saya hormati, pada saat ini telah terjadi perkembangan yang cepat. Rumah sakit, puskesmas, dan juga klinik di mana vaskes tersebut telah banyak memanfaatkan teknologi informasi dengan penerapan rekam medis elektronik sebagai bentuk perkembangan dari dokumen rekam medis dalam bentuk kertas. Hal ini juga sejalan dengan surat edaran dari Kementerian Kesehatan nomor YR 02.03 garis miring 3 Romawi garis miring 0219 tahun 2020 tentang persiapan penerapan rekam medis elektronik yang merupakan rencana strategis Renstra dari Kementerian Kesehatan. Saya berharap acara Internasional Conference 2020 ini dan juga event-event ilmiah di tingkat internasional yang lain tidak hanya diikuti oleh sebagian kecil dari anggota Formiki, tetapi dapat diikuti oleh sejumlah besar anggota sehingga harapan untuk menciptakan informasi yang ada di tingkat internasional dapat terwujud. Oleh karena itu, perubahan-perubahan pasti terjadi. Kesiapan PMIK ditantang pada era ini, bagaimana PMIK mampu untuk menyesuaikan dengan perkembangan teknologi, yang mau tidak mau harus belajar dan belajar agar tercipta sebuah peningkatan kompetensi serta keterampilan dalam menyongsong perubahan tersebut. The college student as the next generation and prospective future leader must be able to hold international event related to technological development in the health sector so as to provide support for the development of health information. Welcome to International Conference 2020. It is a great help to see many of you here. Demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan kepada tamu undangan. Mohon izin saya menyampaikan permohonan maaf jika ada kesalahan dalam menyebutkan nama, jabatan, serta gelar akademik. Dan kepada seluruh peserta juga mohon maaf jika ada kata maupun kalimat yang kurang berkenan. Selanjutnya, dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, International Conference 2020 dengan resmi dibuka. Selamat mengikuti International Conference. Saya akhiri, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waktu saya kembalikan.
Thank you, Mr. Sugeng. The next greeting is from Chairman of the Indonesian of Higher Education for Health Information Management Association, Mrs. Nuryati Esfar, MPH.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang terhormat Rektor Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta, Bapak Dr. Andes Joko Susilo STMT, yang terhormat Dekan Fakultas Kesehatan Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta, Bapak Dr. Kuswanto Harjo MKes, yang terhormat Kaprodi D3 Rekam Medis dan Informasi Kesehatan Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta, Ibu Leli Rahmatul Ilmi, HMD SKM MPH, yang terhormat Dr. Anda Gemala Robiah Hatta MRA MKes, selaku Regional Director International Federation Health Information Management Association Southeast Regional, selaku pembina Formiki dan menjadi salah satu pendiri dari Formiki. Terima kasih, Bu Gemala. Yang terhormat Dr. Elise Garmelia, AMD Perkes SKM, MSI, selaku dosen Protekes Kemenkes Semarang, juga selaku Dewan Pengawas dan Pembina IPP Formiki. Alhamdulillah pada saat kepemimpinan beliau dilahirkanlah ACHMAD. Melalui Litbang ada kegiatan penyusunan kurikulum, dengan kesepakatan dan izin dari beliau lahirlah ACHMAD. Kemudian yang terhormat kepada Bapak Muhammad Rifki Ma'arif, STMN, selaku Wakil Dekan Fakultas Teknologi Informasi Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta, yang akan menjadi salah satu narasumber pada kegiatan pada pagi hari ini. Dear International Conference Speakers from Malaysia and Australia, Prof. Datuk Dr. MD Gapar MD Johar, as Dean Faculty of Informatic Technology at Management Science University Malaysia, and Mrs. Heather Green as Co-Chair SIL7 International Vocabulary Working Group. Thank you for your contributions. Serta tidak lupa pula yang terhormat Pembina Himarmika Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta, Bapak Sugeng Santoso MD Perkes SKM, dan yang tercinta Ketua Pelaksana International Conference, Ninda Rifki Damayanti, yang telah menyiapkan segala sesuatunya untuk kegiatan besar pada pagi hari ini. Serta yang terhormat dan kami banggakan kepada seluruh peserta, baik peserta dari Indonesia maupun dari luar negeri, dengan total peserta informasi dari panitia lebih dari 450 orang yang melakukan registrasi. Welcome to more than 78 participants from more than 17 countries who registered, among others from Malaysia, Nigeria, Oman, Philippines, Saudi, and USA. Yang pertama, marilah kita panjatkan puja dan puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala yang telah memberikan kesempatan, kenikmatan, kesehatan kepada kita semua, sehingga alhamdulillah kita dapat mengikuti acara International Conference Online 2020 Himarmika Fakultas Kesehatan Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta dengan topik How Advance in Information Technology will Improve Health Information Management dapat berjalan dengan lancar. Semoga dengan doa kita semua acara pada pagi hari ini sampai dengan sore dapat berjalan dengan lancar. Yang kedua, saya selaku Ketua Umum ACHMAD memberikan apresiasi yang setinggi-tingginya kepada Himarmika, Himpunan Mahasiswa Rekam Medis dan Informasi Kesehatan dari Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta yang telah berhasil menyelenggarakan kegiatan International Conference. Semoga mendorong Himarmika dari perguruan tinggi lain untuk melakukan hal yang sama, saling berkolaborasi, melengkapi kerjasama. Ya, dengan harapan kegiatan serupa di masa yang akan datang lebih banyak lagi. Saya berpesan semoga dengan kegiatan yang sama, ya, International Conference, mohon dilengkapi dengan call for paper dan lomba. Harapannya seluruh dosen, mahasiswa yang terhimpun di ACHMAD dapat berkontribusi baik dalam publikasi call for paper maupun lomba yang nantinya outputnya adalah terciptanya kegiatan serta prestasi tingkat internasional terkait dengan atau dalam bidang rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan serta manajemen dan informasi kesehatan. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, para hadirin, materi yang akan disampaikan pada kegiatan pagi hari ini sampai dengan sore, kalau saya lihat itu sangat menarik. Yang akan disampaikan oleh Bu Gemala terkait dengan kebijakan, bagaimana kebijakan, bagaimana payung hukumnya terkait dengan elektronik medical record. Nanti materi yang akan disambung oleh Prof. Datuk Dr. MD Gapar MD Johar. Jadi bagaimana strategic issue from the development health information management. Selanjutnya materi dari Bu Els ini juga sangat menarik terkait dengan opportunity and strategy for applying electronic medical record. Bu Els juga akan menceritakan bagaimana pengalaman beliau ya, ke beberapa negara. Beliau melihat secara langsung bagaimana kegiatan PMIK di luar negeri, baik melalui kegiatan terkait dengan IFIMA maupun yang lainnya. Kemudian akan dilanjutkan lagi bagaimana How to Development Electronic Medical Record dari Miss Heather Crane. Nah, ini bagaimana standarisasi data, bagaimana keamanan datanya. Nah, pembicara yang terakhir menceritakan bagaimana utilization of medical record in big data analysis. Di sini Bapak Ibu semua sama-sama kita mengetahui rekam medis adalah big data. Ketika rekam medis sudah terelektronikkan, electronic medical record, ini adalah big data. Bagaimana kemampuan kita, ya, PMIK dalam mengolah, menyajikan, ya, menganalisis dari data rekam medis. Topik-topik tersebut sangat relevan dengan kegiatan dan persiapan manajemen informasi kesehatan saat ini dan yang akan datang. Kita tidak bisa pungkiri dengan adanya revolusi industri 4.0, serba digitalisasi. Saat ini saja sudah cukup banyak ya, masyarakat bisa mengakses pelayanan kesehatan hanya melalui gadget tanpa datang ke rumah sakit. Bagaimana dengan PMIK? Kita harus siapkan bagaimana kurikulumnya, menyiapkan agar lulusan rekam medis ini mampu bersaing di era digitalisasi. Mampu lulusan ini memanfaatkan, menyiapkan, mengoperasikan, menganalisis, melihat kebutuhan dan yang lainnya terkait dengan elektronik medical. Oke, semoga semua kita dapat belajar, mengambil poin-poin dari acara kita pada pagi hari ini sampai sore, sehingga harapannya akan ada poin-poin yang dikembangkan untuk penelitian, untuk pelatihan, maupun kegiatan lain yang dapat mengembangkan suasana akademik di masing-masing perguruan tinggi. Harapannya nanti akan ada topik-topik penelitian yang bisa dipublikasikan di jurnal-jurnalnya para anggota APTIRMIKI. Ya, harapannya Bapak Ibu, teman-teman, mahasiswa, mari kita bisa publikasikan bersama. Bagaimana nih rekam medis kita? Bagaimana perencanaan rekam medis yang akan datang? Bagaimana kesiapan rekam medis dan yang lainnya? Oke, selanjutnya terima kasih saya ucapkan kepada pihak Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani atas izin dan perkenannya memfasilitasi Himarmika untuk menyelenggarakan kegiatan seminar internasional. Kemudian terima kasih kepada Bapak Ibu semua yang telah berkontribusi, berpartisipasi terkait dengan acara pada pagi sampai sore hari ini. Semoga lancar, Bapak Ibu bisa mendapatkan manfaat. Pada para narasumber, terima kasih atas ilmunya. Insya Allah kita semua akan bisa memetik manfaat dari pertemuan atau acara pada pagi hari ini. Dan yang terakhir, saya ucapkan selamat mengikuti Internasional Conference. Harapannya kita dapat menyimak, mengambil pembelajaran, serta menerapkan di dalam dunia nyata. Saya akhiri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, and the last greeting is from Director of Vocational Education, Mr. Dr. Benny Bandanajaya, ST.MT. Time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Honorable Bapak Joko Susilo, Rektor of Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta, Ibu Nuryati, Head of APTIRMIKI, Bapak Sugeng, Head of Regional Representative Council of PORMIKI, Daerah Istimewa Yogyakarta, all of keynote speak, all students of Himarmika Unjani Yogyakarta, and also all of participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Alhamdulillah, praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given His grace so that we can together here attending the international seminar with the title of How Advance in Information Technology Will Improve Health Information Management. This seminar is organized by Student Association of RMIK, Health Faculty of Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta. Thank you for the invitation to give a speech, and I am here represent of a Director General of Pak Wikan Sakarinto, and I convey and apologize from Pak Wikan that he cannot present here because there is another agenda which he must attend. In line with the title of this seminar, that is the use of information technology in improving information management in the health sector. So I welcome this seminar activity to be able to provide benefits to all participants regarding the importance of information technology in improving health services at hospitals or other health facilities. We know that in Industrial 4.0, information technology is a primary need today, and in the future, the use of information technology in the world of healthcare is imperative to be implemented immediately. The government, that is the Ministry of Education and Cultures, in its strategic plan has also included information technology literacy as part of curriculum development for higher education, where all kinds of study programs are required to include information technology as a part of their learning process. I hope that this international seminar can give insight and knowledge about the application of information technology in the health management for all participants, so that it is useful and can be implemented in the world of health work. Finally, I congratulate you on carrying out the international seminar, and I wish you all always in good health and success. Thank you very much for your attention. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Okay. Entering to the main session, explanation by the speaker and discussion. The first session will be guided directly by Mr. Zakarias Purbobinuko, MPH, as the moderator. And before we start, I would like to remind you to fill in attendance, the link available in chat field. Let me to read his curriculum vitae. Okay. Mr. Zakarias Purbobinuko, Magister of Public Health, lecturer in Medical Record and Health Information Department in Jenderal Ahmad Yani University of Yogyakarta. His education is Master in Public Health, Health Information System Management, Faculty of Medicine Gadjah Mada University Yogyakarta, Bachelor Degree Communication Department, Faculty of Social and Politics Gadjah Mada University Yogyakarta, Undergraduate Diploma Medical Records and Health Informatics Duta Bangsa University Surakarta. And his experience and professional membership, 20 years as a medical record and health information practitioner, Indonesian Professional on Medical Record and Health Information Organization. And we are so proud to have lecturers like Mr. Zakarias with his incredible experience. And now, please welcome Mr. Zakarias Purbobinuko, MPH. Time and place is yours.
Okay, all participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. This is the end of the opening ceremony. Thank you for your participation. On behalf of the committee, I would also like to apologize for any shortcomings and inconveniences. The honorable speakers from within the country and abroad, honorable distinguished guests, present and participants, we are glad and pleased to welcome you. Let me also extend a warmest welcome to seminar of the first international seminar on health information organized by Himarmika, Student Association of Medical Record and Health Information Department of Jenderal Ahmad Yani University, Yogyakarta, Indonesia. The seminar is virtually held for today's December the 12th, 2020 2020. Distinguished all participants, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we would like to apologize for the inconvenience of keeping us waiting due to the technical problem. Well, the seminar is about to commence in a few moments, but before we start, let me announce to you some important information. First of all, to help us to recognize you easily, would you please to put your name on the screen as required in the document sent by the committee to your email. Also, please make sure you activate your video and also your microphone when necessary, in addition to ensure that the seminar will run well. If not necessarily, for example, if you are invited to ask questions or to respond to certain questions by the speaker or moderator, would you please make sure that your microphone is off? Further information about you can get involved in the presentation session, including asking questions in the chat room, will be shared by the committee. All participants, ladies and gentlemen, to start with, please be seated. Next, we would like to proudly present you all. I'm pleased to welcome you to the international seminar with theme, How Advanced Information Technology Will Improve Health Information Management, which is relatively includes quite a lot of new concepts in the Indonesian higher education of medical record and health information educational system. The theme is raised to bring enlightenment to recurrence of fresh ideas that can be applied. We hope that it can be a good forum for lecturers and practitioners in health information field to share ideas, recent findings, and best practices in the implementation of IT's advance in the field of health information management. In this case, however, should be able to empower not only students but also lecturers as the amazing speakers. A special gratitude is addressed to Mrs. Elise Garmelia as the middleman who has facilitated the committee to invite the outstanding speakers in their fields in the seminar. We have done our best to prepare the seminar, so my highest appreciation and heartfelt thanks to all committee members, as to all human shortcomings may occur here, and there on behalf of the committee, I would therefore like you all to accept our apologies. It is with great pride, pleasure, and honor that we have been successful in organizing this seminar. In a challenging situation of confidential pandemic, we are currently facing with the support of the JENDERAL ACHMAD YANI University Yogyakarta, Indonesia, speakers, and many of the parties. The organization committee has collectively made this event a reality. The university takes a platform for future mode to hold the international seminar as what we utilize today on the ground that the health and safety among us should become the main priority. Some prominent experts as the distinguished speaker in the seminar from different countries, namely Dr. Randa Gemala Rabiahata MRA MKes from Indonesia, Mr. Professor Datuk Dr. Muhammad Kapar Muhammad Johar from Malaysia, Mr. Muhammad Rifki Ma'arif, ST Master Engineering from Indonesia, Mrs. Elise Garmelia, AMD Perkes, SKM, MSI, PhD from Indonesia, and Mrs. Heather Grant, Master of Health Informatics from Australia. In this opportunity, I would like to warmly express many thanks to them all. Adding this, it is unwise not to appreciate all participants who have managed to take part in this seminar through virtual mode. I hope that this seminar brings some benefit. We are now proceeding to the next item of today's agenda. The first speech will be delivered by Mrs. Dr. Randa Gemala Hatta MRA MKes, Associate Professor, and she is very special for us. Today with her so many achievements. First of all, let me share with you her academic backgrounds. In 1976, graduate Allied Health Science from School of Medical Record Administration, New South Wales, Sydney, Australia. The other degrees were obtained in 1983, graduate Public Administration from Department of State Administration, STIA, LAN, Republik Indonesia, Jakarta. In 1994, postgraduate program in Public Health from FKM, University of Indonesia. In 2002, postgraduate doctoral program in Public Health from University of Indonesia. Her professional backgrounds in 1976 as civil servants, Echelon 2 at Ministry of Health of Republik Indonesia. She has been lecturer at the University of Respati, Indonesia and University of Indonesia. Her organizational background: in 1989, founder of PORMIKI, Indonesian Professional Association of Medical Record and Health Information. In 1989, originator and founder of the first Medical Record Administration School in Indonesia. Currently, there are 60 similar schools in Indonesia. In IFHRO, International Federation of Health Records Organization, she served as a regional director of South Asia from 2007 to 2010. Currently in IFHIMA, the International Federation of Health Information Management, this is the new name of IFHRO, she served as the regional director of Southeast Asia. When it's about her publication, she has a large number of books, articles, essays, and mostly are about medical records and health information management and its relevant subfield. She is also very active in giving professional conference presentation. In addition, she has been invited in numerous lectures and conferences as well as consulting. She also has got various grants and awards too many to mention for her research and teaching. Mrs. Gemala also contributes a lot in various professional and university services. To save our time, in this seminar, Mrs. Gemala will be presenting electronic and information regulation in Indonesia to support electronic medical record. Please welcome Mrs. Dr. Anda Gemala Hatta, MRA, MKes. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom. May God bless you all. I'm very happy to be invited in this very important session, and I would like to gather some of my experience to all of you. But first of all, I would like to praise my appreciation to all the committee, and especially to leader of this university, that's Mr. Chairman, President, also Mr. Benny Bandajaya as the Director General from the Ministry of Education, and also we have to appreciate also the work of Mr. Kuswanto as Dean of in Unyani, and also to all my friends from all over the world. Welcome you all, and I'm happy one of the speakers that would be Mr. from Australia, Mrs. Gray, and then it is a very, very important thing to be gathered in this event. Probably the committee can start with the color, the red color. Would you please press the video? To the committee, would you be able to press the video, the red color? Would you press the button? Committee? The committee, please press the video, the red button. The committee, please press the video, the red button, yes. Underneath or in the middle. Yeah, please press it, yes. Could you please press it? you please press it. Yes, please press it. Okay, now it's working. So I would like to start this video by as a reflection that in Indonesia we have so many dots of information. I think all over the world is suffering the same thing or having the same problem. So we have to see all kinds of bubbling. So it's not the bubbling, but it's all the information that gathering to us, and then we have to regulate them. Then we have to know exactly what we are going to do with all kinds of tiny bubbles. So the bubbles just a signification of electronic and electromotion system that should be gathered in Indonesia. So with all kinds of bubbling, thousands or millions of information that come to us, we can say it as a big data. Then we have to know how do you try to support the electronic medical record by seeing all those kinds of data. But first of all, we have to know what we are going to say today. Okay, next slide, please. So as an introduction, I would like to speak about type of information and then who produced HIM regulation, Indonesian government, law, ministry, and other. Let me explain. The type of information, we know in the information sector, we receive information. First of all, we know data. From data, then we have to make it out in a clear portion. We have to make it out in a good sense of information. So it turns to be the information. But then in the hospital, we have two kind of capacity. Information for the hospital itself, that means for the managerial aspect, and information for the healthcare sector. So the information for the administration based solely for financial problems and domestic, household, pharmacy, stocks, things like that. And also how many things inside the hospital, like cars, how many ambulances, that's kind of information, but that is for the managerial aspect. But what we need actually for the medical aspect, that is based on the real clinical aspect that is comes from the patient. Because without the patients, then we cannot get any data whatsoever. Of course, there is no information whatsoever. So first of all, we have to see that clearly, because if we want to make information in the good sense, then we have to study what kind of information are surrounding us. Adjacent to it, that is should be clear, and adjacent to it, that should be logic, and adjacent to it, that should be very thoughtful what we are going to implement in the future. So actually, who produced the HIM regulation? HIM regulation, it depends on you. What kind of sophistication level in your hospital. So if you want to create a good HIM regulation, then you should talk to the Ministry of Health, or talk to the Ministry of Education, and talk to the Ministry of any kinds that can be really support your program. So in this paper, I would like to inform you that the things that the ministry, all the ministries in Indonesia has provide kinds of regulation, decrease, and also this kind of decrease, and also it comes from the Indonesian level. But then we have to take it also to the international level, because in international level we have also, of course, IFHIMA, we have of course ACHMAD, and apparently presently I'm the regional director of IFHIMA SEAR, and before that I was the regional director of IFRO SEAR. But now we have the 4 pillars to be implemented soon. So if you look at the website of IFHIMA, please do so, and then you can find the 4 pillars, and then it should be implemented soon in your country or throughout the world, so globally. So twice in a month we have discussion with international level via Zoom, and we discuss all kinds of the regulations, what kind of regulation that we have to add and how can be implemented. So I'm very happy that I think certain countries presently come in this session, and then we would like to have all of you and then share the projects that IFHIMA has already do it in a very, very long term. Okay, so the Indonesian is already the ministry. Of course, we have also Pormiki. So when I established Pormiki in 1989, it is called Pormiki, just abbreviation. But the real that is the Indonesian Professional on Medical Record and Health Information Professionals. So we have already now around 6 of committee member countries. They are all in the provinces level, and like Mr. Sugeng comes from Yogyakarta, and also we have to wait another 8 more provinces to go in binding all into 34 provinces all over the Indonesia. Okay, and then we have also before that long time we have the municipality health department, or we call it in Jakarta we call it PPSPM. So PPSPM, that is the midwife of Pormiki. So without the PPSPM, then we cannot have Pormiki. So I was the chairman of PPSPM from 1981 until 1989. So this is all the introduction from me. And then now we can go more deeper into the subject. Next slide, please. So if you come from different kind of the world, so you see the globe, 1/8 of the globe circumference, that is Indonesia. You know how big is Indonesia, that is in red dots, and then all capital cities. We have 34 capital cities around the world, around the Indonesia. And then if you spread in the map, and Indonesia lies from London to Moscow, and then it's very huge. So it's around from left to right, that is around 3,200 miles, and from the up to north, from north to the south, that is 1,100. So you can imagine how big it is. So this is Indonesia if you are not aware of it. And some people do not know where's Bali. Probably the committee can pinpoint where is Bali. Bisa tolong unjukkan Bali Bapak di peta itu? Panitia, tolong tunjukkan Bali dengan cursor di peta itu. So Bali is very tiny little place. Tunjukkan Bali, bukan itu Papua. Ke kiri-kiri lagi. Kiri-kiri, kiri lagi, kiri. Itu Timor. Okay, Papua is on the right side, and then Java Island, nah, that is Bali, around that. So people know exactly, want to have vacation in Bali, but Bali is only a tiny island. But these are all Indonesia. So if you happen to know Indonesia, so you know Australia, and then you know Africa, you know Emirat Arab, and so you know Soviet, and then you know China, and then Europe, and then now you know that this is Indonesia. Okay, next. Next. So if you see Indonesia in a map, so Indonesia was ruled at that time from almost 350 years by the colonial government, and we happen to be, we have already colonial people from Dutch, that is the longest one, and then from Spain, and we have also from England, UK, and then we have also from tiny little part that is Japan, and then it ruled us for 3.5 years in 1942 until 1945. And then during the 1924 years, so we have this kind of medical record. But on the left side, you can see kennisgeving, that means information, that's in Dutch language. And so the other one is kennisgeving, information. So the information that should be produced by the Dutch doctors for the patient. And this is a psychiatric hospital in Magelang, and I got that from my friend from Australia. And then it's very interesting. We see that all the medical record being written, not in handwriting, but it is in typewriting. So we know who is the name of the patient, and then what kind of sickness, and then all this kind of information. Do we have to neglect them? Do we have to delete them? Do we have to burn them? No, it should be retained, because some part it is a very historical things that we can produce. So I happened to be in London some time ago, and then last year I was in London, but when I visited St. Bartholomew's Hospital, that's in London, it is a very old hospital, and they retain the old part of medical records. So it's like a kind of museum. So you have to do also the same thing. If you have a very long and important and very historical medical record, do not throw that into your basket, but please make it in a museum. So the government of the central government would be very happy, and also the Ministry of Health must be very happy, because in other countries we have this kind of museum. And all this kind of information, you have to gather it, do not throw it away. So from this kind of things, then you can tell the story of your hospital, and of course from your country. I know you have come from Nigeria. I have some friends in Nigeria and also in Cape Town, etc. And these are all the things that you have to keep in your database. And then we have also in Indonesia General Hospital. So when we declare our independence in 1945, and then at the time we still on ledger. So it's in a big book. So all kinds of information being put there. And then because it's we follow the path from the Dutch colonial health professionals at that time, and then the Indonesians do the same thing what the people at that time have been doing beforehand. So, but then after the independence, we have the medical record in the form like the traditional medical record, with the booklet, and as what you have done presently in most of the countries around the world. Okay, next slide, please. Oke, tolong videonya diputar. Tolong videonya digerakin. Panitia. Okay, we see also, the question is, what type of information do you need in healthcare field? So, you know, you have so many reports in each country. You know what WHO has asked, and so what the regional director in the area has asked, and then what kind of information that your hospitals need, and also what kind of information that your governor need, and also probably the Ministry of Education and also the Ministry of Health actually would like to know, and also the social security provider or BPJS, we call it social security provider as BPJS, they do need also that kind of information. So the question is, what type of information you need in the healthcare field? Because there are so many, it's very numerous, and you cannot do all of them. You cannot satisfy everybody, but at least you have your brain and you have to think over what kind of direct data should be gathered, and what kind of special interest of your country, and what is the special interest in your nation as well. And now we are suffering for the pandemic, the COVID-19. So what kind of information should be gathered? And later on, do we have to keep all those records? Yes, then we have to know how many space that we need. Luckily, now we are concentrating on the electronic health record or the electronic medical record. Okay, next. Next. So before you enter the more deeper problem, then we have to know, you are the HIM practitioners. What is HIM? Health Information Management Practitioners. And then all of you who are working in this capacity should know what is the modules in your hospital. Each hospital, they have different kind of modules. So all kind of modules should be gathered, and you should learn, because each department of the hospital will do according to the module. Module should be written precisely as what you can do. Do not just imitate module from Western countries or from countries that very sophisticated, that you cannot do it. That's wrong, because you have to translate the modules, and then you have to specify, and then you have to adjust to your local needs. Because even in Indonesia, we are so big country, and then we have to adjust all kinds according to our needs, because 34 provinces in the country, and each province, they run their own system. Mostly, they are attached to one system from the Ministry of Health, but again, up to them how to solve problems if they have problems inside their own capacity. So if you see here, these are modules. More modules for the person management system, yes, you have, because you have the manpower, and you have to know how many of them, how many technicians, how many health sectors people, how many from the administrative level, all this kind person management system, you have to know exactly. And then patients billing and account receivable. And then of course, the more you have patients, the more you got the money, the more richer the hospital you will be. But then you have to concentrate also. Some of them, they join the social security provider in BPJS system. And so you have to work with the medical record module. So medical record module, medical record, just the traditional health information system now, but presently, now we call also electronic medical record if you have already adjust to the electronic system or electronic level. But if you do not have those system attached to your system, then you just do medical record system with the papers, with the traditional one. Do not feel underestimate what you have done, because in the world we have 220 countries around the world according to the United Nations organization, but mostly we are still doing with the papers, especially in African countries and also in many parts of Latin America. Even though they have started also, and also in Southeast Asia regions, even though we have started for doing with the paperless, but we cannot do it. We cannot avoid the traditional papers as it is. So we still hold the paper as we like today. So, but the medical record office, what do they do? Well, as you know, medical records starting from the patient registration and then appointment of the hospital, and also gathering all the data and information from the health sectors, from the health technicians, and also the medical doctors and the nurses and the orthotic prosthetic level and physiotherapists all work together, all these people. And don't forget, you have also psychologists for children, psychologists for adults, and they are working also in the hospital, even though they are not doctors, but they are working and they insert the medical record in your hospital. So this all kind of papers on information cannot be thrown away. So medical record office work very hard, and especially now you are also facing the ICD-10 will be coming soon, starting the 1st of January 2022. Then you have to alter your system, the whole system ICD-10 into really a computerized system 2022, because 2022 will be different kind of ICD system. Only limited edition will be printed in a book level, but mostly they are using just the IT version. So you have to prepare with your IT system in your hospital. And then clinical information system, what are these? All patients need information about how is their well-being, what kind of sickness, how long they prolong the hospitalization in the hospital. Of course, these kinds of things should be studied, and studying the matters are needed by the clinicians as well, and also the students from the Polytechnic Health School, etc. And also the medical students, they need also the data. So clinical information system needs to be very punctual on data, and we have to be very accurate and also very precise, and it should be legible. So you cannot write in illegible manner, but you have to be very legible. And then, and especially if you are doing the electronic health records, so you do not need the writing hands except only in certain part. But clinical information system is a crucial point in this country and also around the world, that we have to think about the quality level. And the laboratory information system, of course, the head of the laboratory section really have to do the good things in their work, and then they cannot produce the scans, things like that in a bad manner. Also for the blood bank and also pharmacy information system is very important. Modules should be really adjust to them, and then persons with him practitioners should really understand that they are doing this kind of things in order to have a very good information. And so the data should be treated also in radiology information system. But for the head of the hospital, what do they need? They need just an executive information system. It should be brief and concise, and then do not use very long words, but should be really pragmatic and very short and very efficient. And then it should be logical as well, because you cannot just throw the opinion without any things, but you have to really very precise what you have written. So the executive will work upon what you have written for their information. So the secretary of the executive level, they should be very intelligent and should prepare all kinds of information in order to manage the hospital, the running system of the hospital. It all depends on the executive information system. And then also lastly, forensic information and mortuary, or we call it morgue. So what's inside? So the dead corpse, when it should be autopsy if you need, and then all kind of this kind management system and unit module. So him practitioners just do not think about the medical record itself, because the medical record data comes from this kind of people. So these people, there's nothing inside your medical record. So you have to sit down and then open the modules according to your hospital information. Then you know how is the linkage, how is the pathway of the information, the flows, the data flows from one section to another section. So what kind of hindrance, what kind of backstop, then you have to think carefully in order to run a very better hospital information system. And next, please. And then now we are talking about the differences between the electronic health record and electronic medical. Let me specify first for the electronic medical record. So if you are handling electronic medical record, so the traditional one, I should not explain again, because you know exactly that is the traditional medical record based on papers based. And then, but this electronic medical record is a digital version of the chart. So the old chart consists of just the papers, but this is how to put all the words from the chart into the digital version. You put your name, and then your name should be with 1M or 2T or 2L or 2N or 2P, whatever. You should be very precise, because the word will be pronounced the same. Anna, is that Anna, A-N-N-A or A-N-N-N with just one N? Or Teddy, is that T-E-D-I or T-E-D-D-Y, etc. So it's very confusing if you do not know. So, but let's say that you write down exactly to what the patient has given you according to the ID. And then secondly, not this time to be shared outside the individual practice. So once you have established the electronic medical record, it cannot be sent to outside of the hospital, because it is designated just inside your hospital. And then patient record does not easily travel outside the practice. So if you happen to be in Los Angeles, and then you cannot bring patient medical record in a paper base, yes, you can, but you cannot bring the whole medical records from your hospital unless there's a very different kind of circumstances. But patient record does not easily travel. Does not easily, that does not mean that you cannot. You can, but in a different kind of restriction. And then mainly used by providers for diagnosis and also treatment. Yeah, mainly used by providers for diagnosis and also treatment. So doctors A and doctors B, even though they are in different in the same department, they can see each other. But if they want to travel to another department for TNT, for instance, and then you cannot do it unless you you have to tell the people around there. And for instance, like the emergency, yes, emergency should know everything, but the emergency has also some backlog. Then you have to specify to the IT people what kind of things should be open. And this is some restriction happen with you are doing with electronic medical record. It's loose if you are handling the electronic health record, because with electronic health record, this is so the information that is transmitted into the digital record. So all kinds of data that flowing through the two videos beforehand, it comes to you. So this is the digital version of the record, but this is based on the health information. And then streamlined sharing of updated real-time information. So if you happen to talk to your doctor in other countries, if you are a doctor and then there's another doctor in Australia, and then they want to share the medical record, and then they talk briefly what's happening with the patient, then you can do it very briefly. You have no hindrance, you have no problems, because they can see your medical record as well. So that is a real time. So in 1 second, probably 50,000 files can be opened widely. So you can imagine how fast is technology. Allows a patient's medical information to move with them. So if you are traveling to Houston because you want to be operated, and then the patient will say, oh, my doctor in Indonesia is blah, 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 and then the name is his. And then the doctors as well can get the patient's information very easily. So it travels with you. But you know, we have also personal medical record worked widely. In Indonesia, we do not have personal medical record system yet. But it is, if you open the website in America, you can insert daily your activity, especially if you're women, and then all women have got menstruation, and then you can put, and all women has a family. So everybody, each party in the world can write down what's happening with his body or her body, and then you just write down in the personal medical record by yourself. That is personal medical record. But this is what I'm talking about, electronic health record, where the patient's medical record need to move from time according what we need. So if I move, for instance, last year I was in other country, and then I went there, and I happened, let's say I happen to be in a hospital, and I open my medical record over there, and that can be done because it's travel along with me wherever I go, if that is in the electronic version. And then access to tools that providers can use for. So that's very easily. So we just tell what kind of system that you have. So in America, even though not all hospitals have electronic health record, but mostly they know exactly what's electronic medical record, because the traditional medical record has been slowly decreasing. We are going to stop it later on. In this world, we are still having the traditional, we are still having the electronic medical record, and the advancing one, that is the electronic health record, which is not an easy game to do. Okay, next step. Next, please. Okay, this is the electronic health record data. Remember the one that I told you about, the module being gathered in a hospital? So from each part of the hospital, its division, its department of hospital sector, they produce lots of information like this. That's why I always insist the practitioner in health nutrition management should understand that you are not working solely. You are working in a team, a big team. That's why it will come into a big data later on. So if you happen to be in a hospital, you open the traditional medical record or you open the electronic medical record, even if you open the electronic health record, then you will find there's a laboratory information, and then we have also the result, and the doctor will write down the result, and then you know the MARS, that is the molecular adsorbent circulating system in ICU, and then we have also with MARS, then we know how is the hepatic failure patient while waiting liver transplantation. That is by doing the MARS. And then we have the online charting and also the documentation. And then we have the MPI, that is Master Patient Index in the registration level. And then we have the CT, then this is the commutative tomography. And then we have the medical record and the digital x-rays and the nuclear medicine, and also the report, the images from the pathology and histology. And also we have the electronic cardiogram and also electroencephalogram. And then we have the fetal sign tracing. And now we have also the audio data, which is from heart sounds and also from voice annotation. We can hear the womb of the mother, and then how is the beats of the hearts of the little baby, the fetus. I mean, you can hear all. And then the video data, the ultrasound, and catheterization examination, and then UBS, that is the financial advisory services being happen in America mostly, and also the itemized bills. In Indonesia, we call it the BPJS, that is the social security provider. And then also we have different kind of insurance, health insurance companies in Indonesia. We have the private ones as well. Also, we have the unstructured text data, such as other tenant report. And then we have also the transcribed radiology pathology report. So all the radiologists and the pathologists check all the data of the patients, and then they will transcribe that, put it in a good manners, all the medical language being happened in there. But then in the signed patient, so signed patient, this is the consent form. Is that what kind of informed consent, what kind of information, other than that, you can sign it there. And then the handwritten notes and drawings. If the patient comes from a very remote villages, and then they want to be understood about the meaning of the medical terms, the layman cannot understand the medical terms, then the doctors can make the handwritten drawings, etc. So what I'm talking is all this kind of electronic health record data types and their sources, it's very, very, it becomes a big data later on. Then you have to specify in a more, in a good manners. Next step, next please. And then, so how do you provide the good manners for all the data scattered around you? Don't worry, because the system is available. Only when do you want to do it? That's another manner. So we have the network, we have the satellite, we have the link. But then internationally you have. But do your country really have it? Then we have to specify. Satellite, yes, Indonesia has Palapa, a very good one. It's always in the sky. It's traveling from one part of the world into another one. It's in the atmosphere. And then we know that now we have to do the visual analytics science technology. It's coming now. And your country really have that. Then we have to specify what the Ministry of Health really needs and what your country. And is your hospital a teaching hospital? Or if you are working in the primary healthcare sectors, what kinds of needs do you want to have? You cannot abrupt all of things. You can, your department, you cannot, but you have to specify what's the needy one. So the technical requirements are very, very important, because without knowing what you need, how can you specify what you need? You can't. Okay, thank you. Next, please. So if we are talking about the digital communication, then your country should provide all kinds of things that you really need for the future. For instance, like the cloud, the cloud in sky. Then you put all the data in cloud. But you know, the cloud system belongs by the Americans. Once you have problems with the American country has problem, well, what happened? So political level, then probably your country can make by your own. So do not depend on other countries. But presently, all countries in the world, mostly, it's very happy with the cloud system. Then we have the local system. Then you have to create your own importance, what kind of things, what's the benefit, and then is there lots of things that you have to create another one, and the hybrid. So the hybrid, it is a transition from the traditional level to the electronic level. It's not basically not totally in the paper content, but it's already in the transmission of the electronic system. But in sometimes you do the traditional one, and sometimes you do with the electronic one. So the hybrid is a step. Just like if you were being born, you cannot straight away you stand up like nowadays, but you have to scroll first of all on the floor. On step by step, you try to stand up slowly but slowly. So hybrid is just the same like that. Okay, thank you. Next. Okay, so in Indonesia, how do we perceive the digitization? We know it is a challenging situation. Around the world is talking about electronic medical record, especially in electronic health record. But how is that we perceive the digitization? So if you see the map that I've just showing, it's a vast archipelago country. We have 17,000 islands, and some being inhabited, but some they are not inhabited. So we have 416 degrees, and we have 98 cities, and we are all together in 34 provinces. So you know, but as I said, we have 3,000 miles, 3,200 miles from the left to the right, and then from the north to the south. So we have 1,000 miles. So it's a very huge country. And most of us, we have water. We are, we cannot jump to the water and then we run to the next island by swimming. Of course not. Then we have to use the electronic medical record or the later on electronic health record to provide good information about the health situation and the remote islands. So, but unfortunately, 433 villages out of the 74,957 villages have no connections with electricity benefits. So we are waiting for the government to have those remote places to own their own connection with electricity. And then we have now presently we have more than 2,000 hospitals throughout the country, and we have 17,000 health centers, and plus the helper, the health centers helper. So we call it in Indonesia Puskesmas Pembantu. So all totally, even so I said 7,000, but some people said with the little health center, it reached up to 25,000 health centers all over the country. Wow, it's incredible. But then we know that we have varieties of problems. We have IT problem, especially because we do not have a stable electricity. And then we have to workforce capability. Not all kind of technicians or worker at the hospital or health center, they are able to communicate with the health sectors, especially in the digitalization era. And then limited budget to cover all those costs. And so sometimes vendor cannot be obtained properly, or we have vendor but really do not really discipline in their work. So we have problem. But I think this is not mainly for Indonesia. This is the picture of around the world in different capacity, of course. But so in order to digitize all the health information sector, then we need the skilled HIM practitioners. So far, I got information from Ibu Noriati. She's the one who spoke before me. And then she said that she had already 70 HIM schools in Indonesia, from the modest environment into the better one. And the first HIM school I created in Jakarta in 1989. So regulation support, how is it? How we combat? How we can create a good one? So in order to have the electronic medical record, and then later on becoming electronic health record, then we have to support it with the good regulations. Otherwise, we cannot work anything on it. Next slide, please. So again, I want to show you the big country. We cannot do anything unless we do the electricity level. That's us. So we can communicate people from the near Malaysia up north. That is the country of Professor Dato. And then we have to go down. That's Darwin. That's country of Gray. And then we know exactly. We have next neighbor in Timor-Leste, and then we have neighbor New Guinea. So we are surrounded also on the right side. We have Philippines, and the upstairs, up in the north, we have the Brunei, Darussalam. Well, this is Indonesia, a very good picture. God creates lovely islands in Indonesia. But from one part to another part, we cannot go by just telephone. Of course, we have to do it much better way than electronic health record or electronic medical record later on. But if we are stick to the electronic medical record, we cannot fastly communicate with others, because the principle of electronic medical record is just steady in your hospital. Unless for electronic health record, then you can spread the information unbeatable anywhere around the world. Okay, next slide. So if you speak about the information, then you see this is the HIM, Health Information Management, and there's a Health Informatics, and then there's a ICT, that is Health Information and Communication Technology. In the middle, this is what we really concern of, that is information government. People neglecting that information should be very, very accountability, should be very integrity, should be compliance to each other, should be having rules and regulation on retention, should be transparent. Otherwise, we do not know what the patient's got or what the patient is suffering of. And then we have to protect it in order to not make any dispute with other people who try to abruptly take the data without our consent. And so the availability, it is be very, very broadened part in the lecturing, and then this is, we have to concern in the availability level. And then the disposition, the retention period as well, and then how we transfer the knowledge and information from one patient to another patient. So the three professions, they are work closely together, and they have the IG in the middle. So the IG concerned to him, and also HI and HICT. But we are all really concerned how to protect the 8 format of the information governance principles into a good order. And this is part that the students from the medical record or health information management professional should really learn and really put it in their hearts that punctuality in information is next. Next. Okay, now we are working about the technology. Technology is running immensely quick, so cannot avoid that. Technology is hello, is it okay? Okay, technology is emerging. I do not know why suddenly it's muted by the host, but not me. Okay, technology is emerging immensely, and we have to know that the regulation in Indonesia is growing. But then we have to know whether it is already according to what we need. So I would like present in this paper what kind of regulation that has been created, enacted by the Ministry of Health or other ministry as well, in order to think about what is the information technology in Indonesia. So not solely for medical record aspect, but in a big sense. Okay, next. Next. Hello. Next. Okay. So the regulation on medical record. Starting in 1988, I joined my friends who created the Ministry of Health decree in medical record. It has been started long time before Pormiki has been established. It was at that time I was the chairman of the PPSPM. That is the one I said the municipality health department. They have the medical record section over there. And then we created the medical record, and then finally it finalized in 1989, and it was the first decree on medical record published by the Ministry of Health. And at that time, I worked closely as well with the people from IDI, Ikatan Dokter Indonesia, or the Medical Doctor Association in Indonesia. And then now the decree has been amended into 269 decree. So the 269 decree is more compact, but more elaborate. But mainly, actually, it is for the dentists and also for the doctors. So we have many protested why it is mainly for the doctors and also the dentists. And it consists more in a lengthy one, but it is consists of 20 decrees, 20 articles inside the 269. And you can search in English. I do not know whether it's available in English, but it's all Indonesian. If you happen to open the Google, and then you can look and translate the medical record in Indonesia based on the 269 decree, and it has 20 articles inside. And then we have also to keep the functional job really work very good for the medical record people. So starting from the 2002, and then there's the Ministry of Administrative Bureaucratic Reform Decree has made the functional job and credit score to medical record practitioners amended again to number 30 in the year of 2013. Why? Because we have to appreciate the work of those people who work in the medical record sector. Then we have to give the score in order they to raise better performance as the we call it pegawai negeri, or we call it the what we call it Ministry of the people who is working in the ministry and the working for the government. So government officials. So they are government official. They have also the kinds of scoring method. So if you happen to be a government officials, then you should be ranked every certain years, 3 years, and then you can get higher salary, you can get higher degree until you achieve into certain level. That is what it is meant with number 1, 3, and 5, and then later on it has been challenged into the modern one, into in the year 213. But basically the principle is the same. So you have to do good performance if you are working in the government level. Then so you earn certain kind of level performance and you get the score and then you get the increasing in your salary as well. Okay, next. And then medical practice law, it is made in 204, and also they have the health law, and then the medical record practice law. They consist of 8 rules and insight about medical record inside there. For instance, you have to write the medical record in a tidy manner, in a very prompt time, things like that. It is stated in the medical record practice law. But the health law also insisted that the medical people should write medical record in a concise manner, in a readable one, so illegible also. And the Ministry of Health Decree number 9, 202, because we are COVID, there is a manual on social distancing. So medical record people should also work in their environment, but also we have to, all of us, we have to use the masker in order to protect ourselves. And then the information and transaction electronic law. This is basically more projected to the handwriting. So, and then also the Ministry of Communication and Informatics later on, they are amended into the number 11, 208 into the 2016 as the Electronic Information Law number 19. So basically, this is all kind with electronic manners, but basically for the signing. And then later on, we can see also the government decree on number 70 at the year of 2019. This is on administration of electronic and transaction system. This is to update the further arrangement of information. So this is all again about the electronic health record, but actually basically on handwriting, because signature, especially electronic signature. If you have a credit card, even though you are at that time still in 1990 years, but you still already the credit cards, you can already sign, and then it's up to the bank whether the bank would like to recognize your signature. If your signature has been recognized by the bank, then that's okay. So it's not mainly about medical record, but it's about the transaction electronic law, basically on the signature, who sign, and then who are allowed to read the signature, and then can you do the transaction with it. So in the hospital level, you do lots of signature if you are a doctor. So this signature should be really calculated into how many in the morning, and then what happened in the night time, how many have you produced the signature during one day. And then it can be calculated, and then to whom do you refer all the signature has been sent to. So next slide, please. Next slide. So regulation on medical record should be go global. Yes, we know that. But then for the Ministry of Health, they have a decree at the year of 2013, and then number 55. This is the operational of medical record work based on education level. So we call it penyelenggaraan pekerjaan rekam medis. But then how do you work? How do you obtain your degree? And then what kind of work do you do if you are having that kind of degree? And then the Ministry of Communication and Informatics decree. This is 4 years ago being released by the year 2016, number 20. This is about the personal data protection. But this is not for medical record. This is for all kind of data. This is a very broad scope. So it is not specify exactly on health sector, but it is just for personal data protection. So if you have the social welfare, and you have also your civil rights. So your civil rights, personal data protection can go work closely to each other. And then we have also the National Cyber Crypto Agency Decree number 2 by the year 2019. That is on the organization and working procedures on electronic certification agency. So again, this is about signature. So who are allowed to do the signatures, and then your hospital should report to this body, and then telling that in your hospital you will do the kind of signature, or doctor signature, in order for the patient's prescription, things like that. And then Ministry of Health decree by the year of 2007 has already a standard profession on medical record and health information. And this is just being amended by the year of 2020, a few months ago, by number 312. But this is right. This is again on the profession on the medical record. Next slide. So if you read the technology nowadays in the global wide, then you see about blockchain. No, in Indonesia, we do not have the blockchain technology because actually blockchain technology is very good because it allows patients to assign access rules for their medical data. For example, permitting specific researchers to access parts of their data for a fixed period of time. So with blockchain technology, patients can connect to other hospitals and collect their medical data automatically. Because in this country, we do not have the electronic health record yet. We have just trying to do the electronic medical record. But again, as you see, we still in progress for the technology and also for the regulation. So the blockchain is still do not cover in the all kind of regulations I just mentioned previously. Next slide, please. So now we are waiting for the electronic medical record decree in Indonesia. So all decrees or regulations being stated previously do not reflect directly to electronic medical record, but they are still bounded in general rules. So we have the administrative rules because we have millions of offices in Indonesia, and then they have we use the internet as well. So they should be understood. They should be told to be understand really good how to do the information technology and then what the signing signature problems. So Indonesia has not produced yet a decree on electronic medical record. So those existing regulations being presented later this morning are related to the point of interest of each body who regulated the concepts. So by saying this, that means that each ministry, they have to sign their papers, and then with the regulation, they are allowed to do that. So all kinds of regulation that I just mentioned, it is bounded to be in general terms. Next slide, please. So if you want to do the regulatory tools, then you have to know exactly what you are doing. So stakeholder education, first of all, you should understand. And then do you have the guideline standard in the middle, you see? Industry self-regulation, and then the regulatory sandbox, and then accreditation, and then regulation, finally you have that. So the more you go to the right side, the more compliance is a high burden on the right side. But then you have to support the enablers. So enablers are data analytic enablers on the behavioral insight, because when you change your regulation, then the impact might be from the health sector's manpower. They do not like to do the electronic health record. They get mad or they get cranky, things like that. So behavioral attitude should be sick. How? We have to tame them in the behavioral problems. And then stakeholders consultation, we have to do it. And then horizon scanning, we can ask people from different hospital about how do they do, even neighbor countries, friends. And then so the regulatory operations underneath, that is licensing, audit, enforcement, it should be go together parallelly with in the middle box. And then finally, the upside box, the regulatory policy. So there is the regulatory design, but remember, the regulatory design comes from the society, comes from the floor, comes from the hospital, comes from the primary health sector. What do they need? What do they want? So don't let the people regulatory policy, they make their own policy without seeing underneath what's the meaning of that policy if it has been created but cannot be implemented. So be careful, not heuristic policy, but should be a policy which everybody approve that. And then once it has been done, then regulatory review should be do consequently from daily basis, and you cannot just avoid that because it's very important. So this kind of things should be really embedded in your system. Cannot do anything without embedded to one to another. Next, please. So as a conclusion, so there is a growing progress of health and medicine science, and it's improving information technology worldwide in all setting in our life. Then the expanding role of health information management practitioner is really unavoidable. You cannot be lazy. You cannot do not want to read anything. You cannot lose your appetite on doing the electronic things. You cannot be, because all things, they are all becoming real. That you expand your knowledge and you have to work fast, especially if you are linked with the Health Information Management Association around the world. Then you have to participate about the advancement of the technology. Then you have to create a good um, a good friendship to your different kind of people around the world. Therefore, it is imperative for Indonesia to have a real degree on electronic medical record and also for electronic health record, especially in facing the complexity in handling. We have more than 2,000 hospitals, plus 17,000 or 25,000 little health centers and bigger one in the rural areas. So how we can captivate all kinds of problems if we not embrace the whole scope in one arm, in a big arm, and then we have to compromise and we have to say lots of things in different manners and different attitude and different background and different behavioral concept. But at least we know that we have to make it in a ready condition. So if you are saying that in the future, then yes, we should have a real degree on electronic medical record first and then later on an electronic health record. Okay, next. So I would like to say thank you. Terima kasih, je vous remercie, for you come from France. And then gracias, you come from Spain. And also shukran if you come from United Emirates Arabian country. And also Dayanwan if you come from India. Sorry if I have bad pronunciation, but at least what I mean is with a heartful gracias to all of you. Thank you so much. Next, please. Finish. Okay. So thank you for joining my speech. Probably you can see later on in the YouTube, and you can raise your hand, or you can make the questions in paper, or you can send me email. Just say where you are, because there are so many and so many there are so many John. I cannot understand where you come from altogether. So I would like to say thank you so much for all your kindness and to hear what I'm talking for this long hour. Thank you so much. God bless you all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Want me do my two-step.
Thank you, Mrs. Kamala Hatta. It seems that everyone in this seminar is very enthusiastic, inspiring presentation as you are talking about. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it was Mrs. Kamala Hatta. Once again, thank you very much for your really enlightening presentation that can prepare us better to respond to the challenges and to learn more appropriately to improve our health information management. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please give her a big applause for her? Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next is the second presentation. One of our speakers this morning, we will have the second speakers. Here is Mr. Professor Dato Dr. Muhammad Kapar Muhammad Johar from Malaysia. And the speaker is the Senior Vice President, Research, Innovation and Technology System of Management and Science, University Malaysia. He is a professor in software engineering. He holds PhD in computer science, MSc in data engineering, and BSc in computer science and certificate e-commerce consultant. He has more than 40 years of working and teaching in various organizations. His research interest includes learning content management system, knowledge management system, blended assessment system, data mining, RFID, e-commerce, image processing, character recognition, and healthcare management system. Too many to mention for his working experience and current project. What will he be sharing with us? Let's find out about it later. Would you please take the floor, Mr. Professor Datuk Dr. Muhammad Kapar Muhammad Johar from Malaysia. Thank you.
Want me do my two-step.
Hello? 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 Can you see my screen? Hello?
Okay, it's okay.
Can you
It's
see my screen?
audible. We can hear you. Please,
Yeah.
Mr. Dato.
I'm going to share my slide.
Yes.
Can you see that slide?
Oh, okay. Wait a minute.
Because I'm controlling the slide now.
Yes. Oh, yes. Okay.
I need to be open and allowed for me to share.
Excuse me, Mr. Dato. You has been to be a co-host for this Zoom. Please, you can share your screen.
Boss, please allow me to open to share the file.
Okay. If you don't mind, we will help you to share it. Can you send your document to the committee, if you don't mind?
You want me to send the document?
Okay.
Because I can, you can have me share from here.
Okay. Caranya gimana? Maybe you can click the share button underneath the Zoom screen. The green button, share screen.
Yep.
Yeah.
Can you see now?
Okay.
Right.
It's clear.
Okay, Mr. Zakaria, can I start? Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's very clear.
Yeah, okay. I should start now?
Okay, please.
All right. So thank you very much to the organizer, from the University of General ACHMAD YANI Jakarta. Thank you, Mr. Zakaria, and very interesting from Dr. Gamila Hatta, having the speech on the information of a medical record. Thank you for all the participants having in the conference. So I will I think some of the information already highlighted by Dr. Gamila recently, just now. So I will go into some little bit technical on the information management, health information management, and you see some of the challenges that probably faced by the developer in handling that information management. So again, thank you very much to the organizer. So Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. And I will go through briefly each individual slides. All right. So let's start something to show you Management and Science University. So this is the university as overall. We have this management tower in the middle is the academic block. This is the science tower. Here is the MSU Medical Center. So this is the building of Science Tower, and this is the building of MSU Medical Center. So we are in Shah Alam, Selangor, Malaysia. All right. So before we go further, let me having some information about what is health information. I think I've been mentioned about medical and health information. So we focus now on the health information. So having that, so we can look into that. The health information covers medical history and also symptom diagnosis and so on. And this is include the patient history, lab result, X-ray, and other clinical information. And basically, and definitely, you need to see the personal detail of each patient, and also the clinical notes. Right. So, looking at hospital information management or health information management, so we look into how the information applied to health and healthcare. So we look into the collection, analysis, storage, and protection of quality patient and health information. So again, you can see that medical record, it can be a paper-based, a combination, or hybrid, because we are in the transition of going into the electronic media. So we have an electronic medical record. Hello? Electronic medical record, and now I think already mentioned by Dr. Gamila, we are going for the electronic health records. And so looking at so ensure that these health records required a manager to handle it. So we look into who is going to manage the information, the health information of each patient in the hospital. So we need people that has the competency in terms of planning, develop, implement, evaluate, and manage health information system. This include the clinical and administrative data, healthcare record in healthcare facilities, and other type of organization. So this is very important part as a manager for the health, or here we can say in the electronic or medical record office. So we need to have somebody in the position that understand it. So the manager should have the knowledge of healthcare by analyzing the processes, healthcare records, information management, health administration, quality improvement process, clinical classification, and human resource management. This is the order to provide services and meet the medical, legal, ethical, administrative, and reporting requirement of the delivery of the system. Because this information not only used by the hospital itself, but also required by authority, particularly the Ministry of Health. So like in Malaysia, we have all hospitals, whether it's public or private sectors, we need to send the information to the Ministry of Health, or the medical information to the ministry from the hospital. Right. So looking at the health information system, I think it did briefly mentioned by Dr. Gamila Hatta just now. So I look into the system that designed to manage healthcare data, not only the medical data, but overall healthcare data, because having in the hospital not necessarily for sick people, dia bukan hanya untuk orang sakit, tetapi orang sihat pun perlu datang ke hospital. So the system should include the collection, the storing, the management, the transmission of personal electronic records. So it also should handle the hospital operational management. So I mean, it mentioned about the billing, the inventory, and other administrative matters of the hospital management. And here we have definitely the system has to support healthcare policy decision. So in that sense, so integrated effort is very important to leverage to improve patient outcome, inform research, and influence policy making and decision making. So here you can see that very important to have a proper managed electronic health records, and which include, as I mentioned just now, the health data, the test result, the treatment, diagnosis, and all the other digital information that relate to the patient care. Yeah, I think so. This is generally the structure of any system, whether you develop in-house or whether you are. Hello. Hello, Zakaria. Yeah, because somebody mute me. So can you hear now?
It's good now.
All right.
Yes, no, okay, all right.
All right. Okay. So sorry for that because somebody has made me unmute. Okay. So here you can see the structure of HIS. So you must have the information for patient care, and then you have the structure on the managerial information system. So under the information system, patient care, we include I will categorize in three main components of the system. One is the patient management system or people management system, clinical information system, and system for clinical support services. So this will be in the patient information database, and which we put it as a electronic medical record, or now we go into electronic health record. And from the managerial information system perspective, this is where you have to store all the managerial information data, where you have to come up with the analytics. So this is where data mining, big data come into the role of providing by the system for policy making, for decision making. So in more detail, okay, so this is the more detailed perspective of the HRS or HMS, whatever name that you call it. So under the information of patient care, so as mentioned just now, we have patient management, clinical information, and the other clinical support. So the list, I think, is already be mentioned by Dr. Gamila earlier, of all the various systems that required under HRS management. Hello? Okay, so here you have the lab, radiology, pharmacy information system, allied operating center management. And under the manager information system, so we have the finance system, inventory management system, resource management, and the other one is more on the system administration for the healthcare management system. Right. So these are the basic framework or structure that any hospital management system or healthcare management system should have as a basic fundamental module or some fundamental subsystem that should exist in any information system related to hospital management and also healthcare management. Right, so in further structures zoom of the HN module, so here we can have the human resource, the outpatient administration. So definitely before patient coming into the hospital or rumah sakit, then we need to see how you prepare their appointment, the consultant rosters, so that appointment can be met. So we can have the module on clinical management, nursing management, and also when you have an outpatient registration, we also should have the inpatient admission, those patients that need to be admitted to the hospital. And we also have to look into the pharmacy's information, the lab information. So these have been mentioned now. And so definitely one major component of the system is the medical record office system. And so this has to be integrated with all the billing, account receivable, inventory, purchase request, and purchase order. So this is the general perspective of any HMS module. I think basically as already mentioned by Dr. Gamila just now. Right. So as far as the patient management system is concerned, so the diagram here shows the life cycle of any patient when they come into the hospital, and from the day they enter the door of the hospital, meeting the consultant, the clinics or the wards, and go through until it complete, until it ends with discharge or clear from the complete their consultation with the doctor. So this is an overview of managing the hospital, because we need to provide a system that is the patient when they come to the rumah sakit, right? Right. So basically, this is partly some part of the module that under the university MSU developed the system for the MSU Medical Center. So we put in line with the requirement as I put in the earlier slide on all the required modules for the HMS. So we can see here it started from roster, appointment, and so on until it complete with the billing and account receivable. So these are the major components that we include in the system. So so this is the main component. So this is just some sample of medical records or the clinical records of each patient. So each one here can be pop up to see the details. Right. So this is under the clinical management frame. So when the consultant or the doctor consult the patient, so they will open this electronically from the system, and we can see that. And from here, you can see that we have a fact sheet, we put vital sign, the clinical notes, clinical template, allergies, diagnosis, and orders, charges, and so on. And until the discharge means you complete the whole process of meeting the patient in a certain period of time, whether the patient are outpatient or whether they are inpatient or they are emergency patient. So these are being integrated within the whole thing. So if the patient has a lab test, blood test, radiology, so the system will display to ease the consultant to review their result. So this become electronic health record for each patient. Right. So I think that is already basically mentioned by Dr. Camila. So when we look into the healthcare information system, so these are the things that need to support the hospital management in terms of data analytics, in terms of collaborative care, in terms of cost control, and in terms of population health management. So these are the things that need to be gathered together from the analytics. So we'll have to analyze the health data of each patient in the hospital. So this, in the sense that the analysis can be able to improve the patient care. And the other one is the collaborative care. So because we have together various format of information of each patient, so here I call it health information exchange. So what it means is that because if you look into the structure or framework of HIS, there are few clinical systems that required. For example, the lab information system, the radiology information system, and others. So these are normally come with a separate system that need to be integrated with the healthcare information system that run the operation of the hospital. And so definitely this has different protocol. So that is a challenge because let's say radiology has their own system, lab information system have their own system, pharmaceutical also have their own system, and many other related to technology device driven. So this device is connected with the patient care, and the digital information should be transmitted to the HRS. So this is where the challenge of IT department to make sure all systems that come into externally, particularly the specialized system like the MRI, so need to be really comply to each other. So they need to have an integrated or collaborative interfaces so that the data can be transmitted electronically. So this is very important part because we don't have the time to write it again after the diagnosis using the particular device. So this is where the role of information manager to make sure when we negotiate with all the devices that do the diagnosis of each patient, be able to do the connectivity. So the challenge of interoperability of the devices of allied system be with the hospital or healthcare information management. All right. So when I look into from the perspective of developing the system, I look into three different challenges. So the first challenges in on the design and development challenges. So that how we can develop models and methods to enable risk assessment, develop standard of UI design features and function because it has to be user friendly. The nurses, the clinical assistant, the consultant have to get an easy access and easy to use system. So this is a challenge. Ensuring the safety of the software in the interface and network enable clinical environment. So definitely you have to do the properly network, Wi-Fi enability, and has to be at a fast response time. So we should be able to implement a method for an ambiguous patient identification. I think this is very general, and this normally we follow the guideline by the medical chart. Number is the implementation and use challenges. So here we see from how this we have to do the development, implement decision support which improve safety, identify the practices that safely manage IT system transition. So because we have to do on that. And the third challenges that I look from the development of hospital information system is the monitoring, evaluation, and optimization of challenges. So here we look into how to make everything is real time because and any information transmitted has to be instant, and we need to see the enability of automated surveillance and monitoring of system performance and safety because you have to make sure it's available all the time and is safely used, is safely connected, and there's no delay of transmission of the information, particularly on the diagnosis, the medical information, and so on. And we look into the establishing the culture and legal framework of the allowing sharing events. So this involves some legality, the PDPA, and also the any adverse event that may happen to the patient information. So we need to look into the model and method for patient to improve health IT safety. And definitely, as I did mention earlier, so we have to look into system has to follow the standard and compliance. For example, in the interoperability, so you have to follow the DICOM standard. You have to follow HL7 standard, and also definitely we have to use the ICD code that standardized on the classification of disease. So again, in Malaysia, we already adopt the ICD-10 on the coding side. So that has to be followed in every healthcare system. So when having that, from the view is that what is the expectation from the healthcare information system? So we look into the promises to increase legibility, reduce medical errors, because we have to verify it. You have to reduce the cost, and definitely the end part will be to make sure there's an overall quality of healthcare. And in that sense, so the result of the technology. So we have to see the collaboration between technology, end users, and environment that can continue this effort of the other one that I mentioned. So in that sense, implementation should focus on the integration of all the stakeholder and technology. So this means we have to exploit, as already mentioned, we have to use the latest using the cloud technology. We have to do some information sharing, so where system has to be interconnected. And I think already mentioned by Dr. Gamila as well, now we go into the blockchain technology so that the transmission of information can be seamless. So these are, I think, the challenges and the expectation when we develop the HIS. Okay, just for knowledge of everybody, the participant. So these are the few facilities that available in the MSU Medical Center, particularly using the latest device and technology. So we have the MRI, we have the computer CT scan, we have the digital fluoroscopy, we have the radiography, we have this ultrasound. So these are all the latest facilities that are available in MSU medical centers. So I look into the healthcare reader just now. So the challenges is here is how it affects the rising cost of healthcare. So I mean we have to look into that situation. How we can manage in terms of regulatory, because we have to follow the Ministry of Health regulation and other WHO regulation and so on, which has to be in line with the requirement. So we look into the training and education challenges. I think very important, as mentioned. I think there is in Malaysia very good. In Indonesia, you have this diploma in medical records. So I think that is good to have it, because I think not many countries have that particular program offered as a diploma. The only thing they have maybe a short course on medical coding or ICD training. So I think having that very, very good as a requirement in terms of putting a proper classification of disease. And the other one is probably we'll have to look into the ethical challenges, because this is involved sharing of information and you transmit digitally. So proper control, proper security has to be put in and very tight in terms of the system. So in terms of the in healthcare industry, the hospital, private or public, or any healthcare practitioner, so we can see that data are fragmented, data are changing, how we deal with privacy and security, and what will be the patient expectation. Right? So here we could also look, I think the detail, somebody will talk about analytic later on, but I put into this summary when the challenges of big data analytic in healthcare. First, how you do the capturing, the classification, the cleaning of the data. You have to make sure the data are valid, reliable. And then the requirement of the storage. So one of the solution of storage probably we can put in the cloud. And also the security. Maybe the cloud technology has handled that. But if you are doing in-house, so this particular thing has to be planned properly so that the storage will not be out of, overflow. And we have to make sure that we have control security in terms of accessibility, physical, and also logical data security. And the other in part of analytics, that's always the challenging when we do the querying the huge, not only thousands, but maybe in the future millions of data records in the patient database. So this require high computing power, particularly when you want to do massive reporting, you want to do visualization, because the managers, the decision maker do not want to browse through all the patient record. They just want to have the analytic. So this is the aspect that from the technology part, how we can support the hospital management in terms of visualization, and we should give the information very fast so that fast, easy policy decision, easy decision making can be made from the system information, from the patient database, which store all the medical and health records. Right. Okay. I think I go into the point here. For MSU, we have these centers that support the hospital information management. So when we have this information technology center where we develop the system, where the cybersecurity and data, where they will do the research on big data analysis, and we have this MSU Clinical Center of Excellence. So this is where all the study of information about clinical research that being managed by Management and Science University. I think that is the particular part. So looking at that, these are the research area that we have in the MSU. And these are all the master's program that we offer. Some will be in form of biomedicine, biomedical science, applied science, and so on. Okay, so these are our postgraduate program that support the information management, the health information also. We can go into PhD in biomedicine, PhD in health science, and to develop system, you have PhD in computer science. Okay. I think briefly that is what I can share with all the participants in this seminar. So again, thank you very much for having that time. On the, I just give an overview of the information that a particular healthcare information system to support the healthcare information management in any hospital or rumah sakit, that to the end is to support the to provide the quality healthcare to all the patients, to all the public, and whoever needed for that healthcare in their life. So I think that is the carrying part of the system is provide healthcare facilities and to provide a quality patient care. So thank you very much. That's from me on the system, and also on the healthcare information system and healthcare information management. And that from the technology point of view, from the system point of view, that will support the management of the hospital and also the management of medical record office. That's in general. So I pass back to Mr. Zakaria.
Thank you. That's a wonderful presentation. Thank you, Mr. Professor Dato Dr. Muhammad Kapar, Muhammad Johar from Malaysia. All right, so now it's time for you, all participants, to ask questions. There are actually some questions already written in the chat room. However, I would like to, there are 3 questions are taken from participants. Wait a minute, please. Firstly, this question is addressed to Mrs. Gamalahata. Okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum, good morning. My name Mr. Aris Wijayanto from PKU Muhammadiyah Temanggung Hospital, Central Java. For Mrs. Gamalahata, excuse me, please explain about what a plus and minus about electronic medical record in the hospital. And then the number 2, yeah, the second question, yeah, from Pascal Dita. When information technology is developing so fast with its increasingly complex function, developments to shift to EMR have been made by several health providers. However, in Indonesia, often the regulation have not followed of or regulated comprehensively. What should be done first? Adjusting to the rapid development of technology according to the needs of each health service provider, or adapting to the prevailing rules and regulation? Please give advice. Okay, this question addressed to Mrs. Gamalahata. Please, to Mrs. Gamalahata, please answer the question.
Okay, thank you for the questions. For those who have asked me, I've made the statement in the chat room. For instance, like you would like to know the benefits and drawbacks of electronic health record system, please allow yourself to open Google, and there are plenty of things that benefits and drawbacks of electronic health records system available over there. But first of all, you have to understand also, do not just copy the system from your neighbor, because the hospital's neighbor might be used different kind of system, or probably they do not need the things that you might need. So be cautiously, because you have to sit down with your medical team, and also the IT team, and also the other people who are working in the hospital, for instance, from laboratory, and even from physiotherapy level, occupational therapy level, things like that, nursing especially. And then sit down, and you have to list down what are the real requirements that your hospital really need. So do not just follow from the pathway from your hospital neighborhood, but then you have to stick down and then you write. But probably vendors has already bring all kinds of type of things that they might sell it to you, but do not be persuaded by them. But you have to sit exactly and then read them properly, even though it's very cheap, but probably it's just a trap for you. So be careful, because there are the throwback also, while you are not very specific in your what you desire, what you want to do. So you have to understand your system first. That's why I ask you to read your module system in a hospital. So it's compulsory, especially we are dealing with the clinical aspect. So we have to understand that electronic medical record do not just for the billing purposes only, but mostly should be also adjacent to it. Very important, what is imperative, that you have to know the clinical system. So for instance, get sick and then what happened with the diseases, is it has been cured with certain kind of medicine, or it getting worse. So you have to understand a type of drugs and type of all kinds of pharmacies ingredients that might be available in your hospital, and then you sit down. So you have to you should have a very long discussion with them first. And secondly, what's the third question? I'm sorry, Pak Zakaria.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. The second question: when information technology is developing so fast with its increasingly complex functions, development to shift to EMR have been made by several health providers. However, in Indonesia, often the regulation have not followed or regulated comprehensively. What should be done first? Adjusting to the rapid development of technology according to the needs of each health service provider, or adapting to the prevailing rules and regulation?
Okay, as I have mentioned beforehand, that the governments have already stated several kinds of regulation and decrees concerning about information technology, but it is mainly more provided for the signature. So the signing system, for instance, like electronic transaction, electronic record, things like that, information, IEIT, information electronic transaction, that has been stated by the Ministry of Communication and Information Degree, started from 2008. It's mainly for the regulation for the electronization in part of the signing system. But then you have to specify it again. You can create your own desire in your hospital, but be careful, because you cannot transmit it to other hospital, because it's solely by you. For instance, like in Jakarta, they have the owner in Singapore, and they have many hospitals throughout in Jakarta and probably in Batam as well. And they connect the information health care providers from those two hospitals from Jakarta level to Batam hospital can interact with the IT holders, which is situated in Singapore. So it's kind of, because it's company level. So be careful, because this cannot be spread to other countries, because it's solely made by the company itself. And then they have the hospital in several countries, and also in several, especially in Singapore, it comes to two places, in Batam and also in Jakarta as well. So if you happen to work in that hospital, in the kind of environment in that hospital, so you cannot communicate with people outside the work, just between you. But if, like in America, they have the HL7, but in Indonesia, we do not use HL7. But instead, the Ministry of Health has produced in 2012, that is the SIM-RS, that is the Hospital Information System for Hospital, that is started with the open source. So each hospital can create the system that has been created from the Pusdatin, Pusat Data Center at the Ministry of Health. They can work on it, but be careful, because this is open source. And then you have also to tell the Ministry of Health what has been changed by you in your part, because otherwise, if it becomes a nationwide, so be careful, because if each hospital, they change their system, configure that has been stated by the Ministry of Health, that it becomes a very chaotic. So that wise, you have to stick to the open source, but in a very limited sense. So you better talk again and again to the Ministry of Health, because you cannot, if you are a hospital, and then you cannot create your own open source by your own desire. Cannot be like that. So you have to follow the rule from the Ministry of Health. Yeah. So that is the one thing. But if you are eager to expand, for instance, your role in the capacity level, as you are a scientist, if you would like to present a paper at the SPSS level, or at the AP data level, and then you would like to publish in the journal in American Society or European Community, etc. you can do it by your own system. You can create your SPIS, and then you can collect the data, but not personal data of the patient, but the collective data from the hospital. Yes, you can absorb it, you can create it, you can analyze it, and then you can make according to what your desire. And then you can publish if you have been, your applicants have been accepted by the journal, of course. But then it's again, you create your own, you can create your own a small IT level in your hospital, but based mainly for research purposes. Because in hospitals, you are also deal with the university. For example, like if you are a teaching hospital, you cannot manipulate data, but you have to absorb the data and then you can expand the data into a publication level and to your students, and it's very important. So big data analysis, that it should be analyzed very, very properly. And that's why you can create your own. But again, it should not against to the general Ministry of Health decree, because you can tell them, because even the Ministry of Health decree can be changed. It's up to you at the floor level to negotiate with them, because this kind of thing should be changed. Because HL 7 has been asked by the U.S. Department at that time to the Ministry of Communication and Information. At that time, I got involved also in 2007, long time ago. But then until I retired, it never finished. And exactly why it's happened like that, because the system is changing all over, because political reasons, things like that. And HL 7 never been published as what it should be. But then the government said, okay, we have the SIM-RS, and then now the hospital can create SIM-RS. But again, you have to remember, SIM-RS, the purpose is solely for the ministerial level. But for your own data, you can create your own, because you have your active patients in your database. So you can create by yourself what you would like to specify exactly according to your needs. I think that's my explanation. I hope it can be sufficient enough. Is there anything? Or probably the committee would like to present NINDA. Would you be able to send just a small material that I just would like to present this morning? NINDA, can you open the medical record file from the psychiatric level?
Ninda.
But it has been in 1924 during the Dutch colonial, and it would be a very, because it is already past 100 years ago, and so the privacy rules has been abolished. Probably that can show it to your screen or your team. I've sent the. It's only very short, less than 1 minute. Okay, can you make it get down? So this is the medical record in 1924. Can you imagine that we have in Manam during the colonial time? So you just get through down. You get through down very quickly. We do not need to read. We did in Dutch language, so if you're a Dutch guy, you can read the meaning. Okay, you just go through very quickly down. Can you get down again? There are, yeah. So this is the kind from the 1924 period. This is when we were colonized by Dutch, and then all the medical records being printed by the handwriting. Go fast, go fast. We do not need to read it properly, because this is Jan Magelang in 1930. So all the psychiatric patients at the time, they just came to the hospital, and then this is just show you by how the medical record can be kept in your hospital for the very good purposes, especially for learning the psychiatry management during that area 100 years ago, almost. Okay, you just go down. So the patients came to the hospital, and Ken is beginning that information. So the patient was brought by the family, and then would like to stay. And sometimes they just do not stick to the hospital, and sometimes they stay for years in the hospital, depends on the condition of the patient. But this is just showing you, but sometimes it's written by hand, and sometimes it's being typed. So just like today's progressive. Thank you. Just go ahead, Farooq, very quickly. So this is also discarded. That means information also being given by the doctor to bestow upon the condition of the patient. Just going down again. Going down again, because this is a Magelang. Okay, I think that's finished because there are still many. But this is to show you that the ancient medical record should be kept by you, and showing that some of them very good, nicely being written properly. This is from 1920, so it's already 100 years ago, or 1930. But this is the question. This is the survey about the situation of the patient inside the kampong that is a village, how his daily life, about the behavior of the patient, and who tame the patient if they got problems, things like that. Okay, thank you, Linda. I think we can close it. So this is also the kind of very good information that you might understand, that patients can be in South Africa, for instance, and then coming back again to Indonesia, because we have many descendants from Bugis, and then they came to South Africa, and then they have made lots of villages and hundreds of people. Just like in Malaysia, we have West Sumatra, and then people from West Sumatra becoming the Malaysian citizen, holding the Malaysian citizenship as well. So things like that, we can create the information, the DNA as well, pattern of life and pattern of blood circulation, things like that. So it's very important. Okay, I think it's just an additional from what I have explained previously. Sorry to keep your time.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful explanation from Mrs. Gamala Hatta. And then the rest question are addressed to Mr. Dato. Yes, okay. The first question is, what are the main threats in EMR implementation so far? The first question, what are the main threats in EMR implementation so far? From Wijaya, Siloam Hospital, Surabaya, East Java. Okay, please, Mr. Datuk, to answer this question.
So thank you for having that question. I think before I answer that question, I just like to add a few points from the earlier question raised to Dr. Gamila Hatta, that when we want to develop a system or you want to use a system, there are a few things that you need to be take into account. You cannot just develop system by depending on the IT department only, because the IT department we just look into probably only from the perspective of administration, but not from the perspective of clinical requirement or health requirement. So when if you want to buy from the shelf of the system, so make sure the discussion of deciding or evaluating the system should include the members from the medical record, member from the clinical, from the clinics, and also from the ward department, so that they can give the input from the system for the system. Because sometimes vendors just present the information system just for the operation, which means they just look into from the registration of the patient. Then after that, the part of when meeting the consultant, then that record was not filled up the system, only on the paper base. So this is has to be, since we have now more advanced technology available in the market. Okay, now back to the question that raised, what is the main threat in the EMR? Okay, electronic medical record. The situation here is if we are currently old hospital, then the challenge here is how to transfer this manual record that LT showed just now, the physical paper-based medical records, and how you translate into the EMR. So here, normally we still, to save the paper, the process is you just scan the paper and put into the electronic form. So that thread is main. The challenge is that you cannot do analysis. We can just keep records of the patient. So the review is go page by page of each scan document. So that is the challenge there. So you can just keep record of the patient. So this is where we call medical record. So we just scan the old file, maybe those few years ago, and put into the system. And so here, the thread could be is how many record you want to keep in that system, because each individual page of the EMR data that you scan through requires certain amount of computer bits. So depend how is the data was the form was scanned, because if it's just like a black and white paper, probably the scan will only digitize into very small size. However, if it's the paper, the medical record that written by the medical practitioner, and they are on very different colors, so the space will be bigger for each medical record that you scan through. So this has to be measured. This has to be analyzed before we start doing the scanning. Otherwise, when you do the job later on, you are running out of space. Even whether you have your space internally or using the cloud. Because cloud also, when you run it, you have to specify how much you want. So they can merge in terms of the space that you require to scan through the medical records, right? So these are the important things that you need to see from the electronic medical record. That's why I do agree now they change the term into electronic health record. So when you go into the electronic health record, means all data is already in the digital form. So the information about medication, the information about diagnosis, all already from the beginning is already in the electronic form. So if this in this format, means that the space will be lesser because there's no space, because when you do the physical scanning of the EMR form, it has to scan through all the various pixels that you have in the form. So the scanning is not scanning the lettering, but also the scan anything that appear on the paper, whether there's a mark, whether there's the dust in there, all will be recorded as one of the particles when you do the scanning. So that is the thing that you consider when putting a record. But again, whether is it necessary for you to scan through all the patient record from the day they come into the hospital until now? Because normally there is a policy that how long you keep record of this particular patient profile. So you have to dispose it. So to implement it, the EMR, so you have to decide whether to which point, what is the backdated date that you need to decide so that it becomes digitized. Otherwise, you really have to measure if you want to digitize all the medical record that in the file room, and then you have to do the proper calculation of the space required. Now you are replacing the physical file room into a this space. So you still need space to measure how big is the data or how big is your disk or data space that you need to purchase or to acquire in order to store all these EMR into the system. I think that's my response to that, Mr. Zakaria.
Okay, thank you. And the last question still addressed to you, Mr. Dato. Okay, the last question. Okay, nih. From Giatno, Dr. R.M. Julham, General Hospital, Binjai, from North Sumatra. Okay, the question is, how the tips and tricks to successfully apply electronic medical records in hospital, and for the initial stage, what points must be changed in a computer so that it can be considered an electronic medical record of a hospital?
So is it from me?
Okay. Yeah, it's still,
okay.
for Mr. Dato.
Okay. I think I already mentioned earlier about the threat of EMR information. So I mean, to start with, so we have to start with the current medical records. So that should be easier to manage because you can start from that. Particularly, you can start with using the active patient in the hospital. So you do that as a process, and then later on, if it's necessary, you go back into the patient that is already deceased. So then probably that is good for research only. But for the purpose of current patient care, so we need to do the EMR for the current active patient. Then from there you can do, if you want to do a proper analysis, definitely you cannot just scan the file to, as I said, it just become just another form of document in digital form, but still in the paper layout. So I mean, you cannot do analysis if that's the requirement. So if you need to do analysis of the previous record, so I mean, there are two ways of doing it. First, one way is a very, very traditional. That means from the form that you being a manual form, you have to key in one by one. So that very laborious job to do it. Second one is probably you can do some, there's technology on that to scan the document and you pick up the value that written on the document. The only challenge that that process does not give you an accurate translation of the information that have been written on the form, because if it's typewritten, maybe it's high accuracy, but if the form was handwritten, then you have a lot of challenge because everybody have different handwriting style. So the conversion may not be accurate because when you convert it, you still have to edit whether there is according to the one written on the form. So you have to do editing. So there is another process. So I mean you scan, you do the character recognition, and then into the physical form. So provided that the form are all have not, I mean they are all in the standard format, because sometimes in manual when it was written it's not in the standard format. So the doctor can just scribble on the paper, putting certain record and add on certain thing. If it's not enough space, then let's put something in the whatever space available there. That means that translation cannot be done. But if it's really written on the column provided in the form, then it can be translated. So the challenge here is the character recognition of the thing written on the form. So if it's typewritten, maybe it's easy to, better, more accurate to translate or to recognize. But if it's handwritten, so definitely everybody has different style of handwriting. That will be the challenge. Where the I think so far the most accurate if it's written in bold or in a block handwritten, probably you can go up to 60% accurate. So other than that, you still have to do the form editing and enter it, do the checking, and then you save into the database. So that is the challenges that the effort has to be done. So my point here is you have to decide. I would suggest you just do the first current active patient. Second one, maybe if you want to study about the patient pandemic or patient profile of certain disease, to do certain qualification, then maybe you have to make a random entry for each particular information in the physical medical record of each patient. So that is the thing that you need to arrange, you need to plan and organize in order to keep. So it depends what is the objective of putting to put it as a electronic medical record. But if it's just for reference, my suggestion is do the current one. Then you scan it. Then later on, you if it's necessary to do the old patient file, then you can manage it differently in different, because I think the situation here, we have to see the current alive people, the current patient that need treatment. So that is the process that I think should be done in that manner. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dato Muhammad Jabbar from Malaysia. And then a great appreciation is addressed to the two speakers for the inspiring presentation. Okay, thank you again for the participants for giving the presenter to quest. I think there were questions and has been responded very well and cleared by our presenters, and that actually helped us to understand more about our topic. Okay, after this, we are going to have a 1 hour break. Before we come to the second session, I would like to inform that to the next session, the second session, the first speaker is Mrs. Heather Green from Australia. There is a research schedule from our rundown, okay? I would like to inform some information. Well, from the next session, you still use the Zoom link, the same Zoom link that is provided. Thus, you aren't going to use the different link. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of this session, would you please stay in this link, and then at 1 p.m., would you please go to this link of the Zoom again, the same one provided in the email. So it's about an hour before the next session starts. And then at the end of the day, we are going to have the second session at 1 p.m. Well, have a nice break, and please make sure that you are already in the Zoom link at 1 p.m. And the session starts at 1 p.m. We will be back for the second session. Yeah. Then you for your attention, and see you later. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We will return to Mrs. Arin. Oh, before we back to the host, yeah, we will take a picture. So the committee wants you all, the participants, to open your video, please. Yeah, okay. Siapa? Screenshot. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Again. 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Next. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Next. 1, 2, 3. Next. 1, 2, 3. Next. 1, 2, 3. Is it the last? Yes, okay. All right, thank you for your participation. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back to the next session and we will back to the host, Mrs. Arin.
Want me do my two-step.
To Mr. Zakarias Purbobinuko, MPH, and all the speakers. Entering ISOMA Session 1, let's take a break for a while. Before that, and it's time for door prize, we will announce the winner of Session 1, and the prize goes to Bapak Gianto dari RSUD Dr. Juham Binjai. Okay, congratulations to Bapak Gianto. Oke, yang kedua adalah untuk Bapak Aris Wijayanto dari PKU Muhammadiyah Temanggung. Okay. Congratulations to the winners who gets a data quota package. And now, to fill the break season, here is video activity and achievement by Himarmika. Oke, video ini adalah beberapa contoh kegiatan yang telah diikuti oleh Himarmika berupa lomba statistik, kegiatan kuliah umum, seminar nasional, dan beberapa kegiatan sosial. Here is the video.
sedikit tentang jaminan kesehatan nasional. Ya, jaminan kesehatan nasional itu adalah programnya, sedangkan BPJS itu adalah badan hukumnya. Jadi programnya itu jaminan kesehatan nasional. Apa itu jaminan kesehatan nasional? Yaitu program pelayanan kesehatan dari pemerintah yang berwujud BPJS Kesehatan dan BPJS Ketenagakerjaan. Dan sistem kedua-duanya menggunakan sistem asuransi. Sedangkan BPJS adalah badan hukum yang dibentuk untuk menyelenggarakan program jaminan.
Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta merupakan lembaga pendidikan di bawah Yayasan KTK Paksi TNI Angkatan Darat, terbentuk dari penggabungan Stikes dan Stimik Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta.
Dari sistem pembelajaran, metode yang digunakan yaitu Student Center Learning, yang mana mahasiswa dituntut aktif dalam proses pembelajaran. Dosen-dosen yang ada di sini merupakan dosen pilihan dan lulusan-lulusan terbaik.
Sebuah kebanggaan bagi kami dapat mendidik dan mempersiapkan para Ahmad Yani muda sebagai generasi penerus kejayaan bangsa Indonesia.
Prodi PIK sendiri berdiri pada tanggal 13 Maret tahun 2014. Dengan memiliki visi menjadi program studi yang unggul dan terdepan dalam bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik tingkat nasional, serta mewarisi nilai-nilai kejuangan Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta, di mana kita sendiri memiliki misi akan berkembang secara nasional pada tahun 2037. Keunggulan Prodi PIK itu sendiri, kami unggul di bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik. Untuk mendukung visi tersebut, Prodi PIK memiliki 6 misi. Yang pertama, misi kami adalah melakukan pendidikan dalam bidang rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan yang unggul dalam bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik. Yang kedua, kami berfokus memiliki misi untuk melakukan penelitian yang relevan dengan bidang ilmu rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan sesuai dengan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Yang ketiga, kami melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat sesuai bidang ilmu rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan. Yang keempat, kami melakukan kerjasama dengan stakeholder yang menggunakan kerjasama dengan kami serta lulusan kami. Yang kelima, kami melakukan peningkatan good university governance. Dan yang terakhir, kami memiliki misi yaitu dengan mengembangkan serta menerapkan nilai-nilai kejuangan Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta. Untuk mendukung proses pembelajaran, kami memiliki laboratorium pendukung dengan standar nasional, di mana laboratorium kami merupakan lab terbaik tingkat nasional dari 54 institusi pendidikan sejenis di Indonesia. Kami juga aktif dalam mengikuti kegiatan seminar-seminar nasional di bidang rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan, di mana anak didik kami aktif dalam mengikuti lomba coding, lomba debat, serta brand competition. Di mana dengan adanya kegiatan ini, harapan kami tidak hanya terkenal mengembangkan diri di tingkat daerah istimewa Yogyakarta, tapi kita melebarkan sayap hingga nasional sesuai dengan visi dan misi dari Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani. Demikianlah gambaran umum dari Prodi PIK Fakultas Kesehatan Unjani. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta merupakan lembaga pendidikan di bawah Yayasan KTK Paksi TNI Angkatan Darat, terbentuk dari penggabungan Stikes dan Stimik Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta.
Dari sistem pembelajaran, metode yang digunakan yaitu student centered learning, yang mana mahasiswa dituntut aktif dalam proses pembelajaran. Dosen-dosen yang ada di sini merupakan dosen pilihan dan lulusan-lulusan terbaik.
Sebuah kebanggaan bagi kami dapat mendidik dan mempersiapkan para Ahmad Yani muda sebagai generasi penerus kejayaan bangsa Indonesia.
Prodi PIK sendiri berdiri pada tanggal 13 Maret tahun 2014 dengan memiliki visi menjadi program studi yang unggul dan terdepan dalam bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik tingkat nasional serta mewarisi nilai-nilai kejuangan Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta, di mana kita sendiri memiliki misi akan berkembang secara nasional pada tahun 2037. Keunggulan Prodi PIK itu sendiri, kami unggul di bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik. Untuk mendukung visi tersebut, Prodi PIK memiliki 6 misi. Yang pertama, misi kami adalah melakukan pendidikan dalam bidang rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan yang unggul dalam bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik. Yang kedua, kami berfokus memiliki misi untuk melakukan penelitian yang relevan dengan bidang ilmu rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan sesuai dengan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Yang ketiga, kami melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat sesuai bidang ilmu rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan. Yang keempat, kami melakukan kerjasama dengan stakeholder yang menggunakan kerjasama dengan kami serta lulusan kami. Yang kelima, kami melakukan peningkatan good university governance. Dan yang terakhir, kami memiliki misi yaitu dengan mengembangkan serta menerapkan nilai-nilai kejuangan Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta. Untuk mendukung proses pembelajaran, kami memiliki laboratorium pendukung dengan standar nasional, di mana laboratorium kami merupakan lab terbaik tingkat nasional dari 54 institusi pendidikan sejenis di Indonesia. Kami juga aktif dalam mengikuti kegiatan seminar-seminar nasional di bidang rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan, di mana anak didik kami aktif dalam mengikuti lomba coding, lomba debat, serta brand competition. Di mana dengan adanya kegiatan ini, harapan kami tidak hanya terkenal mengembangkan diri di tingkat daerah istimewa Yogyakarta, tetapi kita melebarkan sayap hingga nasional sesuai dengan visi dan misi dari Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani. Demikianlah gambaran umum dari Prodi PIK Fakultas Kesehatan Unjani. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ayo semua teman-teman gabung di rekam medis Unjani karena banyak sekali yang
Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta merupakan lembaga pendidikan di bawah Yayasan KTK Faksi TNI Angkatan Darat, terbentuk dari penggabungan Stikes dan Stimik Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta.
Dari sistem pembelajaran, metode yang digunakan yaitu student center learning, yang mana mahasiswa dituntut aktif dalam proses pembelajaran. Dosen-dosen yang ada di sini merupakan dosen pilihan dan lulusan-lulusan terbaik.
Sebuah kebanggaan bagi kami dapat mendidik dan mempersiapkan para Ahmad Yani muda sebagai generasi penerus kejayaan bangsa Indonesia.
Prodi PIK sendiri berdiri pada tanggal 13 Maret tahun 2014. Dengan memiliki visi menjadi program studi yang unggul dan terdepan dalam bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik tingkat nasional, serta mewarisi nilai-nilai kejuangan Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta, di mana kita sendiri memiliki misi akan berkembang secara nasional pada tahun 2037. Keunggulan Prodi PIK itu sendiri, kami unggul di bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik. Untuk mendukung visi tersebut, Prodi PIK memiliki 6 misi. Yang pertama, misi kami adalah melakukan pendidikan dalam bidang rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan yang unggul dalam bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik. Yang kedua, kami berfokus memiliki misi untuk melakukan penelitian yang relevan dengan bidang ilmu rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan sesuai dengan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Yang ketiga, kami melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat sesuai bidang ilmu rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan. Yang keempat, kami melakukan kerjasama dengan stakeholder yang menggunakan kerjasama dengan kami serta lulusan kami. Yang kelima, kami melakukan peningkatan good university governance. Dan yang terakhir, kami memiliki misi yaitu dengan mengembangkan serta menerapkan nilai-nilai kejuangan Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta. Untuk mendukung proses pembelajaran, kami memiliki laboratorium pendukung dengan standar nasional, di mana laboratorium kami merupakan lab terbaik tingkat nasional dari 54 institusi pendidikan sejenis di Indonesia. Kami juga aktif dalam mengikuti kegiatan seminar-seminar nasional di bidang rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan, di mana anak didik kami aktif dalam mengikuti lomba coding, lomba debat, serta brand competition. Di mana dengan adanya kegiatan ini, harapan kami tidak hanya terkenal mengembangkan diri di tingkat daerah istimewa Yogyakarta, tapi kita melebarkan sayap hingga nasional sesuai dengan visi dan misi dari Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani. Demikianlah gambaran umum dari Prodi PIK Fakultas Kesehatan Unjani. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ayo semua teman-teman gabung di rekam medis Unjani karena banyak sekali dosen-dosen yang profesional. Ayo tetap memenuhi kebutuhan Universitas Ahmad Yani di prodi rekam medis. Halo teman-teman semua, nama saya Yani Tasira. Saya dari Ambon. Di sini saya mengambil rekam medis Unjani karena di Indonesia banyak yang memerlukan tenaga rekam medis. Ayo teman-teman semua gabung di rekam medis Unjani.
Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta merupakan lembaga pendidikan di bawah Yayasan KTK Paksi TNI Angkatan Darat, terbentuk dari penggabungan Stikes dan Stinik Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta.
Dari sistem pembelajaran, metode yang digunakan yaitu student center learning, yang mana mahasiswa dituntut aktif dalam proses pembelajaran. Dosen-dosen yang ada di sini merupakan dosen pilihan dan lulusan-lulusan terbaik.
sebuah kebanggaan bagi kami dapat mendidik dan mempersiapkan para Ahmad Yani muda sebagai generasi penerus kejayaan bangsa Indonesia.
Prodi PIK sendiri berdiri pada tanggal 13 Maret tahun 2014 dengan memiliki visi menjadi program studi yang unggul dan terdepan dalam bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik tingkat nasional serta mewarisi nilai-nilai kejuangan Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta, di mana kita sendiri memiliki misi akan berkembang secara nasional pada tahun 2037. Keunggulan Prodi PIK itu sendiri, kami unggul di bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik. Untuk mendukung visi tersebut, Prodi PIK memiliki 6 misi. Yang pertama, misi kami adalah melakukan pendidikan dalam bidang rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan yang unggul dalam bidang coding dan rekam medis elektronik. Yang kedua, kami berfokus memiliki misi untuk melakukan penelitian yang relevan dengan bidang ilmu rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan sesuai dengan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Yang ketiga, kami melakukan pengabdian kepada masyarakat sesuai bidang ilmu rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan. Yang keempat, kami melakukan kerjasama dengan stakeholder yang menggunakan kerjasama dengan kami serta lulusan kami. Yang kelima, kami melakukan peningkatan good university governance. Dan yang terakhir, kami memiliki misi yaitu dengan mengembangkan serta menerapkan nilai-nilai kejuangan Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta. Untuk mendukung proses pembelajaran, kami memiliki laboratorium pendukung dengan standar nasional, di mana laboratorium kami merupakan lab terbaik tingkat nasional dari 54 institusi pendidikan sejenis di Indonesia. Kami juga aktif dalam mengikuti kegiatan seminar-seminar nasional di bidang rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan, di mana anak didik kami aktif dalam mengikuti lomba coding, lomba debat, serta brand competition. Di mana dengan adanya kegiatan ini, harapan kami tidak hanya terkenal mengembangkan diri di tingkat daerah istimewa Yogyakarta, tetapi kita melebarkan sayap hingga nasional sesuai dengan visi dan misi dari Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani. Demikianlah gambaran umum dari Prodi PIK Fakultas Kesehatan Unjani. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ayo semua teman-teman gabung di rekam medis Unjani karena banyak sekali yang sudah tentang profesional. Ayo datang ke Unjani dan bukan Jenderal Ahmad Yani di prodi rekam medis. Halo teman-teman semua, nama saya Yuni Astira. Saya dari Ambon. Di sini saya mengambil rekam medis Unjani karena di Indonesia banyak yang membutuhkan tenaga rekam medis. Ayo teman-teman semua gabung di rekam medis Unjani.
Why me do my two-step?
Ladies and gentlemen, continuing to the main session, which is presenting by the speaker and discussion, will be guided again by Mr. Zacharias Purbobinuko, MPH, as the moderator, time is yours.
Want me do my two-step.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and all the distinguished participants, welcome back again in this Zoom seminar, in this virtual seminar. Okay, we apologize for the misconduct, so we must re-announce that the first speaker in this second session is Mrs. Elise Garmelia from Indonesia, and Mrs. Heather Green from Australia is the third or the last speaker in this second session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for the first speaker in this second session, we have Mrs. Elise Garmelia, AMD Perkes SKM MSI PhD from Indonesia. Currently, she is a lecturer of Malang State Health Polytechnic, and also she is a supervisory board of Indonesia Professional on Medical Record and Health Information Organization. Her educational background: undergraduate of Medical Record and Health Information Department of Esa Unggul University Jakarta, graduate in Public Administration STIAY APPANN Jakarta, Master of Public Policy Administration from STIAY APPANN Jakarta, Postgraduate Philosophy of Doctoral Management Science from Management and Business Department, Management and Science University, Malaysia. When it's about her publication, she has a large number of books, articles, essays, and mostly are about medical records and health information management and its relevant subfields. She is also very active in giving professional conference presentation. In addition, she has been invited in numerous lectures and conferences, as well as consulting and professional training. She also has got various grants and awards too. Too many to mention for her research and teaching experience and her scientific work. To save our time, please welcome Mrs. Elise Garmelia, AMD Perkes SOS MSI PhD. The floor is yours. Okay, yeah, thank you. Excuse me, Mrs. Elise, your microphone is mute. Please unmute your microphone.
Oke, sudah terdengar suara saya?
Sudah, Bu Elise, silakan.
Ya, soalnya tadi hostnya yang not allowing katanya. Oke, terima kasih, thank you Pak Zakaria. Ya, ini paparan saya, slide presentation-nya sudah tampak ya. Saya pertama-tama saya mau mengucapkan terima kasih untuk rektor, dekan, dan jurusan RMIK dan sivitas Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani, terima kasih banyak sudah mengundang saya. Dan saya ucapkan juga terima kasih untuk teman-teman saya dari beberapa negara yang sudah partisipasi hadir, mungkin dari Sultanat Oman, dari Uni Emirat Arab, dari Filipina, dari Jamaika, dari Mauritania, ya, ke India juga ada beberapa. Terima kasih sudah partisipasi kembali di virtual International Conference yang kedua di Indonesia, ya. Terima kasih juga sahabat saya, sobat saya PMIK yang hadir di acara ini, juga yang tercinta mahasiswa, karena saya dosen. Oh ya, saya koreksi nih Pak Zakaria, saya bukan Malang Politeknik, tapi Politeknik Kemenkes Semarang.
Oh, Semarang. Ya, terima kasih
Ya,
Bu atas
bukan
koreksinya. Oke,
ya.
terima kasih.
Nanti kajur saya nanya, loh kok kamu Malang gitu ya. Terima kasih Pak Zakaria. Baik, para sahabat, para mahasiswa sudah hadir pada acara ini, ya. Paparan saya tentang opportunities and strategies for applying the medical record electronic. Yang ini, ya, peluang dan tantangan, peluang dan strategi dalam mengaplikasikan rekam medis elektronik. Ya, introduction-nya adalah as a regulation of the Republic of Indonesia, number 44 2009 tentang the hospital, ya, adalah rumah sakit penyelenggara selain dari pelayanan dan penyelenggaraan pelayanan juga penelitian dan pengembangan di bidang kesehatan dalam rangka peningkatan pelayanan kesehatan dengan memperhatikan etika ilmu pengetahuan bidang kesehatan. Mohon maaf Pak Zakaria, mohon izin saya in bahasa, ya.
Silakan Ibu.
Mudah-mudahan mahasiswa kita semua dapat lebih mendengarkan. Ya Pak Zakaria, mohon izin. Kemudian sistem pelayanan rekam medis bertujuan menyediakan informasi, memudahkan pengelolaan dan pelayanan kepada pasien dalam proses pengambilan keputusan manajerial, diantaranya adalah perencanaan, pengorganisasian, pelaksanaan, pengawasan, penilaian, dan pengendalian dari pelayanan klinis sampai dengan administrasi di Fasyankes. Ya. Informasi yang terdapat di rekam medis itu dituntut memiliki kualitas yang adekuat. Diperlukan penyelenggaraan rekam medis yang baik, mulai dari input, proses, dan output sampai ke feedback dan controllingnya, ya, agar mendapatkan pelayanan medis yang akurat. Ya, lanjut. Nah, menurut Sesdirjen bahwa untuk strategi nasional e-health itu diawali dengan peraturan Permenkes nomor 46 tahun 2017, ya, regulasinya. Sebetulnya ada 7 komponen penentu keberhasilan penerapan e-health, ya, dari tata kelola dan kepemimpinannya, strategi dan investasi, kemudian layanan dan aplikasi, standar dan interoperabilitas, infrastrukturnya, peraturan dan kebijakan, dan pemenuhan kebijakan, yang terakhir adalah SDM. Nah, itu adalah yang harus diperhatikan secara e-health, ya, nasional, secara nasional, 7 komponen. Nanti kita lihat bagaimana sampai dengan kemampuan SDM-nya. Nah, Kalau kita lihat kemajuan transformasi industri 4.0 ini adalah karakteristik dalam industri, ya. Cyber physical system ini sudah dikupas oleh Prof. Dato, ya. Internet of Things juga sudah dibahas. Cloud computing mana juga sudah membahas. Kemudian AI. Saya bilang AI, di Prof. Dato bilang AI. Memang bahasa Inggrisnya adalah Artificial Intelligence. Dan yang menjadi masalah adalah Big Data. Big Data ini dikuningkan. Ini sudah banyak dibahas oleh Prof. Dato, ya. Halo. Halo, suara saya terdengar? Pak Zakaria?
Bu. Iya. Oke, Bu.
Terdengar ya?
Yeah.
Big data itu dikuningkan. Kalau kita sudah menyusun dari 4 dari 5 karakteristik tersebut, big data ini sekarang pun jadi masalah. Ya, sekarang jadi masalah big data. Jadi kemampuan dari pemerintah untuk server itu sudah melebihi, ya, itu big datanya ada di Pusdatin kalau di Kementerian Kesehatan. Nah, perubahan pola pelayanan pasien di rumah sakit, teknologi informasi dan kesehatan sebagai kebutuhan dalam mempermudah pelayanan sebetulnya, ya. Jadi persiapannya mulai dari infrastruktur terkait juga dengan big data tadi, ya. Mengubah pola komunikasi pasien dan dokter dengan adanya pelayanan terhadap pasien melalui teknologi informasi. Nah, ini harusnya ditunjang, ya, ditunjang dengan regulasi. Kalau karakteristik ada 5, maka implikasinya terhadap pola pelayanan di rumah sakit, teknologi informasi dan komunikasi, kebutuhannya dan kemudahannya dalam pelayanan. Tetapi juga mengubah pola komunikasi pasien dan dokter dengan adanya pelayanan terhadap pasien, itu diperlukan regulasi. Contoh satu regulasi aja yang sampai sekarang belum keluar. Padahal itu sangat menunjang rekam medis elektronik, ya. Perubahan dari revisi Permenkes 269 tentang rekam medis yang akan dituangkan di dalam 2 rekam medis secara elektronik, rekam medis non elektronik, di mana walaupun kita menjurus ke arah kemajuan elektronik, Indonesia itu sangat beragam. Jadi tetap disediakan bahwa rekam medis elektronik dan rekam medis non elektronik, karena dua-duanya mempunyai pengelolaan dan penyelenggaraannya yang berbeda, ya, berbeda mulai dari sistem privacy, security, and confidentiality-nya berbeda, monitoring, evaluasinya berbeda, ya. Kalau elektronik, kalau manual tetap kita sediakan. Tadi Bu Gemala sudah mengucapkan bahwa Indonesia mempunyai 17.000 pulau dengan karakteristik rumah sakit mulai dari kelas A, B, C, D sampai dengan pas FKTP, ya, fasilitas kesehatan tingkat pertama, di mana saat ini hampir 3.000 rumah sakit dan 10.000 puskesmas. Bayangkan kalau data itu aja, ya, belum termasuk dengan balai kesehatan dan klinik yang lain-lain. Itu kalau kita akan buat rekam medis elektronik ataupun sampai ke rekam kesehatan elektronik. Nah, ya, Bapak Ibu mungkin adik-adik, anak-anak, ya, mungkin sudah tahu tadi Bu Gemala menyampaikan ada difference. The difference of the electronic health record versus electronic medical record, itu ada perbedaannya, ya. Nah, lanjut. Contoh regulasi yang belum berubah adalah Permenkes 269. Sekarang, kalau tadi big data menjadi problem, ya, kita boleh aja infrastruktur maju, elektronik, ya, teknologi informasi yang maju, tapi harus dipikirkan bagaimana big datanya. Coba kita lihat
big data di pelayanan kesehatan itu harus dilihat dulu bagaimana pemetaan pasien dan sebaran penyakitnya. Dan ini akan menghasilkan suatu peta yang menunjukkan riwayat pasien secara keseluruhan yang akurat. Ya. Kemudian kejadian yang tak terduga, misalnya analisa data memberikan reaksi yang cepat ketika terjadi kejadian KLB atau wabah. Atau seperti sekarang ini, dia punya ini sendiri, server sendiri untuk COVID-19. Ya. KLB gizi buruk juga dapat dilihat dari total dari analisa big data ya di Papua misalnya. Kemudian rekam medis ya. Nah, saya selalu dimarahin nih kalau misalnya bilang rekam medik, itu saya didenda oleh Bu Gemala. Bu Gemala Hatta selalu bilang rekam medis, not rekam medik, not medical, not medic record, tapi medical record katanya. Ya, jadi istilah ini menjadi rekam medis, bukan rekam medik. Analisa dari big data akan memberikan gambaran situasi kesehatan masyarakat dan tren penyakit guna pengambilan keputusan. Nah, inilah yang sudah diidentifikasi big data yang ada di Pusdatin guna pengembangan pelayanan rumah sakit sebetulnya. Ya, ini sebetulnya paparan dari Sesdirjen yang medik ya. Lanjut. Smart Health System, sebetulnya ini cita-cita ya. Cita-cita dari Kementerian Kesehatan itu bahwa Smart Health System secara National e-health tadi akan ada teleconsultation. Sebetulnya ini sudah ada ya. Teleradiologi juga sudah ada, telekardiologi sudah ada oleh rumah sakit jantung, ya. Teleoptalmologi kita juga punya center dari pelayanan mata, ya. Teledermatologi, telefarmaceutical dan telelaboratory, ya. Ini yang disebut bahwa telemedicine support. Ya. Sekarang sudah ada bahkan regulasi untuk telemedicine. Kemudian dari conventional health service itu kita bisa lihat adanya primary health service, ya tadi puskesmas, ya. Kemudian referral health service, ya ini biasanya rumah sakit rujukan kelas A, hampir rata-rata A dan B, ya. Kemudian SPGDT, PGDT dulu kita pelayanan gawat darurat terpadu. Nah, ini juga sudah punya namanya SIS rute, ya. Ada SIS rute di situ. Social services, nurses services belum ya. Home health services, social support and assistance. Itu yang kita sebut bagian-bagian pelayanan conventional health service. Ya. Kemudian hospital services, nah ini mulai dari antara hospital services dari emergency and acute service program ke integrated outpatient program home services. Nah itu ada EICU, ya, EICU, emergency, consultation, elektronik ya, elektronik rawat jalan, elektronik rawat jalan, konsultasi dan elektronik rawat jalan terpadu ya. Jadi elektronik rawat jalan intensivis outpatient, intensivis elektronik rawat jalan kronik outpatient, dan satu lagi transition ya. Jadi dari hospital services inginnya seperti ini, emergency and acute service program, kemudian integrated outpatient program akan menjadi oleh multidisiplin tim ke telehealth center ya, telehealth center. Jadi health services approach communities, health service facility center become patient center. Nah, ini sebetulnya cita-cita ya, smart health system. Lanjut. Kemudian penguatan pelaksanaan COS dan telemedicine. Ya, diharapkan Ini udah direncanakan nih tahun 2001 ya, karena 2020 kemarin sudah terlaksana untuk SIM RS produk dari Kementerian Kesehatan, the MOH government itu sudah ada outsource ya, kemudian Sisrute, Siranap, kemudian SIRS itu sudah lama ya. Jadi itu akan dikembangkan lagi. Kemudian ada penggunaan telemedicine ya, walaupun sudah ada dari beberapa rumah sakit ya spesialistik. Maka tahun 2021 akan ada lagi penyusunan panduan penerapan telemedicine. Ya, terutama penyusunan instrumen, standar kerja, standar aplikasi, standar perangkat, dan standar panduan keamanan, kemudian disosialisasi, diseminasi, kemudian survei penerapan, kemudian melakukan assessment lagi terhadap applying the telemedicine. Ya. Ini penguatan pelaksanaan untuk tahun 2021, penguatan SIM RS dan telemedicine. Ya, lanjut. Next. Nah, kebutuhan fasilitas pelayanan kesehatan kita tahu ya, maunya sih kesehatan semua ya dari jauh aja, ya dari komputer ke orang langsung, bisa nggak itu ya? Ya, apalagi secara gitu ya, kalau sekarang ini kan sudah COVID ya, dengan adanya pandemi ini mengurangi kontak langsung sebetulnya ya. Tapi kebutuhan akan elektronik medical record atau mengarah kepada electronic health record, terutama sistem perjanjian pasien dulu. Rasanya sih ini sudah ada di beberapa rumah sakit ya. Kemudian sistem triasenya, diagnostic lab-nya, terapi, vaksin, kemudian keamanan gedung, rekam medis, sistem keuangan, sistem pemeliharaan, kontak tracing, pemantauan pasien isolasi, pemantauan pasien mandiri, home care geriatrik, chronic disease. Nah, ini diantaranya merupakan suatu kebutuhan fasilitas pelayanan kesehatan ya ke arah era perubahan transformasi sebetulnya. Nah, diharapkan sebetulnya semua sistem ya dapat terintegrasi, diantaranya adalah finansial, ini pasti ya, dari dulu udah nih pokoknya sebutan billing system itu sudah terintegrasi diantara untuk finansialnya. Banyak ya, atau IR, kemudian e-pharmacy ya, e-pharmacy juga belum semua. Untuk manajemen farmasi mungkin sudah ada, tapi di pelayanan itu e-pharmacy lebih ke arah CPOK ya. Jadi prescription, nah itu sudah. Telelab ya, itu sudah lama beberapa rumah sakit punya LIS, Laboratorium Information System. Kemudian teleradiologi syaratnya itu paling tidak ada MRI atau CT scan. Tadi Prof. Dato sudah kasih tahu bahwa di rumah sakit di MSU sudah mempunyai itu. Nah, itu adalah salah satu MRI, CT scan, kemudian peralatan yang digital. Radiologi bukan peralatan yang analog. Nah, itu masuk ke teleradiologi. Dan sistemnya yang terintegrasi itu PACS system ya, atau RIS ya, itu juga tadi sudah disebutkan oleh Ibu Gemala. Nah, telemedika terkait juga dengan equipment. Kita lihat ya, equipment itu semua terintegrasi. Ya, lanjut. Tujuan digitalisasi rumah sakit, nah, improve prosedur tujuannya ya. Jadi pengembangan prosedur, transparan proses knowledge. Jadi ini bisnis plan-nya berkelihatan improve prosedur, transparan proses knowledge, automatic documentation, salah satunya IMR ya. Platform independent software, all forward solution, indoor positioning dan automatic information. Ya, jadi semua dirancang untuk digitalisasi di rumah sakit. Nah, ini ada satu contoh rumah sakit yang sudah electronic medical record, tapi sekalian dalam
Maaf Bu Els.
Ya.
Iya.
Enggak, soalnya hostnya yang meng-unmute nih. Ya, oke. Sudah sampai ke automatic information. Kita lihat lanjut. Next. Mengapa data harus terintegrasi? Ya. Data terintegrasi adalah sebagai titik awal dalam membangun ekosistem data end-to-end. Ya, jadi tadi juga mungkin sudah diberitahu oleh Pak Dato. Kemudian titik awal menerapkan tata kelola data yang baik. Nah, tadi Unjani sudah good governance katanya ya. Kemudian menghilangkan potensi human error dalam proses pengolahan data. Kemudian mempermudah akses, memantau maupun mengontrol penggunaan data, baik internal maupun eksternal melalui API, aplikasi programming interface ya. Meningkatkan keamanan data. Nah, ini ya, data yang terintegrasi mudah, tapi juga pemantauan dan pengontrolannya harus ketat ya. Lanjut. Tantangan rumah sakit tanpa memiliki data yang terintegrasi, dampak terhadap top manajemen adalah lambat. Kita tahu kalau kita udah ngalami ya PMIK di rumah sakit sebelum ada komputerisasi aja. Sensus harian rawat inap mesti keliling dari bangsal ke bangsal, ya, manual. Kemudian diinput di satu komputer tua, ya, yang lemot banget, ya. Tuh anak-anak zaman sekarang kalau bilang lemotnya lambreta, ya. Nah itu seringkali yang namanya keputusan juga jadi lambat. Kesulitan untuk menemukan area itu juga susah, ya, lambat juga. Untuk melakukan atau troubleshooting masalah dengan cepat. Kemudian kehilangan peluang peningkatan pemasukan. Ya dong ya. Contohnya kalau finance atau billingnya telat saja, ya bakalan lama. Ya. Kemudian biaya operasional semakin meningkat sejalan semakin banyaknya data. Kemudian produktivitas tidak maksimal, kualitas pelayanan menurun, kualitas untuk memasukkan inovasi tanpa bukti data yang akurat karena datanya tidak macam-macam. Hanya semacam aja. Kalau bermacam-macam, tambah sulit lagi ngumpulin datanya. Nah itulah kalau data tidak terintegrasi. Dampak hariannya juga pasti akan baik. Ya. Lanjut. Nah, ya. Jadi nih, untuk keberhasilan integrasi data, kita juga jangan asal-asalan. Katanya gini, garbage in, garbage out, ya. Kalau asal-asalan, maka yang keluar juga salah. Ya, jadi harus ada kesepakatan dalam proses membeli dan mengumpulkan dan mengintegrasikan data. Ini adalah ketika electronic medical record akan di running. Itu banyak sekali tuh trial and error. Ya, jadi harus ada kesepakatan. Maaf, ini contoh yang saya ambil dari presentan waktu saya mengikuti workshop ini dari Rumah Sakit Jantung. Jadi Rumah Sakit Rumah Sakit Pusat Jantung dan Pembuluh Darah itu sudah electronic medical record, tapi waktu dalam runningnya itu betapa sulitnya karena selalu dibilangin garbage in, garbage out. Yang benar kalau isi datanya. Sekarang harus ada kesepakatan setiap unit. Jika ada istilah baru, langsung disosialisasikan. Ada simbol baru, ada singkatan baru, harus disosialisasi. Diberikan kepada semua, terutama PMIK. Nah, PMIK di rumah sakit, kan tujuannya sudah dikatakan, kita selalu ngumpulin singkatan, simbol, klinis ya, bukan yang umum ya, yang terkait dengan pelayanan medis ya. Jadi itu dikumpulkan, disosialisasikan terus. sudah sosialisasi baru masuk ke programmernya untuk dimasukkan ke dalam aplikasinya supaya semua bisa melihat ya. Jadi jangan bikin asal-asalan nih datanya. Tujuannya agar didapat data yang bersih, memiliki nilai tinggi dan bermanfaat untuk dianalisa sehingga dapat memberikan manfaat yang konkret kepada institusi ya. Lanjut. Nah, ini juga dari Rumah Sakit Jantung ya, dalam proses ya sekarang ini, contoh implementasi sistem integrasi datanya. Ya, ini dimulai dari pelayanan program pendaftaran, ya, kemudian perjanjian, tadi kan selalu ada perjanjian mulai dari appointment system kita bilangnya. Jadi standar dari WHO juga untuk electronic medical record adalah ada 6, ya. Di antaranya adalah appointment system. Yang pertama kan pendaftaran MPI, Master Patient Index-nya. Kemudian appointment system. Kemudian bed management, ya. Kemudian ICD termasuk. Tadi Prof. Dato sudah bilang bagaimana ICD-nya begitu ya. Terus oh ya saya juga mau jawab tuh Prof. Dato ya. Jadi mudah-mudahan beliau masih ada. Kalau nggak ada ya nggak apa-apa nanti saya ini aja. Beliau adalah guru saya sebetulnya. Ya, jadi di Malaysia, di Asia Tenggara yang baru mempunyai sekolah medical record and health information itu baru Indonesia sampai 7 sekolah. Sementara Malaysia punya satu sebetulnya kedudukannya di Selangor. Dia punya diploma. Ya, saya kebetulan sudah ke sana itu di Selangor. UITM, University UITM, Teknologi Mara, ya University Teknologi Mara, Information and Technology Mara, mempunyai diploma 3, tapi menjurus pada coder, ya. Nah kalau Indonesia kita sudah punya diploma 3 dan diploma 4, tadi juga S1 ya. Nah, jadi ada 70 sekolah yang ada saat ini, ya, yang negeri memang baru sedikit, ya. Nah, di Malaysia itu baru 1, di Filipina katanya akan buka. Sementara di Oman juga sudah ada, ya kalau namanya Middle East ya, itu sudah ada beberapa. Jadi Asia Tenggara baru Indonesia. Kemudian di Malaysia baru saja 1, Filipina juga baru buka, yang lainnya belum ada. Nah, kalau di Malaysia, kalau Indonesia punya Pormiki, tapi kalau Malaysia itu punya PPRM, Perhimpunan Perubatan Rekod Malaysia. Kebetulan teman-teman saya, dia seperti kita dulu ya, Pormikinya. Bukan orang-orang diploma 3, bukan orang-orang TMK lulusan, ya. Jadi mereka yang dokter interest, bidan atau perawat interest itu masuk di dalam PPRM, gitu, ya. Mudah-mudahan Prof. Dato masih ada. Nah, kembali lagi implementasi sistem integrasi data itu dimulai dari pendaftaran, ya, kemudian janjian juga ada. Terus finance dan lain-lain itu ada semua ya. Nah, server kita lihat servernya 1, 2, 3, 4. Kemudian ada network storage 1, 2, 3. Ini yang punya nih satu rumah sakit ya, satu rumah sakit electronic medical record ya. Nah, kalau electronic health record dari rumah sakit di Indonesia bisa ke rumah sakit di Jakarta, bisa ke Marang, bisa ke Jogja dan lain-lain. Itu electronic health record. Oh iya, ini termasuk alat ya. Nah, kalau kita lihat lagi digital health and the fight against the COVID-19 ini termasuk dia punya sendiri. Digital health dia punya sendiri karena baru dibuat juga ya. Jadi ini satu data tujuannya untuk tracking juga sih ya, sekalian dari pengumpulan data langsung yang dianggap bisa lebih cepat dan akurat sebetulnya. Itu juga termasuk digital health, ya. Lanjut. Nah, kita kembali ke rekam medis elektronik. Suatu sistem khusus yang dibuat untuk mempermudah kinerja petugas, karena terdapat berbagai macam fitur di dalamnya yang ditawarkan untuk kelengkapan dan keakuratan data. Memberi tanda waspada, peringatan, ya, warning, ya, warning system juga ada, alert, ya, kalau kita suka ya, alert, warning. Kemudian sistem pendukung keputusan klinik kita sebut, para orang IT sebut DSS, Decision Clinical Support System, ya, DCSS, dan menghubungkan data dengan pengetahuan medis serta alat lainnya. Rekam medis elektronik sangat penting bagi manajemen rumah sakit untuk mengelola masalah kesehatan karena menyediakan integritas, akurasi, dan solusi untuk meningkatkan efisiensi biaya, peningkatan akses layanan, dan kualitas layanan di fasilitas kesehatan. Lanjut. Nah, kalau kita lihat rekam medis elektronik yang akan dikembangkan berdasarkan program Kementerian Kesehatan, ya. Ini juga paparan dari Sesdirjen yang medis, pemeliharaan dan pengobatan pasien, keperluan pendidikan dan pelatihan, kemudian data statistik kesehatan. Jadi penerapan diolah sebagai sebuah big data yang akan digunakan dalam pengembangan layanan kesehatan maupun promosi layanan di rumah sakit, ya, dan pengobatan pasien di rumah sakit, di pasienkes, keperluan pendidikan dan pelatihan juga, ya, dan data statistik kesehatan sudah ada sih, ya, seperti SIRS, ya. Nah, ini fungsi rekam medis elektronik, ya, menurut Kemenkes, medis. Ada diagnosis medisnya, keperawatan, daftar obat, riwayat alergi, ya, dan narasinya, kemudian hasil pemeriksaan lab. Nah, ini ada 4, informasi, manajemen hasil, kemudian entry data, mendukung keputusan tindakan perawatan, sehingga menerapkan kemampuan pendukung keputusan klinis. Kita kembali lagi decision support system, DSS atau DCSS, ya. Oke, next. Nah, EMR. Kalau kita bilang EMR, ya kita ingatnya adalah PMIK, ya. Siapa kamu? Saya adalah PMIK, ya. Apa itu PMIK? Perekam medis dan informasi kesehatan. Kita punya 7 kompetensi. Suara saya jelas, Pak Zakaria?
Jelas, Bu.
Jelas, ya. Soalnya saya udah ngocap banyak, nggak taunya nggak didengar. Oke, PMIK punya 7 kompetensi, ya. Kita semua tahu nih, Bapak, Ibu, sobat saya PMIK, anak-anak, calon lulusan ataupun mahasiswa RMIK, kita punya 7 kompetensi dari Kemenkes yang baru, Kemenkes yang baru, yaitu nomor 312 tahun 2020, ya. Ada 7 kompetensi. Di mana 7 kompetensi ini akan diuraikan berdasarkan level. Apa itu level? Level adalah tingkat kemampuannya, ya. Nah, tingkat kemampuan tergantung dari lulusannya, lulusan D3 dan lulusan D4, ya. Lanjut. Dibaca aja, ya, kompetensi. Kemenkes mengedarkan, ya, ada di Google Form, apakah rumah sakit Anda sudah menerapkan bridging system SEP dengan BPJS Kesehatan? Sudahlah, ya, sudah banyak, 37 rumah sakit. Akan menerapkan, itu rumah sakit swasta, ya. Ini kaitannya dengan kita juga nih yang ngerjain, ya. Apakah rumah sakit Anda telah menerapkan rekam medis elektronik? Ya, 25. Yang akan 13, yang tidak 2. Jadi cukup banyak lanjutnya, ya. Nah, kita berpikir gimana ini PMIK? Ternyata akan diselenggarakan RME. Bagaimana tingkat lulusannya? Bagaimana kemampuan kita nanti seorang PMIK di era electronic medical record, ya. Sekali lagi, kalau Ibu Gemala sudah menyatakan what difference about electronic health record and electronic medical record. Saya uangkan lagi berdasarkan NAHID report, electronic medical record atau RMA itu adalah catatan elektronik tetapi yang dikelola di satu rumah. Sedangkan rekam kesehatan elektronik atau EHR atau RKE adalah rekam medis catatan elektronik juga, tapi dikelola mengikuti standar interoperabilitas nasional. Nah, itu dilakukan, dikerjakan, atau berjalan lebih dari satu organisasi pelayanan kesehatan. Ya, jadi Bapak Ibu sekali lagi tahu mana yang RME, mana yang RKE. Rekan kesehatan personal itu adalah yang dimiliki oleh si pasien itu sendiri, ya, itu beda. Lanjut. Nah, ada indikator ya yang dibuat oleh satu perhimpunan organisasi HIMSS namanya, Health Information Management Society, ya, EMRAM, Electronic Medical Record, Electronic Medical Record Adoption Model. Dia membuat satu tahapan atau satu tingkat dari 0 sampai dengan 7. Ya, ini bisa dilihat aja atau bisa di browsing ya, apa sih itu EMRAM ya, dari 0 sampai 7. Yang saya maksud di sini adalah gimana sih kebutuhan atau katanya opportunities atau katanya peluang PMIK di dalam pelayanan yang sudah berbasis RME. Sedangkan RME itu tingkatnya dari 0 sampai 7. Kalau dari 0 aja semuanya udah masuk di situ. Kalau 1 saja sudah. Ya, 1 aja belum tentu, ya. Radiologinya masih ada yang analog, nggak bisa, ya. Bukan elektronik medical record. Radiologinya sudah digital semuanya, ya. Coba kita lihat, apa sih kita tuh masuknya di mana, ya? Dari 7 tingkat ini ada nanti itemnya, detailnya, sebetulnya harusnya seperti apa. Ya, untuk tingkat 0 ke tingkat perangkat yang belum ada, ketiga perangkat yang belum terpasang. Jadi ya mana-mana saja bolehlah saat ini, ya. Nah, tuh. Terus di sini LIS radiologi farmasi belum, tapi medical recordnya computerized. Ya, medical recordnya sudah komputerisasi. Jadi apa yang dilakukan? Monef, siapa yang melakukan? Masih bisa di tingkat 0. Lanjut tingkat 1. Di tingkat 1, hasil sistem diagnostik utama online sudah terpasang, ya. 3 atau 4 sistem sudah terpasang semuanya yang bisa dilakukan integrasi, ya. Sistem terintegrasi dengan semua sistem dan semua peralatan. Ya, lanjut. Di sini pun kita sudah punya stake 0, 1, 2, 3, semua kita melakukan monitoring dan evaluasi, terutama review. Nah, apa hubungannya dengan RME, standar RME di sini? Ya, lanjut, stake 3. Di dalam standar RME, ya, stake 3, ada kriteria 50% untuk semua rekaman per pasien per hari. Kasus rawat inap sudah terisi. Siapa yang melakukan monetnya? Saat ini kita melakukan monet yang namanya AKPLRM, ya. Nah, kalau digital atau electronic medical record sama, cuman beda. Monitoring evaluasinya atau reviewnya tetap dilaksanakan, tetapi caranya berbeda, ya. Lanjut, step 4. Nah, di step 4 ada CPOE juga di IGD, oke. Coba kita lihat kriteria penggunaan CPOE ditetapkan pada lebih 50% gunakan metrik yang sama. Oke. Kemudian nomor 3, jika ada pendokumentasian dengan kriteria perawatan, maka perawat atau nakes lain harus meningkat pengisiannya sampai dengan 90%. Siapa yang menilai atau monitoring dan evaluasi? Pertanyaannya adalah bukan jeruk makan jeruk ya, pasti PMIK yang melakukan. Step 5, dokumentasi dokter, katanya 50% sudah harus terisi. Baik di IGD, dokumentasi di IGD maupun di ruang rawat. Siapa yang melakukan? Ya, monitoring, evaluasi, kelengkapan dokumentasi, ya, tepat waktu, akurat, sesuai. Nah, itu reviewnya siapa yang melakukan. Ya, lanjut. Step 6. Verifikasi healthcare via teknologi. Ini dikatakan bahwa pemeriksaan perawatan ibu menyusui dan lain-lain juga di sini ada monitoring evaluasi. Ya. Step 7. Nah, di sini juga ya, di sini ada di mana perawat dokter mendokumentasikan perawatan di RME menggunakan template terstruktur dan menangkap informasi tersisa lebih dari 90%, termasuk mulai dari asesmen awal, CPPT, dan rencana pemulangan. Jadi di sini dikatakan pengkajian atau asesmen awal, CPPT, dan discharge planning ya, discharge planning itu sudah terisi penuh. Kemudian ketepatan waktu semua order ya selesai dalam 2 jam dari jadwal 90%. Di sini sudah mulai terapkan lagi review dari medical record tertutup dan medical record terbuka. Kemudian monitoring dan evaluasi sesuai analisa kuantitatif, kualitatif itu juga dilaksanakan. Mulai dari step 0 sampai 7. Pertanyaannya siapa yang melakukan? PMIK ya, nggak mungkin dokter meriksa dokter perawat nggak mungkin ya. MRAM ini ada 7 langkah, 7 tingkat 0 sampai 7 model yang dapat diukur adopsi dan utilization of electronic medical record. Kalau saya tanya dengan rumah sakit dulu, saya bekerja di rumah sakit, saya tanya dengan direkturnya, dok, kalau rumah sakit ini sudah tingkat berapa? Dia mengatakan tingkat 2. Itu di rumah sakit saya dulu. Padahal itu sudah punya 4-4-nya. Kita sudah punya LIS, PACS system, jadi radiology information system. Kita juga farmasi sudah punya, tapi baru CPOE ya, jadi belum manajemen farmasinya belum. Nah, itu dia mengatakan baru tingkat 2. Rumah sakit saya kelas A nasional, rujukan Jakarta dan vertikal di bawah Kemenkes. Bayangkan, baru tingkat 2 katanya ya. Nah, kalau Anda mau mengukur rumah sakit Anda, boleh membuka Get Your MRAM. Ya, saya lupa tapi ada di referensi itu bisa klik.
Maaf Bu Els, termute. Maaf Bu Els, suaranya tidak terdengar. Halo Bu Els, apakah bisa mendengar suara kami? Di mute. Bu Els, apakah bisa di unmute? Ibu Els. Oke, demikian tadi presentasi.
Ya, halo.
Oh iya. Gimana
ya,
Bu?
Ya.
Sempat ini Bu, termute ya?
Iya Pak Zakaria, saya minta tolong hostnya memperhatikan. Ini bukan saya yang unmute.
Oh begitu Bu, ya.
Yang mute, bukan saya yang mute, tapi hostnya yang
Oke Bu, terima kasih.
mungkin kepencet atau apa. Ya,
Ya
kalau
Bu.
gitu, ya.
Ya, mohon
bukan
maaf.
Saya.
Iya, mohon maaf Ibu
Oke,
Els.
sekali lagi sekarang.
Yes,
sekali
silakan.
lagi, apa perbedaan EMR dengan EHR? Apa perbedaan RME dan RKE? Ya, coba tadi Bu Gemala sudah, dan sekarang saya 2 kali. Yang kedua kali ini berdasarkan referensi AHIMA. An electronic medical record of health-related information on an individual that can be created, gathered, managed, and consulted by authorized clinician and staff within a single healthcare organization. Ya, jadi di satu rumah sakit namanya RME. Kalau bisa beberapa rumah sakit, RKE. Nah, sekarang ada job baru menurut saya, sebetulnya ini saya baca malah 2014 ya. Coba ini ada tambahan dari PMIK untuk kompetensi manajemen data, di mana ada istilah ERM system. Apa itu ERM system? Electronic Report Management, ya. System that capture data from print files and other report formatted digital document. Jadi khusus untuk yang menerima email, e-fax, instant message, web page, digital detection, speech recognition, and store them for subsequent viewing. Melalui data ini yang permintaannya tentang klinis itu dikelola oleh PMIK. Kalau kita sebut bahwa kita punya kompetensi release of information, nah inilah ERM. Ya, ERM. Semua permintaan data klinis melalui PMIK, nggak mungkin ke tata usaha. Karena data klinis, kenapa? Data klinis kita mesti melihat lagi ke rekam medis. Rekam medis yang mana? Elektronik. Permintaannya seperti apa? Ini ya. Jadi ini pun baru dikelola oleh Rumah Sakit Mayapada. Kemarin itu saya konsultasi atas permintaan misalnya melalui webpage ya. Kalau minta klaim asuransi yang umum bukan BPJS, dia mempunyai form sendiri, dia bisa bisa langsung terisi, bisa langsung ngeprint ya, webpage melalui webpage. Atau ada permintaan nomor sekian yang sudah pernah diminta, tapi saya mau minta ulang berdasarkan copying. Itu bisa diambil kapanpun, dimanapun, asal bisa di print. Kalau nggak perlu di print, bisa di forward lagi oleh yang punya otorisasi. Digital dictation, nah itu juga ya. Sekarang kan udah bisa pakai diktasi ya, walaupun pakai HP. Kalau e-fax email itu biasa. Oke, jadi ada terbaru lagi untuk release of information terkait dengan electronic report management. Jadi seperti pelepasan informasi melalui permintaan secara digital. Ya, ini kalau sudah ada electronic medical record maka itu sudah ada. Oke, sekarang saya mau ngasih tahu bahwa siapa saja sih yang sudah mencapai tingkat itu secara MRAM yang sudah dinilai. Ada NUH Hospital Group Singapura. Lanjut. Ya grup ya. Grup. Lanjut. Nah, kemudian ada di Oxford University Hospital. Kemudian ada di Nuffield Orthopedic Center Award MRAM itu lab. ya, Oxford level 6. Kemudian Jefferson Hospital di kampus Philadelphia di Amerika ya, itu tingkat 7. Kemudian Great Ormond Street Hospital itu tingkat 7. Jadi masing-masing sudah membuat skornya. Ya, lanjut. Emram di Indonesia. Nah, ini tadi ada pertanyaan nih, gimana kalau ada Siloam, kalau nggak salah Siloam ya, Siloam di Surabaya. Itu sudah hampir rata-rata yang sudah mempunyai electronic medical record di Indonesia itu dalam satu owner, jadi satu grup ya. Contohnya Lipo Group. Jadi Lipo Group yang di Tangerang sama Lipo Group di Bekasi itu bisa connect ya. Ciputra Group juga. Kemudian Mayapada itu juga banyak. Omni, Siloam, Mitra Keluarga yang di Batam tadi Bu Gemala bilang yang di Batam sama yang di mana gitu, itu bisa connect karena satu owner, satu vendor. Ya, jadi satu owner itu pakai vendor ini aja, standarnya ini, udah aplikasinya ini, ya. Semua isinya tentang ini, itu bisa. Kemudian ada nih Hospital Jakarta dan kemudian ada 100 rumah sakit vertical hospital under MOU in progress, ya, jadi mengarah ke electronic medical record. Lanjut. Nah, ini mestinya tadi nih, ada review, ada 6 review yang bisa dilakukan berdasarkan stage 0 sampai stage 2. Tetapi dari patient care review, health record review, surgical review, itu bisa dilakukan oleh PMIK. Oh, 6 mortality review. Enggak. 1-3 bisa dilakukan oleh PMIK. Ya, mulai dari 0 sampai stage 7. Lanjut. Kenapa mesti dilakukan monitoring dan evaluasi baik analisis kuantitatif maupun kualitatif? Kita bisa lihat dari 10 rumah sakit. Ketidaklengkapan pengisian rekam medis masih tinggi. Jadi Anda bayangkan kalau tidak electronic medical record, ya. Coba bayangkan. Keterangan di sini saya buat ada rekam tidak lengkap, waktunya tidak tepat, terus semua keperawatan tidak lengkap, autentikasinya tidak jelas, identitas pasiennya ada yang tidak ditulis, nama dokter tidak ditulis, rekam medis tidak lengkap, resume pulang tidak lengkap, khusus kasus DM tidak lengkap, inform consent tidak lengkap. Jadi Anda bayangkan ini manual, bagaimana kalau electronic medical record. Artinya PMIK yang mengerjakan saat ini harus menambah lagi ilmunya, ada tambahannya, baik khusus maupun dari D3 ke D4. Oke, transformasi lagi, katanya paper to hybrid to RME RKE. Strateginya gimana? Lanjut. Ya, kalau ada RME, apalagi RKE, maka semua pekerjaan PMIK akan ditransformasi. Ditransformasi unlimited. Apakah ada yang melakukan analisis? Apakah ada yang melakukan abstracting? Apakah ada yang melakukan assembling? Apakah ada yang melakukan sensus harian rawat inap? Apakah ada yang melakukan coding? Data reporting, data quality, dan lain-lain. Ada MPI maintenance-nya dilakukan? Bisa. Adakah release of information? Udah tadi ERM, ya. Nah, bagaimana nih pekerjaan kita nih? Diambil semua oleh komputer. Lanjut. Ya, akhirnya kembali, kalau ada transformasi begitu, berarti ilmu kita mesti ditingkatkan lagi. Lebih banyak kursus-kursus yang ke arah elektronik, medical record, ya. Nah, saran saya sih strategi nih, jangan sampai yang udah beberapa rumah sakit yang sudah lama, kemudian rekam medisnya banyak, bertumpuk ya, bertumpuk, berantakan, terus tiba-tiba ke elektronik medical record, lupa dia dengan rekam medisnya. Kalau di Australia, kebetulan kita nggak ada ya, waktu kami ke ini adalah yang pertama kali dilakukan sebelum ke electronic medical record. Harus ada pemeliharaan dulu dari rekam medis yang ada isinya, ya, melakukan pemusnahan scanning, ya, dilakukan ada tahapan selection, auditing, validation, copying, authentication, distract, baru dimusnahkan. Harusnya ini dulu, jadi nggak melupakan, ya. Nah, sobat-sobat PMIK yang sudah electronic medical record yang tadi saya sebutkan rumah sakit yang owner, kewalahan nih, akhirnya mundur. Yang sekarang aja dulu katanya di scan, ya, di scan seperti ini harus kualitas scanningnya yang cepat, ya, tidak hanya memerlukan seorang yang menyeken terus, tapi harus dilakukan analisis. Apakah dia tahu? Itu harus ada ilmunya juga, ya. Bukan kayak dulu lagi nanti SMA ke Satpam terus kerja, ya, gampang kok kerja di medical record, ya. Ya, dia harus di scan dan dianalisis sampai ke alih medianya benar-benar. Ini sudah tadi ya, lanjut, ya, lanjut. Conclusionnya, peran PMIK adalah koordinasi yang lebih harmonis, lebih strategis antara PMIK dengan IT profesional, kemudian workflow and process mapping, ya, lakukan mapping dulu mana yang harus pertama kali dilakukan, ya, dilakukan semua berdasarkan kemauan IT, tahu-tahu rekam medis itu kececeran. Ensure the AMR system, ya, lebih banyak nanti benchmark mungkin, ya, to be facilitator for trainer the AMR process. Jadi ini contohnya rumah sakit Karyadi, ya. Jadi Pak ada di rumah sakit Karyadi, kepala instalasi rekam medisnya jadi trainer. Dia men-train terus, melatih terus pada saat proses electronic medical record berjalan. Memang itu jadinya, ya. Improve the quality management, ya. Kemudian jangan lupa nih saya tadi, ya, quality management termasuk tadi kemampuan untuk melakukan monitoring, evaluasi pengisian rekam medis, analisa kuantitatif, kemudian medical record tertutup, ya, terbuka, ya mungkin masih ada saat di perawatan, tetapi bukan manual rekam medis, ya, berkas, tapi elektronik. Nah, bagaimana caranya, ya, sampai ke bisa juga dengan yang baru ERM, Electronic Report Management, ya, Release of Information. Lanjut. Nah, ini si kata bijak Charles Darwin, ya. It is not the strong of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most adaptively change. Harus berubah. Kalau kita katakan transformasi industri 4.0, kita harus capai nanti 5.0 yang Jepang aja sudah katanya, ya. Nah, ini referensi ada di salah satunya untuk melihat sampai mana state kita, ya, rumah sakit kita itu sudah sampai tingkat apa. Lanjut. Nah, terima kasih banyak. Terima kasih saya juga pada Profesor Dato Gafar. Beliau adalah promotor saya waktu S3 di Malaysia. Dan Heather Green juga saya udah kenal beliau itu tahun 2005. Beliau adalah IT, tapi dasarnya beliau adalah kita rekam medis, HIM, Health Information Management, konsultan WHO. Jadi mudah-mudahan bisa saling berbagi. Terima kasih buat Bapak Ibu, semoga bermanfaat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Oke, terima kasih Ibu Elis Karmelia atas paparan yang sungguh luar biasa, menambah wawasan bagi kita semua, perekam medis dan informasi kesehatan di Indonesia, baik di regional kawasan Asia Tenggara maupun di seluruh dunia. Thank you very much. That's very inspiring talk that we have just listened from Mrs. Elisa Carmelia from Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, okay, one of our speakers in the second session, we will have Mr. Muhammad Rifki Ma'arif, ST, Master Engineering from Indonesia. Currently, his work experiences are quite a lot, and as a lecturer, he has also appointed as a Vice Dean, Faculty of Engineering and Information Technology, University of Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta. His educational background, graduate from Teknik Informatika, Sunan Kalijaga Islamic State University, Yogyakarta. Postgraduate from Donggu University, South Korea in Industrial and System Engineering, concentrated in information system. He has quite a lot of experience in research and community services. Okay, so we still about couple hours. So I would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Rifki Ma'arif to deliver the talks. Would you please take the floor? Mr. Muhammad Rifki Ma'arif from Indonesia. Thank you.
Do my two-step.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zakaria. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. It's very nice opportunity for me to present in this seminar. So first, I'd like to say thank you to the Rector of Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta, Mr. Dr. Andes Joko Susilo, STMT. Also the Dean of Faculty of Health, Mr. Dr. Kuswanto Harjo, and the leaderboard committee from program studi rekam medis dan informasi kesehatan. What is in English is medical record and information management maybe. Okay, health information management. So I'd like to say thank you a lot because of this opportunity that given to me, joining with another very excellent and experienced speaker from Indonesia and abroad, Dr. Kamala, Professor Dato, Mrs. Elisa PhD, and Mrs. Secretary. So today I will continue the talk about the big data. So the three previous speaker has frequently mentioned about the big data. So what is big data and how the big data can be used to empower the health information management. Okay, maybe next slides. I forget to erase this slide actually. So maybe I'm not as well known as previous speaker, so maybe I need to little bit present a brief of my biography. I'm actually a lecturer of industrial engineering in UNJAN Yogyakarta. So some of you maybe have some questions. What is the relation of industrial engineering and health information management? And for your little information, currently industrial engineering, including in Indonesia, experiencing some kinds of a big shift. That previously industrial engineering is close to mechanical engineering, or maybe in some sites the industrial engineering is close to economic and management. So previously, if we're talking about industrial engineering, we're talking about the machine, we're talking about the operation management, we're talking about business management, something like that. But now, with the advance of information technology, we in industrial engineering has adapted to broaden our coverage area. So in industrial engineering now, there is some subtopics covered in operation management to cover the healthcare also. And this is a little bit related to area of interest in my research, especially I have interest in big data analytics and machine learning with maybe a little bit related to the topic today. So everybody talking about big data. Since I have no sufficient formal background in healthcare or even healthcare information management, today I will digging more deeper into the technical of the big data. What is big data? What kind of utilization of big data in healthcare, and how can we implement the big data in the healthcare domain? Okay, next slide. Next slide. Okay, today everybody talking about big data. Okay, from the morning to this current time, the terms of big data is mentioned so many times. Everybody talking about big data. Big data is become very popular in various kind of domain. But what is the big data? What is the big terms if we relate it to the data? We can see the number on the presentations, in these presentations. We see there is maybe 500 million of tweets in the Twitter platform that produce every day. You can imagine that every day there is 500 million tweets that produced by user all over the world. So this is the data that the world produces today. And from the wearable device, maybe it's more related to the healthcare. The wearable device that we use, fitness tracker or smartwatch, something like that, currently has produced more than 28 petabytes of data. Petabyte is gigabytes, or gigabytes in 4 or 3. It's quite big of data. And in 2025, the world will produce maybe eventually or approximately 463 exabytes of data. So if we talk about the big data, it's very, very large amount of data. We don't talking about gigabytes. We don't talking about even terabytes. We're talking about exabytes data. We're talking about petabytes data, yottabytes data. And if this number of data written on the paper, maybe we have like folio size of paper, and we write down all the data that world produced today, maybe we can stack the paper and we can reach the moon from the earth. That's quite big number of data. So this phenomenon makes the rising of the big data. So everybody, every company, every domain now talking about big data because they produce those data and they need some kinds of methodology, some kinds of tools to be better utilize their data. So this is the condition of the data today. So what is a big data? Maybe next slide. So actually, big data has so many dimensions, but the most famous dimension of big data is well known as 4 V's. So if we're talking about big data, actually we're not only talking about the quantity or the size. We're not talking about the volume, but we're talking about the variety. First speaker, Dr. Kamala, has presented various types of medical or health data. And in health data, we have a large variety. We have a lot of various form of data, from textual record, from image record, from signal record, analog data, something like that, that makes compound the analytical process. So before we analyze the big amount of data, we need to integrate the data, as Mrs. Ellis said before. But the various kinds of data, they have a different types of data, different form of data. They need to integrate in the standardized format, in the same format, before we do some analysis. And this is very complicated. And the third dimension of big data is the velocity. We can say velocity is how fast the data is growing up. In the previous slide, we can see that in the Twitter platform, for example, we have 5,000 million data every day. 5,000 million tweets that produced by the Twitter user every day. It's a very fast number. It's a very speedy. We can say that the data is growth in exponential speed. And the third dimension and the last dimension of big data is the veracity. The veracity is the data quality and the value. We have enormous number of data. We have a large number of data. But how we can determine which the data have the quality and which data has sufficient value to be analyzed? Actually, it's very hard for us to select or to point the data that have sufficient quality from the bunch, from the large number of data. So in the big data, we also have a method on how to prepare, how to select the data that have sufficient quality and value. Okay, next. Okay. Due to its popularity, due to its massive number of the data, big data now is kind of lingua franca. So what is lingua franca? Lingua franca, it's kind of every domain, every aspect of the world right now is producing very big amount of data. So the big data is applied on various kind of domain, ranging from media and entertainment, they use big data. Banking and securities, they use big data. Insurance, transportation, education. Manufacturing, they use big data. Energy also use big data. And of course, healthcare. Healthcare is use big data a lot. For example, in manufacturing, because I'm from industrial engineering, so maybe I'm close to the manufacturing domain. So in the manufacturing, for example, the big data can be used to predict the future demand of market. So what the customer needs in the near future can be predicted by the big data. So it will be optimized how the company, how the factory produce its goods to meet the customer demand in accurate way, in pinpoint way. That's one kind of example of the use of big data in manufacturing. And in healthcare, maybe in the next slide. Next slide. Now, this is the implementation of big data in healthcare. So we in the healthcare, we maintain online health record, right? So with the growing number of medical devices, with the growing number of electronic medical record system, we have a lot of data, enormous number of data. So we should have the right technology to maintain those online record. We cannot rely on the technology like relational database or even a spreadsheet to manage those kind of data. For example, MySQL database, for example, or Excel spreadsheet, it's limited to 2 or maybe 3 million record of the data. But it's not big data. 3 million is not big data. We have much more number of data. Okay, so we need the big data to maintain online health record in efficient way. So if we can manage it in efficient way, it's possible to make some kinds of models to implement the preventive care strategies to improve the personalized care of the patients. So eventually we can understand our patients, our customer in a better way. That is from the clinical perspective. From the economic perspective, big data can also help the health sector to analyze the trend of the health, the trend of the consumer needs, the trend of the current trend. So it can push the healthcare marketing and optimize the growth of the business of healthcare services. Next. So I think this material is already outlined before with the first and the third presenters, Dr. Kamala and Mrs. Ellis, what is electronic health record. But in this slide, I would like to emphasize the different way the health record is collected or is doing before and after health record in the electronic era. So in the previous way, in the old way, we all already know, I think all of you know that the medical record maybe long years ago is inputted in the form of clinical trial, which is small and costly. The health practitioner inputted manually. So we just have a limited amount of data. And thus make the modeling effort is so small. So with the limited number of data, we only can make just limited unpowerful models, for example, for disease prediction and something like that. But in electronic health record era, we have biggest number of data, broader patient populations, and even longitudinal records. That is data that have an historical in a long time frame. But the problem from the enormous, but the problem of the electronic health record data is the size is very big, and the data itself is noisy and heterogeneous, so it's hard to analyze. So in the previous way, we have small number of data, and it's easy to analyze with a traditional statistic maybe, or maybe just for exploratory data analysis. We can analyze the small data with those kind of methods. But in the big data era, we cannot use this kind of method anymore. We need the more sophisticated method to process, to manage, and to analyze the enormous volume of data, which is noisy and heterogeneous data. So this is the position of the big data in the healthcare. How to manage the big number of medical record, which is noisy and heterogeneous data. Okay, next. And electronic health record data is not only the source of health data. Okay, we can have additional source of health data from any kind of source that we can find. For example, we can also use the research data. We can use the fitness tracker data. We can use the purchasing data of the patients. We can use the transactional database and something like that. For example, the research data. In the internet, there is a lot of numbers, research manuscript or research paper that we can access freely, and that we can access, or maybe we can even more access by subscription. And this kind of state-of-the-art research is very beneficial to empower the electronic health record in order to make a decision support system. I think the health information practitioner, the medical expert, or the doctor maybe have a limited time, right, to outline, to study, to read the state-of-the-art research, to empower their ability to diagnose disease, for example. But with the big data technology, we can make use those kind of state-of-the-art research and integrate in the big data system. So if maybe, for example, they want to diagnose or determine the suitable treatment to certain patients, the big data system can make some kind of decision support system that make use the research data that will update it instead of the patients. So we have a quite large number of source of the data. So every source have every data format, that will increase the variety of the data. So here's the big data is utilized to integrate those all of the source of the health data. And next. So maybe I want to outline some of the essential source or essential variety in a health big data from big data perspective. The first is how we see the electronic health record from big data perspective. As we know, electronic medical record has yield large volumes of clinical data. Those kind of clinical data needs to be stored, retrieved, and aggregated. But because the number of the clinical data is very large, so we need the scalable methods, big data methods, for collecting, compressing, sharing, and anonymizing medical data. Medical data need to be anonymizing in terms of security and privacy maybe. So from the collecting, compressing, sharing, and anonymization of the medical data with a quiet number of data, we need more advanced technology in big data. And we also need scalable methods for signal processing and for developing big data-based clinical decision support system from the electronic health record data. And the second, in terms of medical image, in the next slide. Medical image. Now, we know from the imaging techniques for MRI machine or CT scan machine, we yield large volume of data produced by those kind of imaging techniques or imaging machines. So volume of medical images is growing exponentially year by year. Then we need scalable method also for collecting those images, compressing those images, sharing those images, and also anonymizing those images. And for image data, for the picture data, we need eventually a more advanced technique to annotate the data, because the data before the big data, before it can be analyzed, it should be transformed into one standardized format, in a textual format or in a numerical format. Big data cannot deal directly with the image format, so we need to annotate the data, what the explanation of this kind of image. So it's quite challenging if we have a lot of medical images to do that. And this kind of advance of the big data technology. And the third health data is a gene data, genomic data. Next slide. Next slide. So human genome consists of 30,000 to 35,000 genes. It's one people. So you can imagine if one regional people, maybe in Yogyakarta, is how many genomes that they have. In one hospital, how many genomics data that they have. So we also need the scalable method for pathway analysis, for genomic analysis, and to discover the associations between observed gene expression, change, and predicted the functional effects of the gene. So also we need scalable method in genomic data science for reconstruction of metabolic and regulatory networks. So the big data has so many business with this kind of health data, ranging from electronic health record data, medical image data, and genomic data. So this kind of data, if we can better utilize, we can make the healthcare service, the disease prediction, for example, in more sophisticated way. So we have a problem in this. Okay, next slide. So this is the technical challenges of big data. We have a lot of variety and the volume. Two main problems in the big data in health, variety and volume actually. We have images form, we have signal form, we have gene form, we have textual form, and so on. And it needs to be standardized in one kind of form. So the variety is the main challenge. The second volume is the volume of the data. The third challenge is the velocity, the data that grows exponentially, medical images grow exponentially, data from a wearable device grows exponentially, and etc. But if we can manage this kind of data, we can make a better decision. We can make a better utilization of this data to infer some insight that will be very useful for us. For example, next slide. For example, we can use this kind of data to predict or to infer the drug side effects. For example, big data analytics study has found an associations between the use of proton pump inhibitors. I googled before, proton pump inhibitors is kind of medicine to reduce the production of stomach acid, asam lambung mungkin kalau di bahasa Indonesia. But the use of proton pump inhibitors have a strong correlation to the likelihood of incurring heart attack. So people that frequently use proton pump inhibitors will have more likelihood to experiencing heart attack. This study is generalized from electronic health records of nearly 3 million people and trillions of pieces of medical data. If we infer from maybe just 100 or 200 or maybe 1,000, the truth of this hypothesis is maybe doubtful. But with 3 million data, trillions of pieces of medical data, it depicts a strong correlation that maybe we can further study to determine the causation, right? The correlation and causation is different concept, right? So big data is used to infer the correlation first, and to making sure that this correlation is true, we use the causation study, maybe in the clinical trials or something like that. And the second example is in Alzheimer. Next slide. So big data can also predict the disease. So it can be used to estimate the evolution of the Alzheimer diseases. So researchers analyzed more than 7,700 brain images from more than 1,000 of people in various stages of Alzheimer's progression. And they're using a variety of techniques, including MRI and positron emission topography or PET. So based on this data and the study that conducted by the researchers using big data analytics, it can be told that the blood flow are the earliest known warning sign of Alzheimer. And this kind of study is increasing the chance to the patient to get the better treatment from the practitioner because of this data. Okay, next. So the ultimate goal of big data in health is to build a precision medical model. Okay, so what is precision medical? A precision model is applied on various kind of domain. There is a precision manufacture in industrial domain, precision agriculture in agriculture domain, and also in medical there is a precision model, which is precision medical model. So in terms of in medical domain, precision model is a medical domain that proposes the customizations of healthcare with medical decision, practice, and products being tailored to the individual patients. So we make a treatment plan, we receive the medicine is very, very specific to individual, and it will be very different to individual even though they have the same disease, but they have some different characteristic. And how we can do this? We can do this because we have a lot of record of the data, and we can see or we can find the similar patient that have same disease and have same characteristic. So we can duplicate or we can adapt the treatment that planned to that patient. So precision medical model actually is divided into several kind of model. The first is stratified medicine. Next. And the second, next, is personalized medicine. And then next, targeted therapy. And the last is before medicine. Is personalized, predictive, preventive, and participatory medicine. So this is the ultimate goal of the big data. How we deliver the right treatment, how we deliver the right medicine to the patient according to the patient characteristic, according to the disease characteristic. If we don't have sufficient number of data, we can do this. Because small number of data, we cannot make any models to cope the precision models. Precision models always need a large number of data, and this is the challenges in the medical domain. Next. So this is the example of the precision medicine. First is in Alzheimer, the disease that I showed in previous slide. So what is the motivation of the precision medicine in Alzheimer? The first motivation is approximately 10% of people over 65 years of age suffer from Alzheimer's disease. But Alzheimer's have a very unique characteristic, which is heterogeneity of the symptoms will impede the accuracy of diagnosis and treatments. So the treatment and diagnosis of Alzheimer is very complicated because it have to carefully observe the symptoms that maybe in one people to another people is very different. So here, big data, next. Big data will help discovery of patterns associated with the prognosis outcomes and the response to the treatments. So we can find the similar data that address the discovery of those patterns. And the second, the big data will also have the association of medical and lifestyle advice to Alzheimer risk and stage of the severity. And the second sample is from lung cancer. Next slide. So it's very sad if I see the lung cancer because my supervisor is died because of lung cancer. So the lung cancer is the most common and deadly disease. Okay, and it's very costly cancer. So the treatment of the lung cancer is very expensive. And lung cancer is a heterogeneous disease. So its characteristic is very different among patient and tumor regions. Every tumor region has its own characteristic that makes the diagnosis process, the treatment plan is very complicated. Next. So next, big data here for lung cancer will help the health information practitioner or the doctor or the medical practices to discover the correlation among the tumor spread, diagnosis and response to the treatment, and to unraveling the molecular mechanism that predict response to different tumor types of signature. So by using the big data, by using the precision medicine models that built from the big data, we can determine the suitable treatment that is very, very specific and very, very tailored with high success rate to the certain patients. Next. So, okay, this is in order to implement the big data in every sector, including in health, we need the frameworks, we need the data pipelines. So how we use this kind of data from electronic health record, from gene data, from medical image data in order to make analysis. From this data, we want some kind of output. Next. So the output can be precision medicine. So precision medicine is kind of treatment planning, medicine and something like that. All of that related to the medicine, the treatment of the patients, or health policies. So how we can use those kind of high variety, highly unstructured, very large of data can be used to make those kind of decision. First, we need kind of analytics. Next slide. So in order to yield some precision medicine model, or in order to determine the health policies, we need analytics. We need a pattern discovery. We need to discover some pattern in disease on a patient database. We need to predict the link, the association, if this symptom, the symptom like this, so this is in what, something like that. All we need to know the knowledge graph analytics, something like that. But this kind of analytics, as I mentioned it before, it's required the standardized format of a data. So the first, we need to extract the information into the standardized form. Next. So from this unstructured data, we need to extract the data and transform it into the standard form that can be used for the analytical purposes. There is a text analysis to extract the data from electronic health record. There is a genomic data analytics to extract and transform data from gene to textual data or numerical data. There is also image analysis that will be transform the image data into metrics, numerical metrics, something like that. And we can also use the open data analysis to complement this kind of data with the state-of-the-art research. But these steps, the extraction steps, only extract and then transform the data. We need the context in order to computer or big data application can have an understanding about the context of the data. For example, if we have a symptoms like fever, and we have disease like COVID, so the computer can understand whether the fever is a symptoms of a COVID. If we as human, we can understand it well, but computers cannot do that. So we need to add some kind of techniques in order to the computer can be understand those contexts. And those contexts is called knowledge graph. Next. So knowledge graph is the heart, is the core of the core. Yeah, core of the core in health information management. It's interlinked, it's correlated every concept in the health sector. So this is something like a bridge and on how computer understand the context of the data. It is very important. So the main differences about human and computer is computer can process a lot of data, but they don't understand the context of the data. But the human have a good reasoning, can easily understand the context of the data, but human cannot process a lot of data. So we need interface in order to the computer have the ability of the human to reason the data, the quite number big of data by the knowledge graph. So what is knowledge graph? So maybe next slide. So this is the knowledge graph. This is the core of the health data management, I think, theoretically, because I don't have any practical experience in medical or medical data. I just say it that theoretically, knowledge graph in every domain of the big data is the heart of big data. So the computer can have the human ability to make a reasoning from the quite number of data. So the knowledge graph represents a collection of interlinked description of entities. Entities could be objects, events, or concepts. So from the picture in the right side, there is an object called my local cafe. I have a cafe. Cafe is an object, my objects. And there is also a concept, okay? Another objects. Another object is a New York City. And another object with same concept is New York and USA. From this kind of knowledge graph, we know that my local cafe is located on the New York City. And New York City is located in the New York. And the New York is located in the USA. So from this knowledge graph, we can infer that my local cafe is located in the USA. We can understand this easily, but computer cannot understand if they don't have those kind of data. So there is knowledge graph is important. If the computer read the research paper or something like that, they can have logical reasoning on how to connect the every concept that are written on this paper. So this knowledge graph put data in the context via linking and semantic metadata, and this way provide a framework for data integration, data unification, data analytics, and data sharing. So we can infer the similarity maybe between one symptoms to another symptom. We can infer the correlation symptoms to the disease and something like that. And this is the example of the knowledge graph of medical data. Maybe in the next slide. Next slide. So this is the example of medical knowledge graph. I derived it from one of a research paper entitled Semantic Health Knowledge Graph, Semantic Integration of Heterogeneous Medical Knowledge and Services. So this is the example of medical knowledge graph. So in many domains, in all of the domains, including in a medical domain, knowledge graph have different types. They can depict the level of the detail of what the knowledge that they represent on those graph. For example, in the top left, this is a knowledge graph of maybe more general terms in the health. There is a diagnosis or a clinical maybe for example clinical manifestation have a symptoms. It's interlinked description. Clinical manifestation is cause the diagnosis, and the diagnosis will correspond to a treatment. If we diagnose some disease, of course we will plan the treatment to the patient in order to cure the disease. So in the treatment, usually there is a treatment. What is the treatment method and what is the drug? So this is the model on how to capture the knowledge in the diagnosis process or in the clinical manifestation process. So the computer can also have this context, this knowledge concept that the diagnosis, the clinical manifestation is doing something like that. They have this and something like that. And the second example in the bottom center, there is more detailed knowledge graph about the pneumonia. Pneumonia is a kind of disease maybe. Pneumonia disease. So pneumonia disease has a symptoms of fever, has a symptoms of headache, has a symptom of cough, something like that. So computer can understand this and can use this kind of knowledge graph to reasoning the quite number of data. So how this knowledge graph constructed? So the picture on the right side is a step by step on how this knowledge graph is created. First, we have textual knowledge source. So if we want to construct this kind of knowledge graph, especially in medical knowledge graph, we need a knowledge source, knowledge representation in a textual form. So not in another form. So if we have signal form, if we have numerical form, if we have image form, we should transform it first. We should interpret it first in the textual formats. Then another input is seed fact or a predefined model. And then in the second step, we use called natural language processing to filter or to select what is the entities on this kind of sentence. So maybe in a medical report or maybe in a research paper, we we found a sentence like anemia is correspond symptoms of, what is it? Some symptoms, right? I can see. So by using the natural language processing technology, we can filter which is the disease and which is the symptoms and what correlated between those two kind of concepts. And in the next step, we use pattern gathering to infer the correlation between anemia and its symptoms. And eventually, we have those kind of knowledge graphs. Knowledge graph is growing research area in every domain, including in health domain. So how we make those kind of knowledge graph is very essential in order to make a smarter big data analytics program. So the big data analytics itself is, at glance, is divided into two parts, the data collection parts and the data analytic parts. If we only collected the data and we not make some approach to analyze the data is just collected and managed, but we cannot analyze, we cannot further utilize this data. So this kind of knowledge graph is a tools in order to make a bridge between the quite big number of data and the reasoning of the data. So the data can be better utilized to make better healthcare services, disease diagnosis, and so on. Next. So the source of the health knowledge graph is can be from anywhere. So we can use the pharmacological knowledge extracted from publicly available datasets. We can use the biomedical ontologies and taxonomy that already predefined. We can use the medical record. We can use even images, MRI brain images, CT images, genomic data. We can use all of this kind of data to make knowledge graph. But the challenge is how to represent this kind of data in standard format, in a textual format, and to infer the knowledge graph. Once more, knowledge graph is the heart of health information management, theoretically. But because with this kind of knowledge graph, a computer can replicate the human ability to read and to make a logical reasoning of the quite big number of data. Next. So this is the Elsevier knowledge graph, or called H-graph, health graph. As we know that the Elsevier is a publisher of hundreds number of journal, including a health and medical journal. So they have a bunch of tacit knowledge that written on this journal. They have a quite big number of data that can be made a knowledge graph. By using artificial intelligence, the Elsevier knowledge, the Elsevier construct this kind of knowledge graph. So now, currently, they have approximately 4,000 medical concepts with relation and extensive mappings to industry vocabulary and multiple language supports. They also have a deep and expressive graph model relations with qualitative and quantitative context. They also have a graph-based knowledge representations to power the advanced clinical decision support applications. It's very valuable, okay? So with this kind of knowledge graph, we can analyze the state-of-the-art knowledge and integrate it into the electronic or into the health information management. So the doctor, the practitioner, the clinical practitioner have the decision support that contains the state-of-the-art knowledge from the current research. So it's very, very valuable. The current research can be directly applied to plan the treatment of the patient, to predict the disease and something like that. Next. So this is another source of big data. Maybe we can next. So as I mentioned before, knowledge graph is the heart of health information management. So in the big data for health pipelines, the knowledge graph is located in two locations. Okay, the first is knowledge graph that infer the conceptual knowledge from the data, and in the second is the knowledge graph is used to make the analysis process. So if we want to make a smart health decision support system, we need to make multiple kinds of knowledge graph, which every knowledge graph represents a different level of information. So the information that represent on the knowledge graph is is accurate, have sufficient quality to make a pattern discovery, to make link prediction, and another kind of output of the health information system, of health information analysis. And in terms of output, there is some kinds of output that we can see on the health information analysis. Maybe on the next slide. Okay, so this is the types of output from big data health analytics. So if we do some kinds of diagnostic, the goal of the diagnostic first is to predict, is to take a look if there is a presence of a disease or not. And the second, we want to know what the disease is. And the third, we of course know how serious the disease is. So these three kinds of questions can be answered by using big data analytics. So in terms of output, there is continuous outcomes, binary outcomes, categorical outcomes, ordinal outcomes, and survival outcomes. For example, continuous outcome is how many days of hospital stay of a patient that he should stay in the hospital. What is the interlinked visual analog score? It's an example of the continuous outcome. The example of binary outcome is the prediction of maybe death. It will death or not, maybe, I don't know. So another example is the adverse event. If the adverse event will emerge, yes or not, something like that. Ordinal outcome, for example, is quality of life scale, grades of tumor progressions, and counting the data, the number of the heart attack, and so on. And the survival outcomes, for example, is the patient will suffer the cancer or not, and how we define the clinical trials, for example. Next. And every types of analytics has a model. This kind of model can be inferred with if we have those kind of knowledge graph. Okay, we can have this model in a better way. So, for example, regression model is the model for predicting the continuous outcome. So the logistic model for binary outcome and something like that. It's just information. So this kind of shape of the model that we can use to infer the outcome of the health information analysis. Next. So last but not least, this is the fusion of big data in health. So by using big data, by having big data applications, by implementing the approach of big data, we can get more and more data that can be gathered to identify patterns and interactions on every objects, on every entities, on every concepts that found on the medical domain. This kind of data, if we can analyze it properly, we can assist the doctor will use with the use for diagnosis and decision making. So eventually it will be decrease the cost of the healthcare because we can determine the treatment of the patients in a very accurate way, and will also increase or improve the individual patient satisfaction of or success rates. The next. But to implement this kind of data, we faced very challenging issues. I think those kind of issues has already mentioned before by Mrs. Ellis. There is some challenging issues on implementing big data, especially in Indonesia. The first is data interoperability, how we can integrate the data. So the interoperability problems stands for standard of data format. If we have some kind of the data format, it's very good. But if not, if every hospital maybe or every region have different format of data, have different implementation on how they represent data, it will be a big problems. And the second problem of interoperability is the sharing and the access mechanism. How we can access the data and the data interchange protocol, how the data will be can be communicated to each other. And the second issue is, of course, the security and privacy issues. It's very, very big issues. So maybe the blockchain technology that already mentioned before can solve this kind of issue, but the implementation of blockchain technology is also not that simple. It's very very complex and very cost investigation to implementation the blockchain. By using blockchain, The validation or verification of the data can be used in distributed way. So it's very hard for hacker, for example, or another parties that have no responsibility to hijack the data. And the third problem is costly infestation. It's very expensive infestation in software and mainly in hardware. Hardware for big data is very expensive. We cannot use, for example, our PC to handle the big data. 16 gigabyte of RAM maybe, or 1 terabyte of hard disk or processor with i7 core processor is just not enough for big data. See, so the hardware infestation will be very, very expensive. And the most important challenging issues is how we prepare the human resource, the brainware. Because there is some quote that's, it's always the man behind the gun. Okay, if we have sophisticated hardware, if we have a state-of-the-art software, but the brainware itself is not ready, it's big problems. So we need to prepare the health information practitioner with data and IT literate. They should be data and IT literate. They should be confident and comfort with math and statistics in order to make analytics. And of course, it will be domain experts. Okay, maybe I think that's all of my presentations. The last, maybe next slide. This is just some quotes that nowadays data is very, very important, right? Data is very, very important. We have quite large number of data, but we have just small number, like number of analysis. Our efforts to utilize this data is just far behind the number of the data itself. So it's need enormous effort. It needs big efforts on how we can invest, time, fund, money, and something like that in order to better utilize of the big data. Okay, maybe this is all my presentations. Once more, I'd like to thank you of this nice opportunity. My apologies if there is some negative or something like that are not sufficient in my presentations. Thank you, Mr. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Me do my two-step.
How wonderful explanation. Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Rifki. Thank you very much. That's very inspiring talk that we have just listened from Mr. Muhammad Rifki Ma'arif, Sarjana Teknik Master of Engineering from Indonesia. Okay. We will be having a question and answer session, but later, after the third speaker, Mrs. Heather Green finishes her talk. Ladies and gentlemen, and all the distinguished participants, now we have Mrs. Heather Green, Mr. Heather Green from Australia as the third speaker. Mrs. Heather Green has international and national expertise in the design, development, implementation, management, and governance of EHR and e-health systems. Mrs. Heather takes a practical approach which provides a solid ground for future quality data and development, recognizing cultural and infrastructure capability challenges. She is well respected nationally and internationally, particularly in the difficult areas of data representation, data standards, semantic interoperability, education, and practical system implementation. She has consulted to governments, healthcare organizations, education providers, professional bodies, and software vendors on data quality, specification, classification, and terminology governance, use, and workforce. Her educational background: in 2019, Diploma of Training, Design, and Development. 2019, certified the fourth in Training and Assessment, and so on. Her membership in Professional Association. In 2005, 4 until current Fellow of the Australian Institute of Digital Health, 2015 until current Fellow Melbourne University Faculty of Medicine, Center for Digital Transformation of Health, 2008 Consumer Health Forum member, and so on. Not to mention to her professional position, health professional experience. When it's about her publication, she has a large number of books, chapter and books, and mostly are about health information and its relevant subfield. She is also the principal author of national and international standards in health information management. She is also very active in giving papers and professional conference presentation. In addition, she has been invited in numerous lectures and conferences as well as consulting and professional. She also has got various grants and awards too many to mention for her research and teaching experience and her scientific work. To save our time, please welcome Mrs. Heather Green. The floor is yours. Excuse me, Mrs. Heather. We can't hear your voice. It's still inaudible.
I'm not being permitted to unmute.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you. Please.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Okay, we can hear you.
Wonderful, excellent. Thank you very much. And thank you for that incredible introduction. I will do my best to live up to what you've just said. So when I heard the topic for today's presentations, I thought to myself, what would be the most useful thing to talk about? And I think when you look at the statement, the dream, stop dreaming, let's do it, that's the inspiration. So there are solutions to many of the things I've heard people talking about today, and a lot of them are much simpler and cheaper than we realize. So I'm just going to go through some of the things that I see all the time as issues with electronic health records and some of the enormous opportunities for those who work in health information management if we can gain the skills and the confidence to actually engage with the things that need to be done. So there's opportunities to improve the record's content and its usability. There's the opportunity to improve the quality of the data we collect. There are ways to improve classifications. I mean, things like the way we collect and use ICD is the way we collected it 40 years ago. We can do it much better if we leverage IT more effectively. And it doesn't mean it has to be more expensive. We just need to be smarter. So we need to look at some new tools and some of the research that's being done and be prepared to embrace change. I see around the world sometimes countries like Indonesia, I see it in Jamaica, I've seen it in Brazil and many other places where they can make big leaps forward. leveraging the opportunities that are out there. Often countries like America, Australia to a degree, some of the European countries have more difficulty changing because their software vendors are more entrenched and have more power. So let's look at what some of the opportunities could be. First of all, I just added this one. I thought it might be helpful to talk about, just for a minute, the types of health records and the fact that it's a progressive change from paper through to digital records, which are largely scanned. And then as each of different department or different activity is computerized, we end up with a transitional or a hybrid record that includes some scanned data and some data that is what we call born digital. It's never been on a piece of paper, it's always been in the computer. These are all leading to an electronic health record. The international definition at ISO that relates to an electronic health record is where the data is atomic. In other words, everything you collect is able to be computed. It's not great chunks of text. There is text, there must be, but where it's appropriate, that text is collected in ways that can be analysed. We also look at two basic different types of electronic health records. There are the medical records, which are owned and managed by providers or provider organisations, and there are patient records controlled by the patient. So you can mix and match all of these words. You can have a patient digital health record. You can have a digital medical record. You can have all of these words can be mixed and matched to describe exactly what stage of development your systems are at. It is very difficult, if not impossible, to move straight from paper into an electronic health record. I've never seen anybody attempt it. I've seen many move from paper to digital, and then from digital to transitional, and then progressively through to a full electronic health record. That's the common pathway. So we need, as health information managers, to recognise how the record's changing. What ways is the record changing? Its purpose is what it's always been, but more. Its purpose is broader because the record isn't just history anymore. It can also be proactive. It can be a source that triggers workflow actions. It can be a source for communication and interoperability. So we need to think, how does that change the way we need to think about how those of us involved in health information management design our systems and manage the health records that we're responsible for, and how we manage the data in our systems. The health record is also changing because we need to look at its structure. Historically, we've thought about forms. And one of the things that happens when you move to a digital health record is often those forms are converted into screens. That's a useful activity as a mechanism for introducing change, but it is absolutely not moving you towards what you need for a health record, for an electronic computable health record. Forms can't, the approach to forms don't retrieve existing data. A form starts as a blank piece of paper and you have to rewrite everything on it. Forms can't action data in the record. And forms are not based on individual healthcare domain workflows. So they don't think about the nurse does this, but the anaesthetist does that. We need, in an electronic health record, to be able to design our screens to meet those different workflows, to be able to trigger actions, and to be able to retrieve data that's already in the system. One of the biggest problems in doing this is that we need a standardized structure to give clear meaning to each of the data elements that we deal with and to increase the usability of the data in our systems. And the example I usually use for this one is if you think about, I used to get so annoyed for years when government people usually, or senior executives would say, but accountancy can do it, why can't healthcare? And I used to just say, oh, because healthcare is much more complicated. And I had a bit of a revelation a few years ago when I realised Yes, healthcare is more complicated, but we also don't have something that accounting and banking have. They have a standard structure that is well defined and understood all around the world. A chart of accounts has the same basic structure everywhere. You can modify and change it to meet your needs, but the general structure doesn't change. Everyone knows what deposits are, what credits are. These things are standardized. Healthcare is missing this component. The fact that healthcare doesn't have that standardization is what makes interfacing so difficult, information sharing and interoperability so difficult. It also makes big data analytics more difficult. So what we need to think about is that the record is moving to thinking more about what are the components of data we need to store, and then we think about how we collect it and how we present it as two different activities. So it's not just one activity of a form that collects, presents, and stores the information. We have a computer system that collects the information in a way that suits the collection process, stores it in a standardized structure, and then pulls out from the system the things we need to present to other people in our user interfaces. So it's about how we use the data, and the use and meaning have to dictate what the data is. Computers can collect information in many places and retrieve and display it anywhere if we get our standard structure right. So there is a standard structure, and in fact there has been a proposed standard structure that has been implemented in a number of countries around the world that is represented in an international standards organisation standard called 13606. It's about electronic health records, and it talks about an EHR. It talks about folders, but folders are simply ways to retrieve data. Folders are not about the structure itself. They are just tags to say this was in episode X, or this is specialty Y, or this was Dr. Fred Smith. The things that are really standardized are how the data is managed. So a composition is something where you have a clinical entry that's signed and dated. It can include lots of things. It can have different sections that might reflect specific workflows. It can have specific entries that could be observations, evaluations, instructions, or actions. It can have clusters of data. For example, blood pressure isn't one piece of data. It's a diastolic and a systolic pressure, but it might also be, was the person lying when the blood pressure was taken? Were they sitting? Had they just been doing exercise? There's a whole range, a cluster of data that could be used to describe that simple concept. And then there are the actual data elements, all the individual pieces of data. So if we think of the health record as being made up of millions, if not thousands, if not millions of data elements, often in clusters, those clusters are used in entries that are signed things the clinician has said, or the nurse has collected, or the patient has indicated. These are all associated with activities that are done. There is, from that international standard, which has been around for at least 18 years, an open source, independent, international activity called OpenEHR has been going on since then, so for more than 15 years. And it takes the view that we need the standard structure, but we also need to specify our data once and be able to reuse it. And that everybody refers, blood pressure is blood pressure is blood pressure all around the world. You might measure it with you might use imperial measures in one country, you might use metrics in another, but they're still the same thing. They're not a different concept. So this is just Lego. This is a city built on Lego. And we're talking about an electronic health record being built the same way. So if we think about a smart electronic health record, we have a pool of information available, all these different Lego blocks, each of which can be made to build different things, different screens. the components of those screens are lots of different pieces of data. But that data, though it can be used in lots of different screens, in lots of different ways, it is still totally standardized. The size, the shape, what it means are consistent. That allows us to handle multiple languages. The work that OpenEHR does has national repositories in Spanish, in Norwegian, in Danish, in Portuguese, in Brazil, and in Chinese. It's being used extensively in all of those countries, as well as, of course, of being used in English. So these are just introducing some of the words that are used in describing how OpenEHR works. It has the reference model or the rules that allow things to fit together. They have archetypes, which are the groups of data that are standardized, clinically agreed, and centrally governed. Then it has templates. They're the forms, if you like, that we use to collect data or to display it, and they just pick up from the pile of Lego. And then you have the data dictionary, which includes a complete national or in some cases international resource, so that you don't have to start from the beginning. And all of this is open source. It's on the internet. You can contribute to it. It costs nothing except a little time. So here's a simple example of one of the things that OpenEHR represents. It's a clinically based maximal data model. We're all used to minimal data sets, right? We're used to, say, the country having a reporting system for malaria or for dengue, things like that. TB is another common one that I've seen in many countries. And people agree on the minimum amount they're going to share. Now that works really well in our old system where really the only data that was ever shared was part of that minimal set. OpenEHR take a different view. They say, let's specify everything we might want to say, that anything a clinician might want to say. So in this case, it's about tobacco use. So if you're a general practitioner or the local nurse, you might only want to know that they do smoke tobacco, so that they use it, how often they use it, and maybe what sort of thing they use. So you would pick those couple of pieces of Lego and put those into your system. The respiratory specialist may want much more. They can pick as much as they like from this maximal model. And the fact that they're collecting more doesn't mean they can't share, because they've still picked from the same resources. It makes meaning very clear. It makes computability easier because you always know what the structure of your data is going to be, which makes clinical decision support system development and ongoing information system development cheaper and simpler. And it certainly reduces the burden of interoperability because everybody's calling things the same concept. Evidence of dependence on
I'm sorry, Miss? Yeah, we can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry, I just got a message saying I'd been muted, but I'm back now. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, perfect, thank you. So the idea is that this is the potential pool of data, or it's an ocean of data that's available to use and different use cases select from it. When it comes to sending messages between systems, if everybody's calling things the same by the same name and using the same way to classify things, sharing information is much, much simpler. So is data aggregation, because you don't have to deal with data being represented 10 different ways in every different system. And this is an example of what a form might look like. So we've got some observations, some blood pressure, and each part of this form is built from a different Lego block to create the form. So you just select the pieces, and there's actually software that you can use to pick up this information, and you can even download the software code, whether it's XML, there's other languages that are available, to be able to import these screens really easily. So the result of that is that some of the software vendors working in countries which are using this type of approach are able to develop their software more quickly because they don't have to work out, they just have to agree on what pieces of data people want. They don't have to worry about how they're going to represent it. They don't have to worry about what it means. That's already specified. They just pick it up and make these screens, and they can put their effort into smarter user interfaces. So the record is changing. It's changing its physical structure. There's a big opportunity to standardize the record. And it's no longer just about collection or presentation, it's about what we store. I have a friend who says, if we want good big data, which I think we all do, you've got to get the little data right. And I think we're often starting to concern ourselves with the health records data and its use too late. We wait until we get to the point of information exchange or data aggregation. If we collect it consistently in the first place, at different levels of granularity perhaps, but still collect it in a consistent way, that problem becomes tiny. We also need to think about concept representation in the records. By that I mean we need to think about how we code things, making collection of data that is codable and queryable by computer systems easier, which means the computer can work out what something meant. It was fascinating to hear Mrs. Hattab this morning talking about was a wonderful reference to big data, and she mentioned how dependent it was on little data. I was also interested in just the last paper where there was a lot of talk about transforming data and mapping data. Mapping data is a very expensive mechanism for data sharing, and it gives varying quality. I'll talk a little bit in a minute about why it's so expensive. It didn't used to be a big problem when you were only trying to share a small amount of data for national reporting. But once you start to get into more complex clinical information, it can build to an enormous impost. Another question about concept representation or coding is the need to improve the quality of how we represent our data. One of the good examples of that is that when we collect data into national repositories, one of the measures of quality is how much of your data is unspecified. In clinical data, knowing what is unspecified is really important. These are what we refer to as the flavors of null. Why is something unknown? Now, if it's unknown because you didn't ask it, that's a quality issue. I readily agree. If it's unknown, for example, if someone asks me my personal history, my family history, did anyone in my family have heart disease? My answer will be, I don't know. I'm adopted. I have no idea. So that's a flavor of null. You have to say that it's unknown, but it's important in a clinical record, as opposed to a national reporting record, to be able to indicate it's unknown because the patient doesn't know. There is no point asking me again. I'll have to give you the same answer. I would love to tell you an answer, but I don't know one. So knowing why something is unknown in a clinical record is actually really important. How you then treat that when you aggregate it for reporting is a totally different thing. But considering unknown data to be of poor quality in a clinical record is a very dangerous approach, because you're going to force people to answer questions that they don't know the answer to. And think very hard about that one. It's a major issue that I see all around the world. The data itself is changing. We look at the data supply chain. By that I mean you collect the data in primary care, the local nurse, wherever it might be. That data then moves when the patient goes into hospital. The hospital needs to know some of that information. That may then get aggregated into national reporting. There's a whole supply chain all the way up through every organisation the patient sees, throughout the patient journey. The simplest way of managing that supply chain and the quality of the data is to have computable meaning. Now, this is where SNOMED comes in. I know there are many countries around the world looking at either already adopting SNOMED or looking at how they could use it. SNOMED is an ontology, which means that if you look at how the data is represented, every concept, say an appendectomy is defined as being a procedure on a body part, the appendix, and that procedure can have different methods. It could be laparoscopic, it could be done for a whole range of different things. So because the ontology has relationships that allow you to analyze and query and retrieve data, you can answer a lot of the questions that have been mentioned as issues in data collection already today. We need the ability to represent the unknown and the negative, the absence of something. Stating that clinically is just as important as stating the positive often. And there is also an issue that we need to build new skills, hopefully in the health information management profession. I would love to see that happening. I don't see those skills being significantly advanced in many countries around the world, but I think we need to acknowledge them and understand the level of new skills we need to develop as health information managers. Governance of data is an important role, and there are so many more skills necessary today to do that job well if you're going to understand the data supply chain and the data quality issues than there were even 5 years ago. So much so that there is a major task going on at ISO. I'm actually the chair of the Health Information Governance ad hoc group, where we're coming up with defining what are the standards we need to help people govern their data better, to get better data quality. So keep your eyes open for that one. Some of the barriers to data quality. The most common one I see is big data collections asking for data that's actually not collectible. I did some work in a country, and I'm not going to name the country, where the national system asked whether patients returned to the clinic. They didn't define whether that returning period was within a month, within a year, ever, so it wasn't well defined. But also, a lot of these places had no identity management system. It was not possible for them to answer the question, so they made up the answers as best they could. And the collectors did the best job they could. I'm not being critical of them at all, but we need to recognise what is collectible and what is not, and don't give ourselves an illusion that we're getting brilliant data if we're not getting brilliant data. We need to think about what data does the collector use and need. Because if the person who's collecting the data, whether it's the local nurse, the person in the emergency department, whoever it might be, if that person uses the data, the likelihood of that data being of high quality is increased enormously because they use it. If you ask for something they have no need for, you'll generally get it answered, and people usually try and do it accurately, but they won't spend much effort on it. They'd rather give their effort to the patients. And speaking as a patient, I'm glad they think that way. I think that's totally reasonable. We also need to think about, this is a really old problem, been around a long time. Every country's had this problem. We're all trying to deal with it. And that's what I call dueling data requests. All the data silos, all the different collections that ask for data in slightly different ways, which means we double collect, we triple count, we can't compare our data. We need to have that common base so that we can use our data more effectively and efficiently. We need to think about motivators. I know some countries, I'm not suggesting this is happening in Indonesia, but I do know countries where people or organisations get bonuses if all of their data is submitted on time and looks accurate. I have seen the result of that, and one of the results was hospitals as big as 1,000 beds having no surgical complications in 12 months, no infections. Now that's rubbish. There is no hospital on the planet that can treat, that's got 1,000 beds that can do surgery every day and never get a complication. They were motivated to not say when there were complications because they didn't get as much money if they had them. Now, I think that rule has now been changed, but that certainly was one that was in place until a few years ago in at least one country I know of. The other barrier to quality is mapping, data maps. I strongly recommend you have a little look at ISO 21564, which is about the quality of maps. It will help you determine, is the map you're using safe for clinical use? It will help you identify what processes you actually need in place to maintain your map, because every time either code system you're mapping from or to changes, you need to redevelop the map, and that's not generally done. There's a whole range of issues in there. There's a whole range of skills you need if you're going to be involved in developing maps. This particular standard was developed and designed to allow independent review of data maps that are being used. In Australia and many other countries, the software vendors provide the maps. And though I'm sure they put every effort into making them as good as they can, I know of an instance, I won't name the country, where a couple of slight errors in maps have killed people. And none of us want that. As soon as you start to use maps in data that's going to be used for clinical decision making, which is what electronic health records do, the quality of those maps needs to be seriously considered. We're looking at code systems that are changing, the use of ontologies like SNOMED. We're looking at improved classification design. I think I heard someone this morning say you're moving to ICD-10. That's an interesting issue because, of course, now we have ICD-11 out there. And it's an ontology-based classification. We also need to look at how we implement classifications like ICD. Now, when I say what I'm going to say next to IT people, they just roll their eyes and sort of go, you're kidding me. But coding people don't think it's odd at all. So the message here is we are still collecting coded data in a string, principal diagnosis plus a bunch of other things. First procedure plus a bunch of other procedures. There is no structure to that data. Because there is no structure, identifying relationships between the concepts in that coding is easy if the person's got one thing wrong with them, but can get very complicated and virtually impossible to determine exactly what information was in this record. It is time we looked at how we implement our morbidity classifications to improve the quality of our data, to make collection easier, and to make querying and retrieval and use of that data. We spend so much effort collecting it. We want to be able to use it effectively. But at the moment, we're hamstrung by a design that is more than 40 years old. In fact, the design we use has changed very little since 1972 when I first studied it. And information technology has moved on so far since then. Coding has moved on a long way, but we haven't changed the way we implement our coding systems. For those of you who don't know it, I strongly recommend you have a look at the Desiderata for clinical terminologies by Jim Cimino. Just Google Desiderata and Cimino and you'll find it. It's very easy to get. It tells you what are the characteristics of a good code system for use in clinical practice in health records. And if you look at those characteristics and you compare them to what we normally use, you can make up your own minds about what is the best way to move forward. Now, I've talked about an information model, a structure to health data, and I've talked about terminology. One of the big problems health informatics has had until very recent times is that we had people working on terminology trying to solve all the problems of health records. We had people working on information models like OpenEHR trying to solve all the problems of health records. Neither can do it alone. You have to do both. You have to standardize the data definitions and the data relationships by leveraging things like OpenEHR, and you need to standardize the terminologies and code systems you use as well. If you do both, the whole record becomes simpler. Different use cases may represent different concepts in the information model, but they're just subsets of the total. Subsets of the total data element list, subsets of the total terminology. You're all talking one language when you do it that way. And I don't mean one language as in English, German, French, Spanish. I mean you're talking one concept language. The terminologies and information models can all handle different languages. They still represent the same things though. The other thing I wanted to talk about is how we train clinical coders. And this is something Australia's been working on that you might be interested in. It's a tool called ERRL, stands for EHR Online Learning. And it's a repository of real but de-identified health records. There's now over 3,000 records in the system. It's a repository also of audited correct coding answers for every record in multiple code systems and versions. Why would we want that? Because every coder who's ever learnt to code tends to learn how to code the way their teacher codes. One of the things we've done with this tool is we've had hundreds of people code the same records. And the differences in coding are phenomenal. It's up to 33% variation. So what this tool does is it seeks to standardize the correct answer. We have open online sessions once a month discussing the answers and getting agreement. If all of the coders and teachers who are part of that it's a Zoom meeting, who are part of that meeting don't agree, then we either prepare a written paper on the issue or submit a coding query to our coding query people, or we do both. We're aiming to say that we're teaching people to be consistent. The system has automated marking, automated feedback for consistent approach and to assist practice and to progress learning. The other advantage we've found that this offers is it's no longer quite such a big job to teach coding because the answers are already there for you. The feedback is already there. You still have to teach, but marking things becomes a job of an hour instead of 3 or 4 days. It's so much easier. This is an example behind the scenes of what it looks like. This happens to be an ICD 10AM11 answer set where it's telling you this is the correct principal diagnosis, and there's feedback that's provided if this code is missing. There's feedback that's provided if this code is in the wrong order. It's got the procedure codes with feedback. The other thing it actually has that you can't see is a whole list of all the wrong codes and reasons why they're wrong so that students can get that information automatically as well. It's also a research tool. Certainly people at Melbourne University have been very actively using it to identify where there are issues with coding consistency, because they can analyse the thousands of records, they can analyse all of the right answers, all of the wrong answers. You can see on the right of this screen, it tells me how many people have put this code in. So this episode might have had, I don't know, 27 attempts, and everybody's got the principal diagnosis right. Most people have got the procedure right, but there's a few who've missed the anesthesia. Now, this one isn't rampantly crazy, but there are some where we're finding, first time everybody misses certain codes. So either there's a problem with our standard, or there's a problem with the teaching, or both. So we can manage that. We can inform teachers of where there are problems. So we have an audited answers, audited by the teaching community and supporting community engagement. We want this to be as open as it possibly can. So these are just examples of exciting opportunities for health information managers. We need new skills. We need to understand the new terminologies and code systems that are coming along. We need to understand the opportunities for data specification and analytics by getting the little data right. We need to learn how to design and structure our EHRs in a consistent way. And I can probably hear some of you thinking, well, why aren't they consistent now? If you're an IT person, you might be asking that. The single biggest reason that I have been able to discover is that most software vendors own the IP, the intellectual property, of the design of their health record. And they don't want to change. So they really push hard against a standardized EHR design and structure. They push hard against it also because if you have a standardized structure, if you think of accounting again, if you want to change your accounting package, you just change over to a new package, your data all goes across automatically. It's not a big deal. If we had a standardized health record structure, we could change our software vendors just as easily. And of course, it's a perfectly reasonable business decision on their part to not want us to do that. But I think the way the vendors are behaving is totally understandable and a reasonable business approach. Us accepting it is where I have the problem. You know, it's our data, it's our systems. We need to take control. We need to understand the impact of data mapping and information exchange and not try to solve the problem at the point where we share. We've got to start solving it sooner. There are lots of new ISO standards being developed to help define these changes. One of the ones I know that's happening at the moment is how to assess the quality of the terminology implementation in your health record. That's one very specific to health information managers. But there are lots of others coming. There's some on data quality that are coming. So watch what is coming out of ISO because it's being designed to help you. So the challenge really is to love the change. This is such an opportunity for the health information management profession. You know, a lot of the health information profession understand the clinical people. We're the ideal middle people to help find out what data the clinical people need and to talk to the IT people and get them to pull the right data out of things like OpenEHR. We need to change the way we view the world. We need to change the way we look at the record. It's not just history. We need to change the way we look at the data because it's not how we store it in our individual system is important, but it's nowhere near as important as being consistent across systems. The classifications and codes are changing. And with it, the profession and the way we educate ourselves has to change as well. We have to look at more just-in-time learning. I loved the discussion this morning about diplomas in information management, and in Australia we have currently a certificate for clinical coding, but I know that is intended to become a diploma within the next year. Hopefully it'll be that soon, because we've realised that there are more skills needed. The skills we have, if we want quality data in a clinical sense and for decision-making in a clinical sense, as well as decision-making for public health and healthcare planning, we need the skills. And a lot of these skills are not that difficult, so don't let what I'm saying make you throw up your hands and go, oh, it's all too hard. What's less hard is leveraging what's already done. You know, things like OpenEHR is already done. There's work at HL7 that's been done, although it's largely about the messaging. It's not so much about the health record. But you can use this information, particularly, I think, now that OpenEHR is out there, it's free. And think about the price of doing the same old thing is far higher than the price of change. This is our opportunity. And if we don't grab it, others will. So that's my challenge to the profession. I hope that made sense. So back to the facilitator for the session, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Heather Grain, for your wonderful presentation. Okay, a great appreciation is addressed to the three speakers for the inspiring presentation in this second session. All right, so now it's time for all participants ask question again for the second session. There are 3 questions are taken from participants. Firstly, for Mrs. Elisa. Mrs. Alice, are you still in the Zoom? Hello, Mrs. Alice Carmelia.
You might have to unmute her.
Halo Bu Elis, apakah masih ada di Zoom? Oh, yeah.
I can see that she's in the meeting.
Okay, yes.
She's muted. You need to unmute her.
Yes.
I think she's got the problem I had.
Yeah. Okay, the second question, yeah, for Mrs. Heather, yes, Mrs. Heather, the question comes from Annie Rahmani. If manual paper-based already transformed into the electronic health record, so in the future, the focus of the knowledge or profession is health informatics or health information management, because sometimes those goes together. Could you explain the difference between them in the future?
I'm happy to do that. I might say that my opinion might be different to some others, but I did start my life as a health information manager, so I feel I have some right to an opinion. Today, I consider myself a health informatician who specializes in health data and its representation in records. So I think health information management is a specialty of health informatics. That is my personal opinion. Most people I know in health informatics would agree with me. Many people I know who are health information managers disagree. But I think that is only because they don't understand health informatics sufficiently. Personal opinion.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Heather, for your answer. And then the second question.
Ya, saya udah bisa, Pak.
Oke, oke, ya.
Ini unmute-nya selalu dari host-nya.
Oh
Mungkin
ya,
saya
maaf
bisa
Bu. Ya.
kali ya. Jadi dari tadi di-unmute terus.
Oke, pertanyaan. Iya Bu Alice, ini pertanyaannya dari Giatno lagi. The implementation of EMR will replace the role or job of PMIK, so that the absorption of the work of PMIK graduates will continue to decrease. Well, every year there will be graduates from 70 RMIK educational institution that continue to grow. How to respond to this regarding of the fate of 70 educational institution and their graduates? Thanks. Penerapan RMIK akan menggantikan peran pekerjaan PMIK, sehingga daya serap dunia kerja terhadap lulusan PMIK akan terus berkurang, sedangkan setiap tahun akan ada tamatan dari 70 institusi pendidikan RMIK yang terus bertambah. Bagaimana Bu menyikapi hal ini terhadap nasib 70 institusi pendidikan dan tamatannya? Terima kasih Bu Else.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Zakaria. Mas Yatno ini adalah dosen dari Imelda. Ya, Mas Yatno ya, dari Imelda Medan. Jadi di Imelda Medan itu ada D3 dan D4. Kalau tadi saya bilang bahwa kemampuan D3 ataupun D4 dalam rangka menuju transformasi industri 4.0 atau 5.0 itu dibarengi dengan peningkatan pendidikan sebetulnya. Saya sudah menyarankan ke bahwa menuju ke elektronik, maka kurikulumnya akan bertambah lagi harusnya ke elektronik. Sampai saat ini PMIK belum anggap untuk mengelola EMR. Coba bayangkan, termasuk D3 Unjani. Ada orang pinternya nih, Pak Taufik, Pak Rifki, ya. Jadi ditambah lagi kurikulumnya harus mengarah ke elektronik, jangan yang tahun, kalau nggak salah justru kurikulumnya terbaru, ya. Jadi itu satu. Yang kedua, D3 pada tahap awal tuh, bagaimana proses retensi dan distraction yang sudah diabaikan oleh rumah sakit yang sudah membangun EMR. Yang kedua, setiap diploma 3 dan diploma 4 kan katanya applied ya. Ya, terapan yang jadi ditambah lagi ya kurikulumnya. Ini sayangnya yang D4 kalau nggak salah baru diperbaiki, direvisi. Harusnya nambah lagi keilmuannya. Kita mengacu katanya Bu Gemala ke GHWC. Saya juga udah baca semua GHWC, tapi ilmu IT-nya malah kurang. Bukan berarti Pak Rifki seorang IT, terus kita harus belajar semua IT. Nggak ada. Istilahnya kalau saya selalu bilang bahwa PMIK itu desainer. Kalau IT itu penjahit. Karena yang tahu data kesehatan semua adalah sebetulnya PMIK. Kalau IT kan tahunya program dan harus ke arah mana. Nah, dasar-dasarnya tertarik tuh dengan Mrs. Heather Green ya. Itu dasarnya diawali dari situ dulu pengetahuannya. Itu baru bisa masuk ke RME. Mungkin bisa saran saya ke Himarmika justru harus menambah ilmu IT-nya, tapi IT kesehatan, bukan IT tekniknya gitu. Itu aja Pak Zakaria, Pak Giatno gitu ya.
Oke, terima kasih Ibu Elsa atas jawaban dan penjelasan panjang lebarnya. So the last two question is addressed to Mr. Muhammad Rifki Ma'arif from, what surprised me most was the question comes from Mrs. Heather Green. Okay, the question is there any consideration to use ontological concepts representation to improve data analytic such as SNOMED CD?
Cek. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Heather Green, for the questions. I'm very pleased. In terms of ontological data, I can say that ontological data is diamond in data analytics in any kind of domain. If we can integrate the ontology into the data analytics, especially in health data analytics, theoretically it will make a lot of improvement of the result of the data analytics. But the problem is to construct the ontology is very, very expensive efforts. You know, it's very expensive.
I'm not suggesting you construct it. I'm
yeah,
suggesting
we
use the internationally standard one.
Yes, okay.
Don't construct it. That would be.
It's very expensive. And in the other sides, there is some kinds of distinction in the approach of traditional data analysis and ontological based data analysis, and the academic effort to integrate those two kinds of approach is quite complex. For example, in machine learning, we from the perspective of engineering, we study some kinds of machine learning or data mining. In data mining, we highly relies on the statistical concepts, on the statistical approach, especially for maybe ontological is related to the text data, right? To the text data. In most of the text data that we have, we do the unsupervised methods. And unsupervised method is highly related to the statistics. And it's very totally different on how to doing the statistic analysis and how to doing the ontological analysis. As long as my knowledge, ontological analysis is or ontology data are usually used for some kind like case-based reasoning or something like that. That we have to infer the similar historical data with our data, and from that we can do further analysis. But if we take a look at this kind of ontology into the state of the art machine learning, it's maybe still some kinds of a big research work that we should do. But I can say that if we can integrate the ontology into the analytical process, I'm pretty optimistic that it will be make a lot of improvement to the analytical results. Because if we just relies on the statistic, we don't know the semantic interoperability between the data. The semantic interoperability has just infer because of the frequency of the data that we can do with the statistic, but the actual semantic, it's no other way. We have to use the ontology. But there is a lot of work to do on how to integrate the ontology data into the data that we can analyze with the machine learning or statistics. Okay, it's maybe my answer.
No,
Thank you.
I totally agree with you. I think that it's more the future than what you can do currently. But as health records evolve and include more atomic data than large bunches of text, and where that atomic data is represented ontologically, it will be a wonderful opportunity. And I think the research will be very exciting.
Sure.
I look forward to hearing something that you do eventually.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the last but not least, there is one question again, addressed to Mr. Muhammad Rifki. Come from this question come from Rani Ayu Avianti from Bethesda Hospital, Yogyakarta. About the big data, is it possible that big health data can be lost? What causes can make big health data lost? How to prevent it? And how to get accepted into Donggu University? Okay, please.
Okay, thank you for the questions. The first question is it possible for the data or big data can be lost? Yes, there is a possibility. But we have to do some kind of approach to prevent this. And in big data, the backup data, the backup mechanism, or maybe some kind of disaster recovery plan must be done. So if we're not ready with this kind of a backup mechanism or disaster recovery plan, it's very risky for us to implement the big data. So the factor that make the big data loss is various. Maybe the hardware failure. The most cases of the data loss comes from the hardware failure. So the hardware is unfunctional, the hard disk is broken, something like that. But if we have a nice mechanism to back up the data, we regularly back up the data, and we have a good disaster recovery plan, it will help a lot to prevent the data loss. And as I mentioned in the presentation, that the most expensive investigation for big data in the hardware, especially hardware for storing the data, for backupping the data. And the second question is how to get accepted in the Donggu University. So the simple question is because I submit the application. So if I not submit the application, I cannot accept to the university. Jadi simpelnya ya karena daftar gitu aja Pak. Kalau nggak daftar kan nggak bisa keterima. So I think every students or every people in Indonesia have an opportunity to gaining experience in studying abroad. Maybe it's just my experience. If we want to submit on the university, on the abroad university, and there is a bunch of requirement. So the mental part takes the most important factor. If we immediately down because of this kind of the requirement, a lot of requirements, so the road is just blocked. So just follow the requirement step by step, and I think nothing that hard. Jadi intinya itu sebenarnya mental part ya. Jadi kadang-kadang kalau teman-teman dari Indonesia atau mahasiswa dari Indonesia mau apply beasiswa ke luar negeri, begitu lihat syaratnya dia udah minder dulu gitu. Padahal sebenarnya kalau kemudian diamati syarat-syarat itu kan nggak ada yang nggak bisa dipenuhi gitu. Nah tinggal mental part yang kemudian memainkan peran di situ. Apakah kemudian kita mau struggle or ya sudahlah syaratnya banyak nggak jadi. Jadi nggak ada yang susah sih sebenarnya. Yo TOEFL-nya juga standar, kemudian motivation letternya standar. Apalagi sekarang sudah banyak sekali bimbingan-bimbingan online atau mungkin bimbingan-bimbingan yang membantu mahasiswa atau mungkin siapa saja untuk bisa kuliah di luar negeri. Seperti itu mungkin. Kalau saran saya sih malah sebenarnya kalau masih master itu nggak usah keluar negeri, di dalam negeri aja untuk memperluas jaringan. Saya sebenarnya agak gelo juga master di Korea karena jaringannya di sini jadi nggak kebentuk gitu kan. Nanti kalau misalnya jaringan di sini udah kebentuk baru kita keluar negeri gitu kan, mengekspand jaringan yang keluar negerinya itu. Nah itu sebenarnya yang penting. Jadi studi lanjut itu menurut saya yang penting knowledge itu ya, cuman yang paling penting sebenarnya adalah kita bangun network. Dan karena kita di Indonesia, justru network yang paling penting adalah di Indonesia. Makanya saya menyarankan ke mahasiswa, kalau kamu mau S2, lanjut S3, S2-nya di dalam negeri aja, nanti S3-nya yang keluar negeri. Terima kasih Pak.
And well, because it's nearly 4 p.m. and I think it's now the end of this seminar, distinguished guys and all attendees of the seminar today. I would like to conclude this essence. If any mistake that I make today, please apologize me. And I would like to conclude actually I do not have a conclusion. I do not how to conclude because there are many things that we have learned from this prioritizing from all of the prominent speakers today. But at least I can remember there are one or two things that has been presented with the growing progress of health and medicine science and its improving information technology in all facets in life, the expanding role of health information management practitioners is unavoidable and becoming real. Therefore, it is imperative for Indonesia to have a real decree on EMR and later EHR, especially in facing the complexity in handling its 2,000 hospitals plus 17,000 health centers in rural areas. Role of health information management officer, coordinating health information management and IT professional, workflow and process mapping, ensure the EMR system to be facilitator for trainer, the EMR process, improve the quality management. And in empowering its health information management with big data analytic, there are challenging issues in data interoperability, security and privacy issues, costly investigation in software and mainly hardware, and preparation for the human resource or brainware. And then the last, IT, a transformative opportunity for health information management. There is that the data is changing, the record is changing, there are a lot of barriers to data quality, how to use information model and terminology together, and how there is an exciting opportunities, includes new skills needed, ISO standards being developed to help define the changes needed, and also the challenge how we learn to embrace change where it delivers improvements, how to change the way to view the world. Okay? Well, anyway, thank you very much again for all presenters, and I would like to ask the participants here to show the appreciation to all presenters and also for those who has asked questions before I ending the presentation. Again, I would like to say thank you for all the committee, again for the presenters and the technicians here who is helping us with the tech things. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for running the session very well, of course. A great appreciation is addressed to all speakers for the inspiring presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for the participants for giving the presenters two questions. I think there were questions and has been responded very well and clear by our presenters, and that actually help us to understand more about our topic. I would like to conclude this essence. Okay, everything will change, and we must accept the change. Okay, thank you. Terima kasih. All the distinguished speakers, thank you for all your inspiring presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, after this, we are going to close this meeting. See you again on another occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, all of the participants, you can please leave this Zoom meeting. Thank you very much. See you later.
Me do my two-step.
Okay, thank you to Mr. Zacharias Purbobinuko, MPH, and to all speakers, Excellencies, honorable guests, and all participants. It's time to isoma and break. We will share evaluation link in chat room, and the closing will be continued again at 16:45. And now, I will mention to participants who win the door prize, session 2. Okay. And, oh, wait a minute. Okay. And the prize goes to Rani Ayu Avianti, RS Bethesda Yogyakarta. Applause, congratulations. And Eni Rahmani from Udinus. Okay. Congratulations once again. Okay. Next, the participants, we will take a break for a while, and we will meet again at 16:45. Thank you. Okay. No, guys, Yuma.
Me do my two-step.
Istirahat. Aturannya gimana? Mau dilanjut aja? Break session kedua. Udah selesai? Oke. Evaluasi link. Link dulu, sama habis itu medik. Okay, to all participants, I would like to remind you, don't forget to fill the evaluation link. Link will be available until 1 hour. For your information, the certificate will be sent 14 days after the event by email. Ladies and gentlemen, continuing the closing agenda, the next agenda is giving placards to all speakers. We would like to invite Mrs. Lili Yulaiha MKep, First Vice Dean of the Faculty of Health, Jenderal ACHMAD YANI University Yogyakarta, will give placards to Mr. Muhammad Rifki Ma'arif STMing, to Mr. Muhammad Rifki and Mrs. Lili Yulaiha MKep, please come forward. Okay, big applause. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lili and Mr. Muhammad Rifki. Next, we would like to invite Mrs. Laili Rahmatul Ilmi, AMD SKM MPH, Head of Medical Record and Health Information Department of the Faculty Health, Jenderal Ahmad Yani University Yogyakarta, and Mr. Zakarias Purbobinuko MPH, please come forward. Okay, big applause. Applause. Thank you very much, Mrs. Laili Rahmatul Ilmi and Mr. Zakarias Purbobinuko. Placards for other speakers will be sent via shipping or expedition. Okay. And now, we will announce the winner of Medico 2020, which we are waiting for. Once again, please welcome Mrs. Laili Rahmatul Ilmi, AMD SKM MPH. Big applause for Mrs. Laili Rahmatul Ilmi.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Arin, for the MC. I'm using Indonesia. Hari ini adalah pengumuman juara Medical Record Competition pada tahun 2020. Untuk juara kategori poster dengan harapan ketiga diraih oleh saudari Viola Fada Fahlevi dari Sekolah Tinggi Ilmu Kesehatan Yayasan Dr. Sutomo Surabaya. Untuk harapan kedua diraih oleh saudari Putri Wulan Nauli dari Prodi Kebidanan D3 Stikes Jenderal Ahmad Yani Cimahi. Untuk harapan pertama diraih oleh saudara Miranti Salsabila Yuniar dari Akademi Perekam Medis dan Informasi Kesehatan Bandung. Untuk kategori juara poster, juara ketiga diraih oleh saudari Lina Andriani dari Universitas Duta Bangsa Surakarta. Untuk juara kedua diraih oleh saudara Faradita Levia Artama dari Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta. Untuk juara pertama diraih oleh saudara Rafikistan yang merupakan alumni dari Prodi Rekam Medis dan Informasi Kesehatan D3 Fakultas Kesehatan Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta. Selamat kepada seluruh pemenang. Untuk kategori selanjutnya adalah juara video dengan harapan ketiga diraih oleh saudari Sinta Dwi Aries Tanti Putri dari Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Malang, Jawa Timur. Untuk harapan kedua diraih oleh saudara Rido Salaksa Miftahul Arzak dari Prodi RMIK Fakultas Kesehatan Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta. Untuk harapan pertama diraih oleh saudara Muhammad Zain Hafizullah dari Universitas Duta Bangsa Surakarta, Jawa Tengah. Untuk juara ketiga diraih oleh saudari Talita Azaria Syahda dari Prodi RMIK Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Malang, Jawa Timur. Untuk juara kedua diraih oleh saudara Mahadi Fitrah Habibullah dari Prodi Psikologi Fakultas FES Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta. Untuk juara pertama diraih oleh saudara Nabila Solihah Atiko dari Prodi RMIK Universitas Duta Bangsa Surakarta, Jawa Tengah. Selamat kepada seluruh peserta yang telah berpartisipasi dalam kegiatan Medical Competition atau Medico 2020 yang diselenggarakan oleh Himarmika Prodi RMIK Fakultas Kesehatan Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani Yogyakarta. Sampai ketemu lagi di acara Medico pada tahun-tahun berikutnya. Untuk acara selanjutnya saya kembalikan kepada MC.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Laili Rahmatul Ilmi. Once again, congratulations to the winners of Medico 2020. The last agenda is the closing. Before that, we are having photo together as a documentation event. Please turn on your camera. I hope all participants still in the room meeting because we are having a photo together. Okay, to all participants, please turn on your camera. Okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for today. Many thanks to the speakers, moderators, and all participants, and to the committee. I did apologize for my mistakes in presenting this event. See you in the next event. Always remember, stop dreaming, let's doing. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Enjoy the weekend. Thank you.
Want me do my two-step. Want me do my two-step. Want me do my two-step.